In one cave, the leaders of two opposing factions crossed swords in front of one chest. Those who, despite their stern facial expressions and belligerent stance, looked like heroes rushed forward, already preparing the energy in their hands that could restore balance. Those who looked like villains were glaring viciously with eyes without irises and pupils, with only whites, and they too were not lagging behind them, preparing to win this battle. However, there was another side to it. His eyes showed there would be only one winner here, and none of the factions would have anything to do with it. And so it was, as he made his way with his sword, and his gait was firm and confident, despite the enemies lying around him. There was no emotion reflected in those eyes, except infinite calm. The four men stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the sun setting over the horizon, as if remembering everything they had been through during this time. And the guy's expression finally changed when he saw something ahead of him. For ahead of them, there was a man standing in front of them, just as they were admiring the views of the vast forest and mountains. However, his face, as soon as he turned to face the guy, the sun shone down, as if not wanting to reveal the identity of this man beforehand. For the sake of peace and prosperity of the country, many families and clans united under the name of Shompa. Putting aside all their differences and personal gain, they called themselves the Murim Union. One shaman sage became their leader and led the people, and all obediently bowed their heads to his power and knowledge. Under his leadership was the Black Flower sect. They took on the most terrible deeds. Secret murders, machinations, and information gathering. Even criminals feared them. Their leader was the terrifying legendary commander-in-chief Gui Myeondok. Because he always wore his white and red patterned mask, no one knew his true identity, calling him a ghost, faceless, or just a monster. One day, the leader of Marima stood right on the edge of the mountain, looking into the distance and awaiting the arrival of one important person. The one everyone called a monster instantly silently lowered himself behind Kwag Yun as soon as he called out, and folded his hands in front of him, paying homage to his master. However, without even turning around, the old man sighed, clarifying to the warrior if he was going to continue wearing his mask even in front of the person closest to him. Gui Myeondok lowered his head down, not knowing how to justify himself to the master. Kwag Yun put his hands behind his back and began to reason about the end of the military conflict with Magyo, and therefore it was time for his apprentice to stop doing all the dirty work as well. Although the boy said he was perfectly fine, his teacher didn't believe him. He was worried about Myeondok, but the boy, not feeling his mentor's real emotions at all, simply asked if it was an order. Before the old man's eyes came a picture of how many years ago he had reached out his hand to a dirty boy in tattered, poor clothes, looking at him with hunger and longing in his eyes. Then the little hand readily grasped his arm. The man was planning to set up a military academy to provide peace for the next generations, so he wanted to put experienced warriors to mentor the young talents. Gui Myeondok, hearing that his teacher was giving him a task not to get rid of someone but just to become a mentor for the children, silently mumbled. The old man clarified that it was an order, thus denying him the opportunity to resist. Taking off his mask for the first time in a long time, Gui Myeondok flashed a face that hadn't seen the light of day for the past few years, and promised that he would fulfill his teacher's will. Meanwhile, the news that a military academy would be organized excited the entire White Island greatly. Namgong Mei leaned back on the grass tiredly, not even able to fully unclench his hands, with blister marks from the stick he had been practicing hard with. Nanny came hurrying to him from the manor, seeing that the boy was torturing himself again. But he only greeted her pleasantly, advising her not to be in such a hurry, and continued lying down. He had to train 5 times harder than his siblings, because unlike them, he was not the genius of the family. The guy belonged to one of the 5 noble great families that had gained their fame through their active participation in the war against Magyao. Both the current head of Nam Gongcho and his 4 children were called geniuses by nature, but the youngest son of this family was considered a mediocrity, differentiating himself from his elders, reminding the nanny to run to him for something. He jumped up on the spot when she excitedly said that the head of the family was gathering everyone in one hall to announce some important news. The head of the Nam Gong family told the children gathered in his office that the Baek Military Academy had already been founded, intimidating with his serious look and bushy eyebrows. His children lined up in front of him in order of seniority. However, before he could continue talking about the military academy, Namgun-il's eldest son stepped forward and declared that he would represent their family at the academy. Nam Gong-mei, on the other hand, didn't even look up, assessing his strength and knowing that there was no way he would be chosen. The first son stepped forward again, seeing that their father did not react in any way. Nam Gong-cho, however, flashed his eyes, releasing energy, showing that he didn't get the title of clan head for nothing, and ordered his son to shut up and stay quiet. The children obediently froze, not wanting to incur their father's wrath on themselves. And his finger suddenly poked at his 5th child, informing him this is who will go to represent the Namgun family at the military academy. Although Namgun-ma was surprised and didn't believe in his own strength, he obediently bowed. His eldest brother strongly disagreed with this choice, but he didn't dare to contradict the clan head who had already made his choice and voted it at the family council. So instead, he decided to take out his anger on the weak and called his younger brother to the training arena with him. Using his technique, he rushed at his brother, his eyes glowing with unrestrained emotion. The boy was certainly not a worthy opponent to his older brother, to put it bluntly. He was no opponent at all, so he didn't have time to group up or fight back with his sword. Nam Gong-il didn't plan to kill his brother. He wanted to scare him and show the difference between their strengths. Here, even the most stalwart would have had his knees shaking, because the stone slabs of the training arena on the sides of Namgun-mei were smoking and looked more like garbage. The sword fell out of the boy's hands and his freed limbs shook from the horror he had experienced. This caused the heir to sigh heavily, still not understanding his father's strange decision. So he put the sword back into his scabbard, saying that it was just a test, and Namgun-mei had failed it. According to him, the boy should have returned in 3 months and not dishonor his family. Namgun-mei, still reeling from the shock, stared at his brother in silence. When he opened his mouth, Namgun-il only snorted, thinking him a coward and a weakling. Turning around, he walked back to the manor, leaving his disgraced brother behind him and no longer worrying about his fate. After a while, Nam Gong-mei, having no other options, still arrives at the military academy and stops, looking at the huge building with shocked eyes. There were many children from other families around, and they all started to get to know each other. But he felt the weakest among all of them, and wondered for what reason they had chosen him to be the representative of the family. Only one girl, just like him, standing aside with her arms crossed on her chest and a stern expression on her face, caught his attention. He was surprised to see her, but he didn't have time to approach her. A thunderous roar came from somewhere. The huge man ordered everyone to shut up and listen to him. He introduced himself as the great swordsman Ku Mak Ho and warned that he would not tolerate such noise in his classes. It turned out that he was one of the teachers for some of the students. However, the children were still children, and upon hearing that a legendary hero would be teaching them, they made a lot of noise. They heard that they had already been divided into groups in which they would be learning martial arts, and to find out their allocation, they had to find their name on the lists posted on the board. Nam Gong-mei found himself in the snake class, as the classes were divided into 12 animals from the Chinese calendar. The training arena, where everyone who had been assigned to the snake class had come, was still empty. Suddenly, the children heard a voice, but they couldn't find the source of the voice until one of the savvier ones looked up and saw a man jumping down from a rock. He landed easily, as if he hadn't just covered a couple of dozen meters with the ease of an acrobat in a circus. And when he introduced himself as Yang Jun-hyuk, children had another reason to stiffen in surprise, for he was a young master nicknamed Small Sword Ghost, and he was already a legend. Ignoring their vivid emotions, the man immediately admitted that he was not their teacher as they had originally mistakenly thought, but had only come here as their teacher's assistant. Nam Gong-mach was one of the surprised ones, because since such a famous man and strong warrior had only become an assistant, then what was the strength of their teacher? Yang Jun-hyuk told them that they were very lucky because they would be taught by a walking legend of Marim City. After all, he single-handedly during the most difficult time for the cult, he stood on the front lines, repelling the most brutal attacks, taking on the toughest missions. And this hero appeared, surrounded by dark, heavy energy. And in the eyes of the students, he was at first terrifyingly scary after all. All of the above mentioned earlier could not be done by a weak person. However, expectations were a bit out of sync with reality, because on the snake training field appeared a man who clearly had not slept for the past 6 months, as evidenced by his bruises under his eyes and exhausted look. He introduced himself in name only, as if he was struggling to speak. Now the mute silence became even more awkward, because the children had not yet decided how to react, completely disappointed in their expectations. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Kwag Yoon sat in his office, attending to the business of the cult leader. He remembered that, at this moment, his best student was just about to descend to Baek Military Academy for his first lesson, and Kwag Yoon sincerely hoped that his request to remove his mask and not scare the children would not turn out to be a problem. The future teacher of the snake disciple group himself looked lost, seeing his future followers. So far, there was nothing to respect him for. No matter how he was presented, the man looked frail and weak. So there were whispers of commentary about his appearance throughout the group of students. Yang Jun-hyuk took the honor of reintroducing him, mentioning the special Black Flower cult, and that he was specifically invited by the cult leader. The students didn't remember anything like that, especially seeing the example of this man, a sleepy weakling, in front of them. They all thought that they had been so foolishly joked at, and that now a real teacher would come out from somewhere from behind the bushes and promise to teach them the best in a short time. Hearing such disrespect for a man he himself respected and feared, Yang Jun-hyuk exploded with overflowing anger, wishing that all those disrespectful mouths would shut up. A powerful wave of energy flew off from his body, jolting all the disciples and raising all the disgust in the neighborhood again. The frightened children dared not even breathe, not because of the dust, not so as not to incur the wrath of a man about whom they knew much, unlike their teacher. However, what made them more tense was that their teacher had also fallen to the ground from a gust of wind, and Yang Jun-hyuk ran to pick him up so that he wouldn't be lying in such a humiliating position, unable to stand up on his own. When all the noise died down, the warrior loudly declared that he would consider them ignoring himself if they ignored Gui Myeondok. However, it didn't help much. The children continued to remain silent, torn between fear of the teacher's assistant and reluctance to learn from a weakling. Well, then the roll call began, and it was finally revealed that there were quite a few kids from prominent families in their group, Mo Yong-bo, for example, who came out ahead. A new wave of whispering immediately began among the group, because this name was very famous, for he was called a young dragon, handsome and talented, one of those who was supposed to lead the younger generation. Nam Gong-mei, on the other hand, thought about the fact that their fathers didn't get along with each other, flashing fury every time the will of the service had to cross. So he feared that this guy would hate him the way it was customary between families. The next high-profile name also spoke for itself. Complete with a speaking appearance, Wumpio was of the Shaolin monks, and they were rarely out of neutrality, further confirming the peculiarity of the Baek Military Academy. The children began to talk among themselves again, questioning whether they would belong in a group with such distinguished people. Nam Gong Mei, on the other hand, was thinking that he wouldn't mind seeing this monk's skills live to learn something from him. The nobility didn't end there. In fact, besides those two, Shigalmi was also in the group, and she too was quite popular thanks to her family. Her family were advisors to the Murim Union, renowned for their sharp minds and superior martial skills. Now good grades for all the other average students were not to be expected. Either they simply didn't stand a chance in such company. Nam Gong Mei caught the girl's gaze and remembered that they had even been friends with her before. However, for certain reasons they had stopped, and now she didn't want to look at him at all. Last on the roll call was Nam Gong Ma himself, and to his great regret, he was also famous. But from previous instances, this fame did not add to his happiness. After all, the kids that used to watch with such envy and discuss someone who was way out of their league now found a way to at least somewhat boost their self-esteem by the presence of someone worse. The boy cringed as whispers came from everywhere that he was a real disgrace to his family, and that it was a terrible shame to be in the company of someone like that. He immediately had memories of the past, when time after time he was compared to dirt, and such things were allowed not only by his peers, but also by older people who had no conscience and honor. However, that didn't last long this time, because Gwai Myeondok quietly but firmly ordered them to stay quiet, not to take care of the guy, but to keep his own headache at bay. The responsive Yang Jun Hyuk immediately deciphered his teacher's words and expanded his thought because he had a better speech apparatus, and asked everyone to shut up and obey his teacher. However, when the roll call was finished, Gui Myeondok looked around tiredly at everyone and almost fell to the ground at the realization that he had as many as 10 students. He whispered something to his partner, and the warrior looked back at the teacher in surprise. Gui Myeondok turned around and, without another word, walked out of the training arena back into the forest thicket, leaving the disciples standing in bewilderment. Nam Gong Mei watched him leave in shock because instead of the full training day he had hoped for, they only had a roll call, which is far from his idea of a normal training session. Still, they had no right to arise and object, so the teacher's aide sent them to the dormitory, and it didn't make the kids very happy either. Although the central building of Baek Military Academy itself looked luxurious and rich, the Snake Group's dormitory had a different sad appearance, and the students even remarked that it looked more like a barn than decent rooms. Alas, they didn't even have anyone to complain to, so they had to silently occupy the beds and unpack. The famous and apparently the first disciple of Mo Yongbo sat on his bed and took a meditation position. He released ki energy to pump his meridians and train his strength and endurance. The two boys looked at him with admiration, but then slanted their eyes to a nearby bed. There, sighing about his plight, Nam Gong Mei quietly shook his head. The students forgot that they had come here to learn and develop, and instead began to comment aloud on the irony of fate, namely the meeting of an unimaginable talent and an impenetrable dullard, without even thinking that the hero of their words could hear them. Indeed, he and Mo Yongbo sat side by side, and the guy looked at the opponent who had gone into himself and his training. He feared that there might be tension between the two of them because of their family conflict, but he couldn't help but admire his willpower. At the same time, he was reminded of his brother's scorn, asking him to hold out for 3 months and not disgrace their family, even more than they were disgraced simply by his existence. And it awakened in him a new desire to become stronger, so that no one else could say such cruel words. Grabbing a stick, he rose resolutely from the bed and walked past the hushed gossipers with a determined look. He promised himself that he would do his best to gain the strength that would help him defend himself during the time he would be studying here. He lunged with the stick time after time, and sweat broke out on his face. But he did not notice it, driven by his desire to become stronger. Nor did he notice the Shaolin monk who followed him out onto the porch in front of the dormitory. And Vanpyo himself pondered, looking at the lack of technique, but the fire of action burning within the lad. Days went by, and there was still no contact from the management or their teacher. And all the boys did all day was sleep or talk among themselves, instead of the promised training. They were not going to take the initiative and dared to criticize the management for their disgusting approach to training. It was the fourth day when, tired from lack of activities and rest, the kids suggested going to the tavern for some fun and delicious food and drinks. The guys even offered to call the girls from the second dormitory, as if there was nothing else to do here. And Nam Gong mate practiced again, paying no attention to the cheering classmates, the lack of guidance, or the days that had passed. All he had in his mind was the pleasant fatigue after training, and the thought that his merits would be noticed by his teacher. Hammering a stick against a wooden pillar was a lot of fun, but it gave him faith in the future. After a whole week, the dormitory door opened with a loud bang, and Yang Jun-hyuk appeared in the doorway, inviting all the disciples to proceed to the snake training arena. The children immediately squealed with joy, already looking forward to training under the guidance of even a weak, but at least some kind of teacher who could make them strong in these 3 months. Kwai Myung-deok looked even gloomier, as if he'd been watching them all this week and hadn't slept at all. Nam Gong-mei was feeling better than before, thanks to his training, already ignoring all the comments about his weakness, and promising to do his best in this training and expecting a special mark from the teacher. The man, however, yawned sweetly, and then he started doing roll call again without changing the tradition that had emerged. This again left everyone in a state of bewilderment or even frenzy, but they waited silently for the continuation. And it has finally come, because after listing some names, particularly prominent members of the most important Muriam families, Gui Myondok proclaimed his decision. Everyone else except those he named had to pack their bags and leave here immediately. He was sending them home. Nam Gong-mei's sweet dreams of a special teacher's mark suddenly fell through the cracks. Everyone else froze too, for too few names had been called out, and their own were not on the list. And Nam Gong-mei couldn't and didn't want to believe that he had heard the teacher correctly, and would have to immediately leave the place he had such high hopes for. The guy couldn't believe he would just take it and come back before the main term was over. And as he remembered the look his older brother had given him, demanding that he not embarrass himself, a horrible thought of realization flashed through what he would have to face when he returned home. The other children weren't so quiet and calm, undergoing attacks of self-humiliation, and instead pounced on Gui Myondok standing in front of them. They demanded an explanation from him for the fact that they had not been warned of anything like this before the class began, and demanded justice for the unjust accusation and humiliation. Yang Jun-hyuk, upon hearing such accusations, once again took up his sword, preparing to punish anyone who continued to lash out at his dear teacher. Of course, the children were scared, because unlike their official teacher, this warrior had loud legends about him, and they knew what he was capable of. However, on his shoulder, Gui Myondok suddenly placed his hand, calming his partner down and not letting anything scary happen. The bright, fiery energy immediately subsided, as if it had never been there, and the man turned almost into a small puppy, nuzzling into his master's arms. He put his sword in his scabbard and gave the floor to his teacher, wanting to convey to his students the exact reason why they had been dropped from his student list. Primarily all because this whole week was already a test they purposely gave freedom to the kids to see their behavior in a moment of solitude, as well as to understand their inner selves. The children awkwardly averted their eyes, immediately realizing their sins. Nam Gongmei, on the other hand, didn't understand why he hadn't been chosen as a disciple back then. After all, he hadn't been having fun or joking around all this time, but had been constantly practicing. As if in response to his thoughts, Gui Myeondok immediately explained that they had been sending them surveillance signals that they had somehow failed to notice. For example, the same Mo Yongbo, who spends every day meditating and practicing the development of inner ki, was one of the first subjects. He felt that he was not alone in the empty room and immediately drew his sword from its sheath, coming to instant combat readiness. Yang Junhyuk noted his speed and observation, but did not emerge from the shadows, allowing the guy to remain in happy ignorance. The next test subject was Jagalmi, sitting down for a game of Po and leadership, learning new techniques to improve the skill of mapping out military and political strategy. She, too, instantly sensed the observation, and in one swift movement, she flung one of the white button figures at the spot where she suspected a lurking threat, and remained sitting in mute silence and emptiness, for no one showed up. Wonpyo also remained on the roof, sensing something amiss, not realizing where the feeling was coming from, while Yang Junhyuk remained below in the shadows. Another girl hid under the table as soon as she sensed someone else's presence. Hearing something like that, the children froze in surprise, not realizing how they could have missed following them so much. Nam Gongmei clenched his teeth in impotent rage as well, realizing that this was one of the most important criteria, and he had managed to distinguish himself in training, but missed this sign. Now the teacher they were judging smiled lightly, seeing their uncertainty and guilt. The beloved children of their families couldn't stand it, so when one of them shouted that it didn't count, because there was no official announcement of the trials, all the others supported him and started asking for the decision to be reversed. As if he was expecting this, Gui Myeondok slyly said that there was another possibility of how to stay in his disciples. Of course, this put hope in the children's hearts that they wouldn't have to explain themselves to their families. However, the man disdainfully replied that in order to stay, they needed to fight a battle with young Junhyuk. The futile hope melted away as if it never existed. The man with his arms folded across his chest was not underestimated by them, and his stern face didn't make it any easier for them. This fighting machine, who had become a true legend in his early years, had earned the title of Ghost of the Small Sword. However, for Nam Gongmei, this was the chance he had dreamed of, even if he had to break every bone in his body. There was no way he would miss it. So, only the children willing to pick their place with sticks and the warrior himself who dared to test their skills were left to fight on the battlefield, while all the others were already selected students, and Gui Myeondok himself watching from the sidelines. He gave a wave to Yang Junhyuk that he was fully prepared and able to start the fight. The man, not taking the children seriously understandably, given their week-long observation of them, picked up a twig from the ground and promised that he would not use his sword against them, for it was enough for his defense. He also decided to put a little oil on the fire, hinting that they couldn't be scared and run away now. The guys, who for some reason thought they were much bigger than they really were pissed off, but the girls behind their backs were impressed by this show of strength as well. They came up with a cunning plan. They assessed their forces and realized that in a one-on-one battle, they would not be able to hurt him. But if they attacked together, at least the opportunity would appear. That being said, they all rushed together, but Yang Junhyuk, still mindful of their disrespect for his teacher, released a powerful wave of wind that nearly blew the poor children off their feet. He snorted contemptuously at their bold remarks about possible odds, and promised not to even use the energy to avoid wasting it on such incompetence. All those who wanted to at least try their luck crowded around him with sticks at the ready. For some reason, however, the group battle didn't work out. Either they wanted recognition on their own rather than in a group, or the selfish kids had no self-awareness, or they just misunderstood the meaning of attacking in a group. So when one of the daredevils used his family's mysterious technique to knock the man down and touch him to make the task count and get into the disciples, all the others just stood aside without trying to attack. The outcome of this move was obvious. Yang Junhyuk simply dodged without even using the twig he had picked up, and also let the kid follow, which could be thought of something better. The next child was already rushing at him, catching the moment when the warrior's attention was focused on someone else. But even here the man dodged with ease, as if he were playing with bugs, and did the same with all the subsequent successive attacks. Nam Gong Mei stared at this picture with his eyes and mouth open, and sweat dripped down his face as he began to read all of the man's movements. He was an experienced warrior, so no stick or even someone's clothes could hurt him, even by accident. He really didn't need energy. He just had enough body agility. When it looked like he was about to be grabbed, he would instantly move out from under someone's arm without giving in. When he involuntarily paused, Yang Junhyuk, looking as fresh as if he wasn't the one jumping around like a grasshopper, asked the group how they were feeling, and if they were exhausted, since it had been less than 2 hours and they were in such a terrible state. Gasping, many children fell to the ground, ignoring the dust, and just wanting to suck in all the air around them. And yet the ordeal didn't end there. After a while more, they were pitiful to look at. Surely they had not experienced such exhaustion and humiliation in all the years they had spent within the walls of their home estates. Some of the children had already lost all hope, and feeling terribly tired, decided to give up. Seeing such an attitude among the group of those who would no longer become his disciple, Gui Myeondok decided that it was time to end this torture. For it had long since ceased to be a test. He didn't see a single worthy candidate among them. And they were being offered to him to take as disciples the cult leader probably just wanted to mess with him. He voiced aloud that the ordeal was considered over, but one of the children disagreed. Still clutching the stick with hands shaking, sweaty, and with painful blisters, Nam Gong Mei continued to stand. Both Gui Myeondok and the warrior conducting the test were surprised that he still continued to stand. However, seeing his difficult condition, as well as the others, he was not bet on him. He is good that he continues to fight. But with such endurance and weak technique, he does not belong among the disciples of the great master. The guy saw that he wasn't being taken seriously and frantically tried to find a solution from the hopeless situation he couldn't touch Yang Junhyuk, especially now that he was alone and tired, like 1,000 horses. All the while he analyzed the man's movements and saw that all of his classmates' moves were calculated before they were even struck. So perhaps he should have used a slightly different method with these thoughts. He tore towards Yang Junhyuk. He managed to get surprisingly close, and the stick was already almost centimeters away from the warrior's head. However, at the very last moment, as if taunting him, the man jumped above his head, preventing himself from being touched. And into Nam Gong Mei's ears flew a phrase casually thrown by the man about the lack of energy with which to attack him. Yang Junhyuk indifferently landed on the ground, not noticing the large cloud of smoke unfolding behind his back. He wanted to turn around and comment again on the kid's weakness, and suggest that he stop in time to build up his strength for next time, but as soon as he saw him now, his eyes widened in shock. After all, the guy was enveloped by a terrifyingly powerful violet energy, and the veins on his arms ballooned, indicating maximum impact. Once upon a time, a little boy looked at a tall man in surprise with huge eyes. He had no idea that any threat might await him. So when he was handed a small purple candy on the palm of his hand, and even said that it was good for health, the boy, of course, without too many questions, took it. Candy was cute, and everyone around her respected and loved the little heir of the Nam Gong family. The boy popped it into his mouth, and suddenly, at such a small age, a realization came to him: not everything that is pretty and shiny can be considered edible, and not everything that smiles can be considered your friend. The servants immediately ran after the head of the family, but their news was grim. Hearing the screams, Nam Gong Cho came out of his chambers and ordered them not to scream so terribly. But after seeing his child in the company of doctors and hearing what had happened to him, the man was not far from joining them himself, for the boy was all twisted up. Veins swelled in his face and body. White foam came from his mouth, and his skin darkened, and there was no end to these convulsions. The healers reported that he had most likely been poisoned, and this poison they could not yet recognize, and thus could not find an antidote. Nam Gong Cho exploded, unable to understand how such a thing could even happen right in his estate to his own heir, and ordered to immediately find the culprit, whom he would punish with the most horrible method. However, when he was informed that due to the birthday of his eldest first son, there were too many people in the manor right now for them to track down who had done such a thing, he felt that he himself was about to die from his overflowing anger. The child was getting worse. The cough already had red impurities. Then he gave another order. They had a miraculous antidote lurking on the estate that could get rid of his son of the poison. The doctor refused, because the poison was very strange. There were signs of poisoning. But still there were factors that should not be there if it was poison. The man extended his hand in order to use his energy to analyze Nam Gong Mei's condition. And he was pierced by a startling realization about what was happening in the child's body. The poison had been launched not just into the body, but into its meridian connection point. And that was far more dangerous. Nam Gong Cho never gave up trying to cure the child, but his condition was only getting worse by the minute. Then he realized that he couldn't allow this poison to be combined with the innate energy of everyone in the Nam Gong family, and he was willing to do a lot of things for the sake of it. The child did feel better, but it was treating the symptoms, not the root cause, because the poison had only gone much deeper inside. Nam Gong Cho, as said, was capable of many things just to help his son, and even permanently shut down his ability to accumulate internal energy, completely draining it, leaving only the poison inside. But at least this way he remained alive. That was why the guy had always been told not to use internal ki. And it was this law of his father's that he was now breaking for fear of not getting a place at the Baek Military Academy. He pointed his sword at Yang Jun-hyuk and prepared to attack again. And the man was greatly surprised and delighted at his resilience, as if the guy had gotten a second wind. Finally, Nam Gong Mei, completely driven by his dark energy, and hearing only one voice in his ears right now, ordering him to attack, jumped into the air. The kids around were amazed at his speed, and the fact that even after a long, failed training session, he had the strength to attack again. Of course, even so, the boy failed to reach the man, missing and hitting the stick with all his might on the ground as Yang Jun-hyuk dodged. Only now did the seasoned warrior notice that something was wrong with him. As the whites of his eyes turned red, his pupils became completely red, his skin turned dark, and his veins ballooned, and that monstrous energy surrounding him seemed to take complete control of his mind. Gui Myeondok felt something familiar about this sight, as if he had seen something like this before. Meanwhile, Yang Jun-hyuk blocked the stick strike in his powerful hands with a mere twig. He tossed the child aside, expecting him to give up after his hardest blow. However, Nam Gong Mei flipped in the air in a way that even in his best form, he couldn't without this dark energy. And like a cat, he landed on all four paws, immediately picking himself up. He wasn't ready to stop. With a mad smile and crazy eyes, the warrior suddenly felt that this kid was interesting. He kept rising time after time, and even considering the setbacks, fought fiercely, as if he was a cornered tiger. Even the coughing up blood and changes in his appearance didn't bother him for some reason. Yang Junhyuk wanted more. He was waiting for the next attack and wanted to see all of the boy's hidden power. He was completely carried away by the pace of the battle. And Nam Gong Mei did not disappoint him, rushing forward anew. The battle was interrupted in a completely unexpected way. Between the fierce little kitten and the mother tiger, Gui Myeondok suddenly wedged in between in a totally weird and clumsy way. Seeing teacher his fall under the trajectory of the boy's stick, the warrior quickly abandons his original plan to play with him for a bit, and in one leap is over the child and knocks him out with a clear aim to the neck. Gui Myeondok still slumped face forward, as did the unconscious boy himself. But for some reason, although because the teacher was closer to him than some unknown guy, Yang Junhyuk only inquired about the teacher's health, even though it wasn't him who was unconscious here right now. The lying Gui Myeondok didn't appreciate the care he was given, instead declaring the fight over and apologizing, and informing him that he needed to take the boy to the infirmary. The warrior admitted with a sliver of regret that he was even a little sorry that Nam Gong Mei had lost this battle, and had never been able to achieve the goal he had been flying towards. However, to his surprise, the fight did not end in his favor. After all, the main condition for accepting an apprentice was to at least touch the warrior, and the red bandage on his legs had a minor cut that did not affect the skin, but was clearly visible on the brightly colored fabric, which meant the condition was met. A new shock came over the children. An astonishing silence covered the entire snake training field, and the main culprit of this silence was lying unconscious on the ground, not even realizing that he was now either exalted to the rank of saints or wildly jealous. Nor did he regain consciousness until he was carried into the infirmary and laid on a hospital bed. Gui Myeondok placed his palm on the blackened hand with the swollen veins of his new student and absorbed the effects of his explosion. His face didn't change as his own hand darkened, but bringing his hand closer to his eyes, he recognized the poison and was slightly surprised that the little boy was carrying it on his own. Yang Junhyuk entered the infirmary after them, handing out instructions to the remaining students and those children who had gone home. He affirmatively said that he couldn't remember how this child could have harmed him, which meant the only such possibility was if his teacher had done it himself the moment he intervened in the battle. Gui Myeondok slyly wondered why he was asking the question then, if he was so sure he was involved. Then the man had a new question: why did his teacher allow Nam Gong Mom to pass the test? In his usual manner, Gui Myeondok simply replied, because, without further explanation. Yang Junhyuk stiffened at first, but soon only smiled. Covering his eyes, this was his teacher with all his eccentricities. Meanwhile, Nam Gong Cho was listening to a report from his subordinates, who happened to be keeping a close eye on his youngest son, and already knew that he had fallen into the snake group. The man thanked them for their work, and as he was left alone with his thoughts, he wondered if he could trust the current teacher of the child he had once saved, along with the terrible suffering of being the only mediocrity in the family. And the one around whom so many rumors had swirled was now snoring peacefully in bed when he sensed someone's presence. As soon as he opened his eyes, a scary face loomed over him that you don't always see in horror movies. Naturally, he screamed as if he had already been cut, and Gui Myeondok, who was frightened by his scream, repeated his scream even louder. Yang Junhyuk, who had heard the teacher, immediately flew into the chambers, already ready to rescue him to the best of his ability. There was no death threat to be found, just two guys scared of each other, frozen in ridiculous poses, clearly not wanting to be seen that way. When the emotions settled down a bit, Gui Myondok tried to maintain his image of a measured teacher and coughed. Nam Gong Mei wondered what he was even doing here. A new problem came out of this. His newfound teacher asked him what he even remembered from his last memory, and the kid lit up a bit, not sure what he was talking about. After all he remembered was how he realized that he needed to use more internal ki energy, even though he already felt that he had reached his limit. What follows is emptiness and awkward head scratching as an excuse. In some strange voice, quietly so that no one else could hear the guy, Gui Myondok replied that he had the exact same thing. The boy heard the words, but did not understand what exactly they meant. His mentor didn't elaborate on the thought then, simply stating that even though he had lost his memory, the boy had passed the test and was now considered his fifth and final student. So now they should go and greet everyone else in the group. 4 people were already waiting for them on the snake training field. Kui Mayang Diok once again looked more tired than before. Just when he thought about how much work he had to do, and how much hassle they would bring him, the man began to read the welcome speech and said that the children would have to complete a huge number of missions, immediately correcting himself by saying that it would not be missions, but training. But no one believed him. Besides, he remembered that they needed to pick a team captain. The captain will be responsible for leading the rest of the class and for helping Gui Myondok, so this is a very important mission. Mo Youngbo looked at the man indifferently, feeling that the captain's seat should be awarded to him, and asked what the selection criteria was. However, what the guys heard next was far from their expectations. It wasn't Gui Myondok who would decide the identity of the captain. They will need to self-evaluate their classmates over the next month, and then they will make that choice without him. Mo Youngbo immersed himself in his own memories. His father did not recognize his merits, though he was a tough but fair parent on the outside. However, each time he did not forget to remind his own son, he may consider a genius among ordinary children, but he must never forget his place. For it is very difficult to be a genius among geniuses. And their Mo Young family should be first, far above the other families. The unspoken motto of their family was to distinguish themselves and be first. And from a young age, it became the sole meaning of Mo Youngbo's life. So now, with the opportunity to become team captain and gain privileges looming ahead of him, he had no choice but to grab the opportunity and do his best and what exceeds it. Nam Gong Mei had also thought about trying to take the captain's seat, but he needed to do so in order for his older brother to recognize him. The others took the news without much enthusiasm, but listened attentively. Kui Myongbok motioned for them to start the first lesson, already preparing some sort of mischief judging from his facial expression. He handed the children each a small closed bag in their hands. The first rule of the assignment for the day was a total ban on untying the baggie. The children were not to indulge their curiosity. And the second rule was a high mountain, the top of which they had to reach as soon as possible. Of course, there would be numerous traps along the way, so it was not just a matter of speed, but also of avoiding them. The man tried to intimidate them by saying that these traps are scary and treacherous for little kids like them. However, he was picked up in time and thrown onto Yang Jun-hyuk's shoulder, taking him with him to the top of the mountain, where they would be waiting for them and ordering them to start in half an hour. After the specified time, the whole team rushed forward, eager to show their best abilities and not to disappoint the teacher. Nam Gong Mei couldn't help but think about how talented his classmates were around him, if they had such astonishing speed already at such a young age. All of them had run far ahead at the very start, and he could only rush as hard as he could, because unlike them, he had no internal ki energy and couldn't use the qui gong they used to support their bodies while running and accelerating. The first trap showed up soon enough. It was aspen stakes hidden in the ground, which reacted to the appearance of people and began to rise sharply. But since Mo Yongbo was the first to run, it wasn't a tough challenge for him. The guy just cracked them with his internal energy and didn't even slow down. If every next test was like this, then the position of captain was already in his pocket. Each team member navigated the traps with dignity, utilizing their special family techniques and strengths. Some slipped under logs thanks to good body flexibility. Others fended off arrows with their hands thanks to their high reaction speed. Of course, there were those who simply hid behind a tree, unwilling to face the traps head-on. And only Nam Gongmei continued to run far ahead, from which by the time he reached the traps, all of them had been disarmed. The road in front of him was strewn with debris, trees, branches, arrows, rocks, and ditches. Mo Yongbo had already made it to the top, the very first as he wished, and greeted the bored mentors. He was slightly out of breath and soiled his clothes, but he was perfectly fine after meeting so many traps. And this delighted Yang Jun-hyuk. Gui Myondok, on the other hand, remained indifferent to his disciples' progress, and simply offered to open the pouch he had brought. When his instruction was carried out, the boy's face suddenly darkened, as if he had not at all expected to see what he saw there. Inside the pouch, on a special lining, lay a bird, and from the looks of it, it was no longer alive. The boy grimaced as he saw this picture, already realizing that the outcome of his ordeal was unlikely to be pleasant for him. Jagami and Vampio, who came running after him, drenched in sweat more than their classmate, looked at him perplexed, but did not stop. They had to give their assignment to the teacher first. They were similarly ordered to unwrap their pouches, and they noticed that the bird inside was trembling slightly. At this moment, almost dying on his last breath, Nam Gongmei finally reached the top of the mountain. But unlike the others, his appearance left much to be desired, as Yang Jun-hyuk had said earlier during the fight. His breathing technique and stamina were lousy. Seeing that the others were already in place and standing with their open pouches, the boy realized what he had to do. He, like Mo Yongbo, stared at its contents in surprise, not understanding two things: how he hadn't noticed before that there was a living creature in the pouch, and why the bird wasn't moving. The second question was answered by his teacher, hitting the bird in one swift motion and returning it to normal blood flow. Sparrow bowed his head amusedly and immediately shook off the sawdust he was lying on, not realizing who all these people around him were. After gaining his freedom, he immediately flew into the sky, causing Nam Gongmei to smile happily. Snorting contemptuously, Jagami noticed that he looked very energetic and cheerful, probably because he had come the very last, not putting in enough effort like the four of them. Standing to the side, still analyzing what had happened, Mo Yongbo did not approve of their noisy, jovial bickering. Gui Myondok came up behind him and tried to explain that the point of the assignment was to deliver the thing in the bag safely, while maintaining speed and humanity. The boy, pursing his lips, asked what was so valuable about the sparrow, to which the sighing teacher simply replied it wasn't just a bird. It was life. And that was what set their cult apart from the Magyo they fought against, for whom human or animal life was nothing more than a bargaining chip. It was not enough just to have great power, it was necessary to be able to use it competently, and first of all to protect the most important value, life. However, there had to be a balance, because if Mo Yongbo came first but killed the bird, Nam Gongmei kept it alive but came last, thereby also failing the task. So the boy was getting last place. Mo Yongbo was only one more, despite his excellent performance and fast reaching the end point. Jagami came out on top, with Vanyo not far behind. The usual kid was happy with the situation in his own way. But Mo Yangbo, who was already expecting an easy victory, and was being eaten up by his own injured ego and memories of his father's instructions, was not satisfied, so he silently walked away into the thicket of the forest. Yang Junhyuk was about to stop him, but his teacher ordered him to stay away from the child and just let him cool down and think on a cool head, not considering such a thing disrespectful. On the contrary, he believed in him. So, having finished the first test, the mentors gave the kids a break time before the evening training and left them alone, going off on their own. It wasn't all up to them to mess around with the kids. After getting some free time and even exhaling a bit after the marathon, Namgong Ma tried to bond with his classmates, starting with Wampio. The Shaolin monk was silent, folding his hands in front of him in a prayer gesture, and seemed out of this world, as if he was constantly meditating without even hearing his surroundings. The boy immediately felt that he had done something wrong, and complexes due to constant bullying told him that they didn't want to talk to him because he was weak. However, the monk had written to him on a paper he took out of his robes that his teacher had ordered him to remain silent in order not to interrupt his special training. Jigalmi snorted, looking at Namgong Mei's attempts to talk. Suddenly, 2 students from Pig's class came into their clearing, apparently having gotten lost during their own recess. They knew Namgong Mei and immediately approached him. But unlike trying to talk to the monk, the guy didn't want to talk to them. And the reason for that was that they were the ones who instilled complexes in him by constant humiliation. After barely appearing and spotting the guy, he had already had time to say a bunch of nasty things to him, accusing the snake class of apparently having too low standards to pass the exam for taking a weakling-like mate. While the monk was still looking out for his classmate and not getting into the conflict, Jigalmi's anger was written all over his face as Namgong Mei mumbled inarticulately, not daring to make a dignified retort. She, showing the qualities of either a team captain or a former friend of the boy, stood up and said aloud that Tang Weiju should get the hell out of this clearing, because it was not his class, so he had no right to be here, let alone humiliate anyone. The guy from the pig class he recognized, but was greatly surprised that Jigalmi, who was a rather strong opponent and from a family of equal status to Tang Weiju, was also in the same class as the mediocrity. Their conflict would have surely flared up more, but from behind the boy's back, Mo Yangbo, who had cooled down a bit after his defeat, showed up. This again shocked the guy from the other class and gagged him, immediately making him look like an obedient dog. Mo Yangbo's family was nobler than his own, and their fathers were friends, so he wanted to show himself in the best light in front of the young genius. Mo Yangbo suggested that he shut up and get behind him and not pretend that they were friends, because it wasn't true. Angry at the humiliation he had experienced, the boy tried to grab Mo Yangbo's shoulder and stop him from leaving, and reclaim his damaged ego by saying that out of respect for their parents' friendship, he shouldn't behave that way with him. But he attacked the wrong man. The heir to the Mo Yang family twisted him by the arm, refusing to have anything to do with such trash, not feeling he should pay homage to an ephemeral friendship. Tang Weiju couldn't bear it anymore. Although such a thing was forbidden at this stage of training at the Bake Military Academy, he summoned his family's innate strength into his hand. They specialized in poisons and achieving their goals by any, even the most insidious methods, so the boy rushed into a hidden sneak attack from the back, without warning the enemy and just wanting to humiliate him. Namgong Mei and the others simply didn't have time to warn Mo Yangbo of the danger. So quickly it happened. The poison palm should have already touched the special points on the Mo Yang family heir's neck. However, in the next moment, he disappeared from sight, and Tang Weiju's fingers curved at an unsexy angle, meeting not a soft neck, but a firm fist fortified with internal Q energy. Mo Yangbo was not to be trifled with, even if he calmed down after his first loss. He was not someone to be bullied. Tang Wazhu felt an incredible pain and couldn't hold back a scream, completely forgetting what he was there to prejudge the guy and now fearing the worst. And the guy didn't stop. He was already pissed off by too many things today. The loss, the humiliating last place, shared with a known weakling, the fear of his father, and new thoughts thanks to the teacher's words. So his hand on Tang Weiju's abdomen began to contract, not only physically, but also on an energetic level, affecting the meridian connection point. This was an irreparable action, so Yang Junhyuk, who was watching the scuffle from the side, came out of the shadows and intercepted the palm of his disciple he was responsible for just in time. Mo Yongbo reluctantly, not immediately, but still released his stomach, leaving the boy's internal energy intact, and only physical damage in the form of bent, trembling fingers. Silent again, just like the first time from Gui Myondok's lesson. But this time, Yang Junhyuk didn't stop him. Then the warrior looked back at the injured man and advised him to go to a healer while his injuries could still be treated. Gui Myondok, who was also present, hummed from the expression on that kid's face. His partner, on the other hand, had clearly grown attached to the boy and saw great potential in him, so was genuinely worried about the boy's crazy power and his inability to use it. Gui Myondok didn't support him. He personally felt that they had nothing to worry about, and they had far more interesting dark horses in their group. And after his lesson, one grave was added under the trees a lot, if you consider each life valuable, but not much if you consider the number of his students. The evening training session was still in daylight. All the students had changed into their special clothes, but now looked none too keen on what the instructor was showing them. After all, Gui Myondok, reading them a clipping from a book about martial arts and their special techniques and importance in the life of any warrior, was panting under the weight of 2 stones tied to a stick in the likeness of a barbell. His legs were shaking, and he was shaking as if he was about to fall, and in the next second fell backwards, unable to stand after all. Of course, Yang Junhyuk ran to him, worrying about his teacher more than himself. But Jagalmi, seeing this picture, couldn't understand how he could be appointed teacher if all his students except Nam Gongmei, of course, were stronger than him. Nam Gongmei, unaware of what was being thought of him, pondered whether the 30 times that Gui Myondok had gotten over before he fell was considered such an ordeal. The others also had a low opinion of their teacher, looking at his progress, and realizing that they didn't understand anything. Dousing himself with sweat sitting on the ground, Gui Myondok, as if he could hear them every thought, and was doing it in retaliation, ordered them to do 1,000 squats with those stones without using internal ki energy. Lurching, pouring sweat like he had earlier, Nam Gongmei didn't realize whether or not the instructor's motivational speeches and orders to sit even lower were helping him. Each of the students were doing quite well, and the assignments kept pouring in, as did the quoting of martial arts books. At Nam Gongmei's last gasp, he thought that he had practiced to catch up with his siblings before, but this was more like bullying children rather than his first training session. Having finally a chance to take a break, he slumped to the ground right where he stood and was now an almost identical replica of their teacher. While the thought of how hard this ordeal had been for his classmates flickered on the edge of his tired mind, a completely fresh and untired Jagalmai had already approached him, snorting at his weakness and disgusting stamina. The guy scratched his head, acknowledging he'd heard a lot of comments like that before. However, the girl didn't end there and didn't leave, but instead sat next to him, questioning why a weakling like him was sent to represent the Nam Gung family when he had more successful siblings who would get more result from these 3 months. And there was no anger in her voice, just a simple statement of facts. She also confessed that she had come to Bake Military Academy for a reason. It had already been determined that she would be the next head of her family, and she planned to gather information and make useful connections here. So she kept in constant contact with her family and asked them to find out more about the teacher. And with the investigation results she received from them, she had big questions regarding the identity of Gwai Myeondok, now sneezing in front of them because of the outerwear removed. She thought he was a fake. Among their younger generation, these personalities were not as popular, but the older generation is still remembered and eulogized the successful military exploits of the Red Flower faction very well. However, in addition to them, there were also legends of the Black Flower faction, who carried out the most difficult and secret missions. And often it was they who led to the victory of the entire cult. Their identities, unlike the first group, remained unknown because of the constant white with red patterns of masks on their faces, and only the head of the Union Kwog Yoon was supposed to know them. That was the end of the minute of enlightening information, and the girl asked if they believed that what they were being taught now was really a member of the secret group, Black Flower himself. The children shook their heads uncertainly. After all, he didn't show his strength, only Yang Jun-hyuk, who they knew everything about, showed off his skills. But their teacher's physical fitness and appearance left a lot of questions. Jagami continued again. She thought he was a fake, and if he was, they had to expose him. Meanwhile, like a beaten dog with its tail tucked, Tang Wai-zu arrived at the head of his pig class. Q Mak, whose appearance was very different from the snake class teacher. He was literally his opposite, huge, ungainly, disheveled, and just like his eyes were the snake with semi-vertical pupils. Tang Wei-ju complained, not that he provoked Mo Yong-bo, but that he was actually beaten by students from another class. And the teachers of that class snake just watched and made no attempt to help him, approving of these horrible actions. Of course, he put this situation in the most favorable light for himself, so that hearing such a thing, his master felt that the insult was not just to the student, but to himself, and wished to deal with it. That's all the cunning and devious Tang Wei-ju needed. He was brought up in a bastardized family, accustomed to achieve the desired result by any means, not paying attention to how terrible they will be. So, if a true pig class master gets involved, this story will not end quietly. However, he needed to avert all suspicion from himself and maximize his teacher's anger. So Tang Wei-ju pretended to be madly remorseful, kind, sweet, and merciful. So he asks his teacher not to get into a conflict. After all, they are all residents of Beak Military Academy. Of course, the arrogant Ku Mak Ho wasn't willing to let the pig class get away with it. So he declared that good must not suffer, and evil must be punished, or else the balance would be upset. In Tang Wei-ju's mind, apparently good was a strength, and evil was a weakness. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible why he didn't feel a twinge of conscience, deceiving his teacher and framing the students of another class when he was originally the one to blame. After a while, when it got dark outside the window, and his disciple had already left to be treated in the infirmary, Ku Mak Ho returned to the question of revenge. He looked for the list of teachers at the military academy, since they didn't have time to meet yet, and was greatly surprised to see the name of the snake class teacher. But immediately a smile grew on his lips, and he was almost glad of the opportunity. For now, he had an argument to start the battle. He grabbed his sword and used powerful internal ki energy to break the desk in half, also leaving an impressive hole on the floor of his own office, as if he didn't plan on returning to it. Otherwise, such wastefulness was incomprehensible. He was looking forward to the next day when he would finally check if the rumors about the exclusivity of Gui Myeondok and the Black Flower faction were true. And Nam Gong-mei did not have a good life, for his fingers were not broken, and he had to come to practice. After counting out 1,000 squats with the stones on his shoulders, he slumped to the ground without strength, just as he had done the previous times. Everyone else was resting as well, having been allowed a 10-minute pause by Yang Jun-hyuk. Jigami looked at the teacher, calculating the situation. The day before, they had gathered as a whole group, and she began to tell them her own plan to authenticate the teacher, which required 2 characters. She clarified whether Yoon Riang was from a family of healers, but judging from the tone of voice, she was just stating a fact, knowing even all her relatives and their contributions to the alliance beforehand. Jigami asked the surprised girl, surprised to be known for her package of acupuncture needles, and she was immediately handed the item. As if knowing how to handle something like this, she pulled out one of the needles. From a small dark glass bottle, she dripped some sort of potion onto the needle, commenting that it would cause numbness and immobilize the enemy. Of course, it wasn't even fatal to an ordinary person who wasn't skilled in martial arts. But for a great teacher like Gui Myeondok, it shouldn't be a threat at all and shouldn't affect him in any way if he wasn't a fake. The children tensed slightly at her cold expression when she spoke of such things, but couldn't stop listening, rather. It grew into admiration. Returning to the present day, Jigami made a discreet sign, waving her fingers at her former friend, Nam Gong-mei, suspiciously standing with the stone in his hands even during the break. Although in normal times he would have thrown it long ago, froze in place. And then, in the same pose, he took his hands and loosened them, causing the stone to land on the ground with a clatter. He shouted loudly that his foot hurt, because he had dropped that rock on his foot, and the teachers chatting away finally paid attention to what their students were doing, while their attention was directed in the other direction. Yoon Riang came into play and abruptly got into a fighting stance, considering her healer family's techniques. She quickly threw a bunch of needles at once, and they swiftly flew into the teachers. The children still had time to admire Gui Myeondok's stunned face for a split second. However, the happiness was short-lived because Yang Jun-hyuk acted much faster and repelled all the needles with his sword in one fell swoop. This kind of speed amazed Nam Gong-mei, the likes of which he could only dream of, considering his condition by the end of 1,000 repetitions of training. Of course, the warrior's face immediately darkened because he had warned more than once not to disrespect the man he respected. However, Yoon Riang couldn't penetrate his gloomy expression because she was silently shaking with one hand clasped on the other and kneeling. There was one of the silver needles sticking out of her forearm. Yang Jun-hyuk, whose responsibility for the children was very high, immediately rushed over to her despite her strictness at first. He pulled out the needle and brought it up to his nose to sniff. Familiar with many potions and poisons, he immediately determined that the ingredients mixed together would produce a paralyzing effect, which was why the girl was now unable to even move. The man immediately informed Gui Myeondok that he would take her to the healer, to which the man nodded his head in agreement. Throwing the lightweight girl onto his back to transport her more conveniently, Yang Jun-hyuk rose to his feet. He was so focused on worrying about the baby that he didn't at all notice Jigami standing in calm determination as they ran past. And all this was her cunning plan, thought out the day before. She explained that there would be several needles, but the poison would just be a deceptive maneuver. They needed to distract Yang Jun-hyuk, who would definitely be on guard and protect his teacher, so this was the perfect opportunity. Nam Gong-mei looked at her incomprehensibly and clarified why they would touch Yang Jun-hyuk if their target was Gui Myeondok. Jigami was amazed for the umpteenth time at how he, with such a limited brain, had survived to his age. If he couldn't understand, Yang Jun-hyuk would be in their way. Their skills weren't high enough to fight him on equal terms, and they didn't want to involve him in this story. So she gave additional instructions to Yoon Riang, advising her to be precisely on the responsibility and seriousness of their assistant teacher. So now, as the seemingly unconscious Yuan Ring rode the rushing man, Jagalmi could barely contain a satisfied smile. The girl winked at her, hinting that she had executed her part of the plan flawlessly, and now it was up to the remaining members of the snake class. Now that they were hidden around the corner, the change in Jagalmi's face was inevitable. Everything was going as planned. The boys were amazed at how much everything went according to the scenario she had laid out, and praised her family's technique and teachings. Now, no one could stop them from checking Gui Myondok for authenticity. So Jagalmi was the first to approach him directly and gave the man a serious look that made him awkwardly pull back and question what had gotten into her. The boys followed, preparing to crush their teacher. If not by force, then at least by numbers. But before they could say a word, a shout came from behind them, and a huge figure appeared on the horizon. The children expected anything, most notably the return of Yang Jun-hyuk, who had somehow guessed their plans, but not the unknown man looking sternly at Gui Myondok. Ku Mekho walked past the children with a sword slung on his shoulder, as big as himself. And feeling his energy, Mo Yongbo immediately determined that he was incredibly strong, and even standing for a few seconds against him would already be an achievement. Whereas Nam Gong Mei thought more like an ordinary person, and immediately recognized the sword master in this man without even assessing his energy. Finally, the man took the sword off his shoulder, brought it down to the ground with such force that it stuck a couple of centimeters inward, and clarified if he had arrived in the snake class. Standing right in front of Gui Myondok, he suddenly started looking around as if he had lost something very important or was waiting for someone special. Ku Mekho looked back at the boys and asked angrily if he had come to the right place, causing them to look at the bulky man with a puzzled look. Because it should have been obvious from their teacher, they didn't know that the teachers didn't know each other yet. Having gotten the answer he wished for, Ku Mekho now wondered if the snake class teacher had gone out to do his own thing, since only children were here, and he said all of this while Gui Myondok looked at him silently in the background. The boys immediately pointed their fingers at Gui Myondok. Ku Mekho didn't get the joke. And the cunning and enterprising Jagalmi, with her quick analytics in her mind, immediately realized that he had come to fight their teacher, and after calculating the pros and cons in a split second, made a plan. Basically, it was quite simple, because looking like an innocent child, she asked Gui Myondok, addressing him by his first name, why he was silent and didn't answer the teacher of the other class when they were looking for him. Gui Myondok, drenched in sweat as much as he did during training, mumbled something incomprehensible to himself as he looked at the huge figure of Ku Mekho. Now, like a true strategist, Jagalmi watched from the sidelines as the disbelieving gaze of the pig class teacher rested on Gui Myondok, and the man himself barely held himself in place, fumbling in the wind. Her mission was done at that point, so she left the stage, leaving the new actors to sort themselves out. That was the very essence of her kind, and she was glad she could practice before taking the head seat. If Ku Mekho wanted to take on the dirty work of fighting their teacher, it could bring him out even without the students' involvement, and there was no doubting Jagalmi's strength in this bulky man. Ku Mekho skeptically examined the picture in front of him. What stood before him bore little resemblance to even a human, let alone a master of the Black Flower Great Mysterious Group. The man wondered aloud if it was true that he was Gui Myondok, and when they nodded, sweat pouring down their faces and rubbing their fingers together, he couldn't help but marvel at the comicality of their image and elephant, and a mooch in their own right. He even had the thought that this weakling was just a front or a fake, wearing the mask of a hero for some unknown purpose, as if entering Bake Military Academy as a teacher was so easy. A satisfied smirk blossomed on his lips, Even if it was true that Gwai Myeondok wasn't real, he had even more opportunities, because fighting a legend would increase his reputation, and it was easy to defeat a weakling. He would be blown away by the wind without even having to do anything. Now he only needed to find a good argument for the fight. And it was just in time for the very purpose he had come here for, the attack on his student, for which the snake class had never been punished. Nam Gongmei did not immediately understand what he was talking about, but the images of his recent encounter with Tang Weiju quickly flashed before his eyes, and he realized that the slippery man might have been lying. He wanted to clarify the situation so as not to lead to conflict, but Mo Yongbo also came forward at the same time, saying that he was the reason for the attack. Alas, the boys were not strategists like Shigalmi, nor did they realize her devious plan. So after a brief argument, Mo Yongbo won and took all the blame after all. Kumakyu didn't like being interrupted, especially considering his desire to earn a high-profile title for defeating Black Flower leader Gwai Myeondok. So he turned around and released his powerful inner Q, suppressing everyone around him. Mo Yongbo and Nam Gongma froze, feeling unable to move under this pressure. The pig group's teacher was involved in the ranks of the Murim 100 warriors, the best swordsmen of Miriam, and held one of the leading positions there, so such strength was understandable. Suddenly, an antisocial and unconscious teacher came to the aid of his students and covered them with himself, thus reducing the effects of Kumak Ho, and they regained the ability to move. And the man smiled because now his opponent was caught. Gwai Myeondok tried to talk to the man, suggesting that they go into a tavern and have something hot to drink to resolve this conflict peacefully. However, this was not Kumak Ho's ultimate goal, so he, once again covering himself with the story of a caring teacher, replied that he can't forget the disfigurement and harm done to his student, so he sees only one solution. Of course, he would not bully the students, but instead would ask for their sins from their teacher with the help of a Pimu scrum that obeyed Miriam's cardinal rule: glory and honor goes to the strongest. The guys froze, looking surprised at this. They hadn't expected such an outcome, and Nam Gongmei even tried to rejoin the conversation to explain the situation, because he couldn't let Tang Weiju get away with making such a fuss without being punished for lying. But when he had already taken a step forward, Shigalmi finally came up and shut his mouth, reminding him that they themselves wanted to verify the teacher's authenticity. So, an awkward silence and tension descended on the mountaintops. And then Gwai Myeondok shows up, stating that he has never participated in a Pimu fight before. After all, it's a fight for honor, and he's only fought for life or death. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, the healer was treating the needle wound on Yuan Rang's arm, while the warrior who brought her here was watching from the sidelines. The healer turned on him and stated that it was very good that the needle had hit the right spot, and it wouldn't cause any complications. And now we just had to wait for the numbness to pass and for the girl to be able to move. However, when the warrior didn't see, the healer winked at Yuan Riang, and she realized with regret and shame that her needle trick had been recognized, and although she wasn't angry at her, she felt very awkward about it. Of course, the healer couldn't sit with her forever, so as soon as he left to see other patients, she was left alone with an irate Yang Jun-hyuk, who was now demanding that she explain everything that had happened. But a sudden loud roar distracted them from any conversation as the ground beneath their feet shook. Some time ago, the head of the alliance welcomed only the tested recruits, asking the entire Red Flower faction to leave. There were many newcomers, and all of them considered it a great honor to now stand before one of the most important men in the country. Then, when the welcoming part was over, Kwag Yoon summoned Yang Jun-hyuk, then still very young and inexperienced. After clarifying whether he was the son of that very demonic sword hero, The head of the alliance unwittingly stepped on the guy's sore point and immediately apologized for it, possessing enough emotional intelligence to understand it. He came even closer to Yang Jun-hyuk, looking for the spark he needed in the guy's eyes, and informed him that he had a special mission to accomplish, and a lot depended on it. When the warrior was ready to hear anything, the old man put his hand on his shoulder, and as if handing over his grandson, asked him to be by Gui Myeondok's side at all times, and put his main goal on protecting the man. It was hard to explain, considering that Gui Myeondok was already known as a renowned assassin, and one of the strongest in the Black Flower faction. However, the truth was that Yang Jun-hyuk had to protect Gui Myeong-deok from doing anything so that he wouldn't have to use his skills, even in the most difficult cases. That was why now the man snapped out of his seat, realizing that that strange sound and the shaking of the ground was coming from the snake-class training field, and that he had acted very unwisely in leaving the teacher alone, for he could have sent the girl to the infirmary with the other students. And now he used all the available internal ki energy to run to the scene and help Gui Myeondok. Q Mak-ho meanwhile lowered his heavy sword to the ground, leaving a huge crack in the ground several meters long. This crack ended exactly at the feet of Gui Myeondok, who had managed to bounce out of the path of the strike. Judging from his dumbfounded look, it wasn't his exact plan and analytical calculations, but simply due to luck. Otherwise, the snake-class students would have not one teacher, but two only cut in two. Having tensed slightly before, Q Mak-ho now smirked relaxedly and even wanly. Questioning where his self-confidence from earlier had gone otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to dodge, but rather met the blow face to face with confidence. The man drew his sword again and attacked, causing all the disciples to take a step back from such a flow of internal ki energy. His eyes lit up as he carefully watched the ever-dodging Gui Myeondok, because these constant dodging and lack of direct attack were starting to piss him off. Lying in a ridiculous pose, the snake-class teacher once again suggested that he gather in the tavern instead of having a mud race. Instead of answering, he was immediately struck with a sword, from which he had to dodge again, as if he were in a frying pan. Gui Myeondok seemed like a weakling, but his stretching would be the envy of the most successful gymnasts. Even they couldn't all get into such poses. Seeing that single strikes were not working, Q Mak-ho used the triple strike technique. He was one of the hundreds of renowned Murium warriors for a reason. It was more difficult to dodge this blow, as it required him to fold himself in half, but the skinny stick like Gui Myeong-deok managed to do so as well. This kind of prevarication was getting to the man, making him even more furious. The sword and stick dance continued. Gui Myeong-deok's breath and stamina were starting to run out, because this wasn't a training session where you could do 30 squats and then delegate the rest to your students. You had to dodge the sword of a man who was aggressively against him. Jagalmi had been watching this fight along with her classmates, and considering their teacher never made his move or showed strength, she thought that was proof that he was a fake. Nam Gongmei was of a different opinion. He felt that considering that Gui Myeondok was still able to dodge, he was not a bad warrior. Otherwise, he had long since fallen under Q Mak-ho's pressure. He wanted to watch the fight as closely as he could because he felt something familiar in their teacher, and thought he could adopt at least the dodging skills. Q Mak-ho was in solidarity with the boy, for it seemed to him that Gui Myeong-deok was only dodging like this because he despised a man's weakness. Enraged by his own thoughts, he increased his pressure. With the yelp of a rabid dog, he tore into one of the final attacks. No amount of dodging was going to help. Before he knew it, the man's eyes lit up blue. However, Q Mak-ho's sword met not with the snake-class teacher, but with Yang Jun-hyuk's sword, which was small against him, coming up at the most perfect second. He apologized to the teacher for being so late, feeling that the blame was entirely his, and it made the anger at Q-Mac who turn into internal ki energy. It was this energy that helped him stand his ground against one of 100 of Muriem's finest warriors, fending off a blow that made even the stone he was standing on crack, leaving a huge web of cracks around him. All his muscles tensed up, yet he could not give up and let his teacher down. Seeing that the warrior had survived even under that blow of his, Q-Mac Ho breathed in as much air as he could into his nostrils and drew his sword for another strike. Ki energy filled Yang Junhyuk's entire body, strengthening his muscles and veins before taking this blow. The explosion was enormous. The students of the snake class were also watching this show, because although they were expecting a completely different result, they could not miss the battle between the two masters with such results. Nam Gong Mei felt uneasy as the voice in his head ordered him to keep looking, even though blood had already started to flow from his eyes. The poison at the point where his meridian crossed began to take over his body again, causing a violet ki energy to appear around him, so far unnoticed by others, but affecting him irreversibly. However, Gui Myondok, who was familiar with such a phenomenon, immediately noticed his condition and sighed, realizing what the consequences would be. He remembered how it had ended for him, but he couldn't affect it yet. And Q-Mac Hu gritted his teeth to a nasty grin, because time after time he was prevented from fighting normally and to lose to just a young warrior. Whoever he was, it is a terrible humiliation, unworthy of his high rank. Yang Junhyuk landed behind him, clutching his sword in his hand. Something about his movements made the pig class teacher think of the Red Flower faction, and he clarified if he was a member. He needed to deal with these people around him as soon as possible. However, he didn't want to start a battle knowing without the enemy's data. After introducing himself, the man confirmed his doubts by acknowledging his affiliation with the group and reporting directly to the head of the Mirroring Union, and apologized and asked him to stop fighting Gui Myondok because before Q-Mac Ho can get to his teacher, he must first lay the corpse of Yang Junhyuk at his feet. Outraged by such words, the bulky man questioned why he kept interfering with Pim's fair fight, but got no answer. Then, seeing that the battle would continue because Q-Mac Ho wasn't going to calm down, the warrior stood up in the stance he had adopted from his father. Since his father was quite famous, Q-Mac Ho immediately realized that he had already seen a person with this technique before. His memories flashed back to those terrible moments he had met once upon a time when many people had suffered unjustly. Standing in the middle of the blazing village, the warriors who had picked up their swords looked on in horror at the monster in front of them, who had committed this terrible act. His aura turned purple, his eyes darkened and went crazy, and the veins all over his body bulged, as if he had mixed Mentos and Coke. The warriors knew that they had to stop this monster. However, the man was a demonic sword warrior before he went insane, so the difficulty of overthrowing such a person was multiplied by 2. Q-Mac Ho thought that they had killed that man. However, apparently he still had a son who had adopted the technique. But he wasn't afraid after all. He had been improving all these years, and although the guy in front of him impressed him with his steadiness, he couldn't be compared to a seasoned warrior, and Q-Mac Ho was ready to prove it to him with his fists. However, the battle never came to fruition because Nam Gong Mei's sudden scream interrupted all their plans. The guy grabbed his eyes as the poison inside him spread too deep. None of his classmates understood what had happened to him. For just a moment ago, he was standing perfectly fine. But Gui Myondok immediately flew towards him, ignoring the swordmasters frozen in battle stances, and his status as a teacher he needed to help someone who couldn't manage without his help. Squatting down, the boy held his head, unable to unbend. Yang Junhyuk looked shocked in the teacher's direction, as he was only focused on the guilt eating away at him for leaving the teacher alone, in spite of his assignment before. Seeing that the focus of attention had completely shifted away from him, Koo Mak-ho made the decision to reschedule the fight for another time, and not to interfere with their problems right now. No matter how young Junhyuk thought these words were overly pathos, all he could do was fold his hands in front of him, showing respect to the sword master, and send him away. But Koo Mak-ho had already realized that, to get his hands on Gui Myeondok, he needed to split them up with his assistant, and he planned to do so in the near future. His showdown with the man who preferred dodges instead of direct attacks wasn't over yet. Koo Mak-ho didn't have the skill of seeing the back, and it was worth developing it, because it would save his life in moments like this. Because even though Gui Myeondok was treating his student by putting him on the ground in a horizontal position and putting a cold palm on his eyes, he could hear everything perfectly. And the grim look from beneath his bangs foreshadowed hours of hellish torment for the man. After a while, Koo Mak-ho sat and meditated, releasing his internal energy. He kept thinking about how he could fight the teacher of another class and announce it to everyone to get publicity, as some strange sound caught his attention. The sound was no longer repeated, and there was complete emptiness and silence around the man. So the man exhaled, summoning his restraint and calm, and once again attempting to sink into a trance state that facilitated a quick recovery of the internal energy he had expanded during today's fight. There was no way to calm down, because a suggestion was breathed out in his ear to end the Pimu bout that Koo Mak-ho was so eager to start. The man didn't know about this twist in horror movies, so he fearfully stood up and grabbed his sword, holding it out against the voice in the darkness. He was greatly stressed by the fact that even standing in front of him, he couldn't locate the stranger, literally unable to feel his energy. However, the distinctive mask and the mention of battle told him that this was the same Gui Myeondok he was so eager to fight. The eyes in the slits of the mask glowed with madness, and a monstrously strong internal ki energy surged out of the Black Flower faction member, as if he had remembered something special that energized his energy with certain emotions. Koo Mak-ho couldn't tolerate strangers in his territory, and even the terrible rumors and bad reputation of Gui Myeondok didn't scare him. So he launched an attack on the man, feeling that he needed to take revenge. The rematch failed. Just one finger from Gui Myeondok was enough for the huge sword to shatter into tiny shards, like it was made of sugar when they met. Koo Mak-ho's eyes bulged unbelievingly, and the Black Flower faction member didn't plan to stop there. This wasn't just a warning, but an attempt to vent some emotion for himself and his students. With just one finger, Gui Myeondok destroyed his weapon that had faithfully served the man for so long. He wasn't going to stop there, invisibly attacking Koo Mak-ho with only his eyes glowing with an unearthly blue luminescence to indicate his trajectory. The man's finger lit up with blue internal ki energy, concentrating on its tip. And following that, huge rays of light pierced through Koo Mak-ho's body, as if he was a melted ice cream rather than a living person. Memories of his dark past, in which the same rays of light had dealt with an entire army in seconds, sparing absolutely no one, flashed through Gui Myeondok's mind. His entire life had been spent in battles not for life but for death, and he was used to being ruthless to his enemies and to those who were his targets. It was only at the last moment that he woke up from the strange obsession, reminding himself that he was not on a battlefield right now, but at a Pimu battle, that is, a normal battle of honor, which meant that he could not kill someone at the Bait Military Academy. Though injured, he still let Koo Mak-ho go, checking with him if there was still any doubt about his qualifications to be a teacher. Of course, the pig's class teacher hurriedly apologized and assured him that he was mistaken and had no claim, And at least the hand still clutching his throat was a valid reason for him to say just that. After flashing his blue power for the last time, Gui Myondok said that he was new among the teachers, so he would still need the big man's help and guidance in the future. With these words, Ku Mak Hu's private courtyard emptied, as if the beating had never happened, and only the wounds on his body and the broken sword were evidence that the man had not dreamed at all. He shuddered, belatedly realizing who he had challenged and whose strength he doubted, now having no desire to stick his nose out and face Kwai Myung Diok again. And Gui Myondok himself would quickly return to his place with the help of Qi Gong, while he still had time, bouncing off the trees and developing tremendous speed. Unfortunately, he didn't make it in time, and before he even got to where Anna would have been alone, a clot of blood escaped from under his mask with a cough. The intensity of the coughing and weakness in his chest forced the Cerulean Flower faction member to stop by a tree and catch his breath, leaving behind more and more blood after all. He wasn't fit for normal life, no matter how much his mentor Kwag Yun wanted him to be. The next day, Nam Gong Mei continued to lie unconscious at the healer's house. Finally, he woke up and even found the strength to jerk himself up on the bed. Feeling unable to open his eyes, the boy reached up and removed the white bandage obstructing his vision, trying to proceed with caution. His eyes had been badly hurt the last time, and now his pupils were blurred, as if to hint a few more instances like this, and he might well lose his sight. Nam Gong Mei rubbed them nervously, realizing that last time he had overspent his strength and didn't calculate it correctly. Suddenly, his attention was caught by Gui Myondok, who asked how the boy was feeling. It turns out the man had been lying next to the hot stones on his back the whole time. The boy was surprised to see his teacher lying next to him, and wondered what had happened in the time he had been out. After waving him off by saying that he was just tired, Gui Myondok asked a question that interested him much more: what exactly the boy was doing with his eyes that he had gotten so injured. Clutching the blanket he was sitting on with his hand, Nam Gong Mei still didn't hide the fact that he wanted to watch as closely as possible as his teacher dodged Ku Mak Hu's attacks. Familiar with his condition and such power, the man realized that the boy had most likely enhanced his vision to catch even the smallest details of that fight, causing him to flail about like that. Cunningly playing the role of a weakling, Gui Myondok tried to get up from the bed and decided to act out a skit to see his ward's reaction. He stated with a horrible shudder that if Ku Mak Ho had been more serious in his intentions and Yang Jun Hyuk had been a little more late, then another fight would have ended in his teacher's wake, to which Nam Gong Mei didn't fall for it and said that he believed in his true personality and saw that Ku Mak Hu wouldn't have been able to touch his teacher. Having stopped hiding, Gui Myondok asked if the boy knew how dangerous the power he was trying to use was. Nam Gong Mei squeezed his palm, surprised that someone had managed to expose him in such a short time, although he hadn't even told his family, and confessed that his father had forbidden him to use his internal Q energy, or else he would be poisoned by the poison sitting inside him. However, remembering his perfect and successful family members, each celebrating as successful young adults, he couldn't help but want more for himself. Kneeling down, he asked the dressed Gui Myondok to train him and help him become stronger. Gui Myondok threatened that the power that lurks in the child could ruin his life if he didn't know how to use it. Nam Gong Mei wasn't scared. He knew he would do anything to not be a loser anymore. And it hit something deep inside Gui Myondok. For in the boy, he remembered himself from many years ago, and was saddened at the same time, because he knew Nam Gong Mei would follow in his footsteps, which meant he might make his mistakes. He thought about the fact that he needed to know the reason why the child of a wealthy family was so eager to become stronger by any means necessary, even the hardest. However, he had now his given answer. He could teach Nam Gong Mei if that was his wish. Meanwhile, in one of the settlements, the warriors holding weapons for defense couldn't help but shudder at the sight of the one who attacked them and his style of combat. The next moment, all that was left of them were lifeless bodies. In one fell swoop, the unknown had dealt with them all. He was surrounded by blue flashes of internal ki power, and his face was covered with a mask, so it was impossible to recognize his face. The huge, pumped-up muscle bubbling warrior tried to step out to meet this unknown, hoping for strength that had never failed him before. However, in the next moment, his head flew to the masked man's feet, and a look of incomprehension froze on his face, as if even before he died, he hadn't realized what had happened. The elders and members of the settlement were shocked by the inexplicable cruelty. One of them fell to his knees, trying to save his life and promising to never forget the goodness of the day, though he himself didn't have much faith that such a thing would stop this man from carnage. Suddenly, the stranger spoke, in a quiet and indifferent voice, asking if the people here knew him. The old man shook himself, analyzing his weapons, fighting style, and appearance, or rather, the white and red patterned mask, hiding his appearance and the blue flashes of power, everything that was known about Gumyeondok. After he voiced his guess, the masked man swung his iron whip, declaring that no one should know about him. And at least by this feature of his, it was clear to the knowledgeable that he was not the real Gumyeondok. Heads flew, however, and there was no more to the proceedings. Meanwhile, far away from all this hell, Nam Gong Mei sat in the training room and meditated. Or rather, tried his best to. He remembered that the previous day the teacher had informed him that he could take the child as his personal student and show him how to use this power. However, it was necessary to start with analyzing the structure of his body and its peculiarities after all. The boy was not like other children. Inside him, his source of power split into two parts. One held the accumulated internal energy, and the other was the poison that would destroy him. When he tried to tap into his internal ki energy, the poison that was in the upper half would rise even higher and start traveling through his veins and vessels, poisoning him and preventing him from being able to tap into pure power. The boy was surprised, for in small quantities he could use pure energy, but that was impossible with the scheme his teacher had mentioned. However, Gumyeondok explained that another characteristic of his, the name Gun clan he came from, played a significant role. After all, the boy was so gifted like the rest of the children of the Nam Gong family. The internal pure energy was stored not only in the source, but also in the entire body in tiny amounts, and these were the ones the boy had used before. Nam Gong Mei felt his whole world collapsing, for this meant one thing. His father had saved his life, but he couldn't dream of anything more. His teacher reminded him again that he was from the Nam Gun family, and that changed everything drastically. Although he couldn't accept it, he put his head down, apologizing for his boldness and asking for help with his training, for he was a useless student. Gumyeondok couldn't take it anymore, and said that it was within his power to change that and break new ground, but warned that it would be very difficult. In the end, it was literally fate itself that brought them together and gave the boy hope in the form of Gumyeondok. The man stated that the boy needed to learn to control his internal energy first, which caused the boy to be logically outraged after all. He had just stated that when he used that energy, the poison would begin to slowly kill him. However, Gumyeondok explained that he had to use the special method of Yogongyang, the method of pumping energy back out. At the child's words that everyone knows the dire consequences of using such a method, where the flow of energy cannot be stopped and the body gets physically harmed or becomes too weak. Gumyeondok confirmed the danger and that such a method is not used for training by their clan. If the ordinary energy management method was a calm, sunny road, then the Yogongyang method was a rocky abyss, where every step could be the last. Yet only with this method could Nam Gong Mei gain strength. The boy listened to him with his mouth open, suddenly realizing that his dream was just a stone's throw away from him. It was only necessary to agree and listen to the teacher. Kui Mayung Diok hurriedly returned to his business, saying lastly that mastering this method would be the only prerequisite before beginning their training together. Right now, Nam Gong Mei was puzzling over how to use this method, because everything was simple and clear in words, but nothing worked in practice. Pulling himself together again, he tried to focus and try again. He had long-awaited power and training with a master ahead of him. He couldn't give up so easily. The boy was pushing and didn't notice his classmates watching him. Looking at his eagerness, trembling and lurching, they suggested that perhaps he wanted to go to the bathroom. Finding himself in the midst of the devastation, the man lay on his textbooks and scrolls, scrawled on one of them for protection from the sunlight, and rested. Yang Junhyuk knocked on his office door and asked to enter, immediately receiving lazy permission. He started picking up the mess as if it was his daily routine and casually asked a question about the pig class teacher, who was rumored to be seriously injured. His suspicion, despite the teacher's lazy appearance, only grew stronger. Gui Myondok yawned infectiously, and the book flew off him, revealing all the same black eyes. He wondered if his partner really needed to know about it, stretching. A silent pause descended on the messy office, as Gui Myondok still wasn't going to give a definite answer, and the warrior pondered what to report to Kwag Yon. As if reading his thoughts, Gui Myondok inquired about the purpose of the man's interest, and mentioned the reports, for they were no secret to him. Yang Junhyuk lowered his eyes, humbly accepting his defeat. The man got up from his books and walked towards the exit of the office, informing him that anything could be mentioned in the report. But wellness should be written about as well. As he stopped just before the door, the teacher also mentioned that he was planning to visit Kwag Yoon soon, so he wouldn't need to go into too much detail, as he would tell us a lot of things himself. In the meanwhile, the disciples were practicing in full swing, and all but Nam Gong Mei were performing very well, even though they were sweating profusely from the exertion. They were jogging, pulling rocks, fighting all together against Yang Junhyuk, and generally trying to get all the benefits of training at Baek Military Academy. Right now, Nam Gong Mei was fighting Wonpyo, honing his strikes and defense. The boy marveled at how fast the Shaolin monk was, and how skillfully and effortlessly he fended off all his blows, thinking that it was all down to a secret technique that all the monks were trained in. The sudden lunge from Wonpyo and his eyes blazing with power made the boy cringe, realizing that he wouldn't be able to dodge such a blow. However, he too had Daogaiti. Nam Gong Mei was grateful for this kind of peculiar support from his classmate, but offered to continue the fight. He tried to kick his opponent as fast as he could, but the monk was no joke. The boy blocked the blow, steadying himself on 2 feet flat, and instead of flying off on his own, flipped Nam Gong Mei in midair. And then he stood in a pose of innocence and offered to continue talking about techniques for releasing inner energy. Nam Gong Ma was surprised to recognize that the new method suggested by his classmate was working wonderfully, and he finally began to feel some movement of energy in the meridians. The point was to look at the cultivation method from a different perspective, and not to send the energies forcibly to another place, but to simply flip the inner source, and it was working, though still very slowly. Jagami and Yoon Ring were standing nearby, stretching their legs, and if Yoon Ring was suffering during this training session, Jagami was watching Nam Gong Mei's process and couldn't help but snort disdainfully. She said that finally this semblance of training would end, and the real drills would begin, and Yoon Ring felt a shiver go through her body, for compared to the steady Jagami she felt like jelly in the wind. Uncomfortable, and wanting to go back to the refrigerator, where it wouldn't be so hot. Jigami explained that rumor has it that all 12 classes will have to go outside and practice in the open. Mo Yongbo suddenly walked over to the two of them, and as Jigami practicing stopped, Yoon Ring also exhaled in relief. The girl snorted when she heard Mo Yongbo speak quite like the older generation, and ordered him to stop speaking so formally. However, when asked if she would like to be captain, she said she had not the slightest intention. Yoon Ring also joined her words, for she didn't have any special strength or advantages to be a captain. Mo Yongbo heard her and believed her words, imperceptibly breathing out a sigh of relief after all. The girl was a strong opponent, and then looked in the direction where the sounds of suffering came from. There, weeping at the effort involved and the complexity of the new method, was Nam Gong Mei in the company of Wumpio, holding a plaque with his hands to the sky. Meanwhile, Tang Wizhu also released his internal ki energy, checking the condition of his body, and especially his fractured arm. At last he removed the bandages and saw a healthy hand and fingers. But he felt that they had not yet fully recovered, and this only made his deafening anger grow stronger. When he left the room, he miraculously met his teacher with a bandaged chest, looking at him grimly. Of course, the boy bowed to him, playing the dutiful student as if he wasn't the one who had made the whole story in which his teacher was hurt. Tang Weiju smirked, looking at how battered he looked, and was sure that the snake class students were much worse off, for he was confident in Kumaku's strength. But the bulky man walking past him only advised him to recover and stay out of the way. Feeling that he had not realized his mistake, Kumako looked gloomily at Tang Weiju, reiterating anew, prying into the snake class, much less his teacher, was absolutely not allowed. Tang Weiju was startled by this look, but he immediately tucked his tail and said that he didn't plan to do anything bad, and that he just wanted to know if his master was all right. Kumaku didn't believe him. He once again warned his student not to do anything foolish, for apparently he knew him well enough to understand his serpentine, insidious nature. He also clarified that it would be beyond Tang Ji-woo's ability to handle it. With these words, issuing his last Chinese warning, Kumako went about his business, leaving the boy, displeased at this outcome, behind him. Tang Ziwu's fist clenched by itself, and the veins protruding on it from the tension were a testament to his extreme anger. He couldn't believe that he had dared to be so humiliated by his own teacher, and those kids who had humiliated him earlier went unpunished, as if he was the only one to blame for what had happened. The boy desperately didn't want to admit that he was really the cause of all this comfort. Meanwhile, the very test that Jigami had mentioned earlier was being prepared, and various mentors were converging in one place to entrust the students of the Baek Military Academy with their escort and find blossoming talents. Teachers of all grades had to keep track of how their students' assignments were going. However, one of the teachers distinguished himself as always. Wu Kuok-yoon's game tower of wooden logs even fell down when he heard the request of his most loyal follower. The old man interrogated him once more to make sure he didn't have a hearing problem from old age. However, Gui Myondok obediently repeated that he was asking for permission to hold a special test for his students, because the previous tests had shown a good result, and he wanted to continue the success. Kwag-yeon was a little unsure, as he trusted Gui Myondok on one hand, but on the other hand, he didn't want to put any of his students in danger. Gui Myondok asked to show a little more trust because he's already been made a teacher, so now he can't disappoint Kwag-yeon and let down his expectations. Of course, this made the old master even more stressed out. After all, he feared that the students of the snake class would be taught the techniques taught by the members of the Black Flower faction, which were very brutal trainings that not everyone could withstand. Gui Myondok had nothing left but another request to trust him. With a sigh, Union head Marim gave a wave, and allowed the test to be changed, thinking only that Yang Jun-hyuk would have to be given one more additional task to see to the safety of the disciples. However, no sooner had he started lecturing and safety rules than Gui Myeondok vanished into thin air, leaving behind only dust, wind, and a ruined game tower. Meanwhile, the students continued to walk out of the main building of the Baek Military Academy, accompanied by those they were supposed to be guarding. Nam Gong-mach and the other students in the snake class swept up that everyone looked very happy and excited, because this was the first major test like this. All 5 of them gathered in one place, but their assignment was still no way out of the academy. Suddenly, as he was considering his surroundings, Nam Gong-mei noticed Nam Gun-jif-yoon, a younger cousin from a side branch of the clan, who was also looking at his friend with surprise. The boy immediately ran up to Nam Gong-mei, proving that they really have a good relationship. After asking around, it turned out that Nam Gun-jif-yoon had gotten into the sheep class, and Nam Gong-mei couldn't help but admit that this choice of class suited him very well, because the child lacked strength and determination, but it was all contrived on the bright side. He wanted to know how the other classes were training, so he asked how long ago they had finished with theory and moved on to practical training. The boy asked confusedly what the question was about. Their training started immediately, without postponements or any theory. Nam Gong-mei couldn't help but be surprised by such a thing, because he could see that he wasn't being deceived. But he still remembered the torture instead of training, during which they were read dry theory about how true warriors should act, who were worthy to defend the honor of the Miriam Alliance, and how his bones ached after those squats with the stone. He tried to think of the words their teacher had stitched them with, but he hadn't even heard anything like that, though he appreciated the terrifying name of the technique they were learning. It gave the boy an understanding the curriculum they were taught had a difference from what the rest of the class was going through, due to the personality of their teacher. His younger cousin asked him if the rumors that the snake class had a member of the Black Flower group, the Great and Terrible One, were true, to which Nam Gong-mei replied that there was nothing to fear about Gui Myeondok, because he was actually a very good person. Jagalmi and Mo Young-bo couldn't agree with him, not realizing who had tricked their classmate like that. Finally, the boy also ran off, following his group, and gradually only the snake class students were left waiting for the person they were to accompany. The boys started to get a little worried, but Jagami reassured everyone with her usual self-assurance that they just had to wait for the master. But the thought had already flashed through Nam Gong-mei's mind that if their first trial was different from the others, then their teacher could be creative in this trial as well. As if in response to his thoughts, Gui Myeondok appeared from the Baek Military Academy, accompanied by his indispensable warrior. He said that his students should follow him and not ask unnecessary questions, for their assignment was being led entirely by him, and there was no need to wait for anyone else. Jagalmi was, as always, displeased with this kind of self-rule by their teacher. There was nothing to do, however, so the children obediently followed him, and they had to walk for quite a mile before they stopped in surprise at a sign announcing that they had now come to the City Defense Corps. Meanwhile, strangely dressed people with strangely unclear intentions came out of the enclosure. Clinging to their robes, a man crawled out behind them, from his clothing resembling an official or something. The warriors did not appreciate such a load, and first they ordered the man to get off, and then they drew a sharp sword, with which they wanted to separate the clingy man from themselves. The man froze fearfully, looking at the blade approaching him. Similarly, Mo Young-bo was not tolerated, and faster than the speed of sound, he tore off to intercept the warriors' weapons, leaving behind the surprised classmates. Gui Myeondok was not surprised, but Yang Junhaik was very surprised, but both of them silently followed the developments. Even though he was a child, he was still considered one of the most promising heirs of the younger generation, so even the seasoned warrior was uneasy when his forearm was gripped in a powerful grip, even by a boy who had come out of nowhere. Feeling the steel grip, the man was amazed at this amazing strength. His accomplice wanted to make a joke, seeing that he was unresponsive, and asked him to let the child live and not to be too angry with him. However, was surprised that the man suddenly started shaking his whole body, feeling his muscles tearing apart. Gui Myeondok and Yang Jun-hyuk remained mute witnesses to the scene and made no attempt to either help the warriors or the student. Sensing that no one would stop them, the leader of this gang commanded to go on the attack altogether, deciding to overwhelm the kid with the number and overall experience of years spent fighting. However, Mo Yongbo's sword and speed was much higher and stronger, and thus the warriors' swords cracked just as Ku Mak-ho's sword had previously cracked from Ji Yeon-dok's finger. While the men were in frustration, unable to understand how something like this could have happened, Mo Yongbo slowed down behind them. So, they were all seated inside the building, except they weren't tied up, considering the mess they'd made. Gui Myeondok, sitting in front of them, asked to explain what was going on here. The leader of the gang never introduced himself, informed them that they were mercenaries, and they required a minimum payment of 50 coins before rendering their services, but they were only offered to pay 15, of course. They were no match for that. The very man dressed as an official on the other side tried to defend that he would certainly pay the remaining amount, because he kept his word. The warrior did not appreciate his words and angrily declared his refusal to work under such conditions. However, he was a bit worried about the strength of the child who had stopped him earlier, and the warrior standing next to him, and so he didn't dare to draw his sword again. Gui Myeondok had been overlooked as usual, thinking him to be frail and harmless. In general, the ringleader now categorically refused to take the job even if he was paid the full amount. Behind him, the rest of the mercenaries left as well. Now the official felt depressed, realizing that his hope had just gone. And behind their backs, Yang Jun-hyuk inaudibly told Mo Yongbo that he had noticed how he had restrained his strength. The thing the man was most worried about when accepting this disciple. He didn't hesitate to praise the boy's restraint with a slight smile. A child who had been persecuted at home for lack of diligence, and the need to bring glory and honor by his actions to the family. This praise was almost euphoric. Finally, the conversation got back on track, and the man introduced himself as the master of one of Wang Sobong's city defenses and thanked him for his help earlier. At Nam Gongmei's admiring words about the city's defenses being handled by the patriarch of one of the clans himself, Jagalmi snorted that the boy should refresh his knowledge of the masters of the city's defenses, for this man was clearly a commoner. Nam Gongmei apologized, as usual, not taking her sarcasm seriously. But the others listened to her, noting her denotation. Suddenly, Gui Myeondok, who had been silent until then, stood up from his seat and walked over to Wang Sobong. The teacher asked Wang Sobong to tell the story of what happened before these mercenaries came, and why this money situation happened in the first place. It turns out that this city defense used to be very popular, but at one point the owners of other city defenses entered into a criminal conspiracy, and gradually the road to the defense became empty. The number of internal guards had to be reduced, and then even began to hire mercenaries. But those were lured away by money from other owners. Such a story did not leave anyone indifferent, because there was injustice. Except for Jagalmi, who accused Wang Sobong of lacking management skills and the ability to negotiate and pressure others. She still had no way of understanding how this was relevant to their assignment. If they were supposed to be accompanying one of the masters on a road trip rather than hanging out here. Wang Sobong didn't take offense at her words, because he really didn't feel like a great manager, and he couldn't help them in any way, because there were no masters passing by here. Gui Myeondok smirked, finally feeling that his finest hour had arrived. He loudly declared that their assignment was not to accompany the masters, but to become mercenaries for this city's defense. The children were once again subject to excitement and shock therapy. Meanwhile, in one of the city's defenses that had previously colluded in a criminal conspiracy, the very mercenaries who had previously harassed Wang Sobong arrived. They kneeled before the master who paid them money, but the latter was not impressed by their loyalty, for the main thing he was interested in was the unfulfilled task the warriors reported their escape when things did not go according to plan. Of course, that couldn't have derailed him much, for then he wouldn't be in his high position. So when the mercenaries, horrified at what could be done to them for failing the mission, told the mercenaries who had come to Wayne Sobong's city defense, the master of the local city defense, Kwok tasked and informed him that it didn't matter to him who helped him achieve his goal, them or anyone else. After all, his plan can't be disrupted by some miscreants. The owner of the city's defense corps said they were having a little financial difficulty, because he was afraid his saviors would refuse to help him. However, Gui Myeondok answered him that there were 15 coins for each of them, and there was no problem with that. He asked for a night's lodging and food, but smiled slyly, already anticipating what awaited the children. Wang Sobong was a little hesitant because, although according to the outfits, the guests were from noble houses, but he wasn't sure if they could handle it, and certainly not whether they will give up the job by overestimating their strengths. However, he had nothing to lose by their temporary assistance, so he obediently bowed his head and thanked. Everyone gathered in the plaza in front of the defense complex, and the students began to listen to instructive lectures from Gui Myeondok. He read out various words to them about how they should fight to strengthen their magic power, and that his snake class would not participate in training that only simulated real combat because he wanted his students to gain real experience. Though some had doubts about it, like Jigalmi, yet they acquiesced to it all. Gui Myeondok continued, saying that they would definitely meet some bandits on the trade routes to practice their skills on. Of course, since they aren't real mercenaries, fighting the mercenaries will be a real fight in which they will use real weapons. The man asked to see all the weapons they had brought with them and began to analyze them. All of the students showed their daggers or swords, and although Gui Myeondok frowned, he didn't say anything, even in the case of Wonpyo, who only folded his hands in a flailing gesture. Nam Gongmei himself displayed a wooden sword. Gui Myeondok looked thoughtfully at the boy, taking the wooden sword with him for real combat, and tried to figure out what he should do with such students. And suddenly, even though not everyone's weapons were satisfactory, he suddenly said that they had prepared quite well. And then his plan became clear, because Gui Myeondok had just confiscated their weapons and demanded Yang Jun-hyuk to bring the weapons he had brought with him originally. While looking so sneaky and pretty, the guys had to be nervous given his personality. Gui Myeondok threw a strange-looking bag and said that he had been watching the children all this time, and so he had prepared the necessary suitable weapons for them. For example, they were old-looking, tattered swords that looked like they had been through a lot of fighting, so it looked like they would crumble to dust after a single touch. Mo Yongbo didn't understand how they could fight with such a weapon. However, afterward, the teacher said that all these swords were only here for one Mo Yongbo. The boy did not hesitate, for he was the successor of a wealthy family and spent all his time perfecting his sword skills, and openly declared that it was not a sword but a piece of old iron. When Gui Myeondok objected to him, the boy lectured him of the sword that the teacher had confiscated from him earlier, and told him that that sword was their family's treasure and an ancient relic that would cut even stone. The man examined the blade and agreed with him. However, since he wasn't going to give him the sword, Mo Yongbo nervously asked what he should do if the blade in his hands fell apart. But the teacher wasn't easily confused, and he grinned. He just needed to take the sword next from the 10 provided. In order to end the argument, Gui Myeondok, as if he was a good psychologist, tried to get the boy emotional by suggesting that Mo Yongbo was simply too weak and only relied on his sword rather than his fighting skills. Mo Yongbo couldn't bear it. Now it's time to mock Jagalmi. Gui Myeondok acknowledged that her sword was beautiful, but she replied completely indifferently that she had no attachment to the sword, and there was nothing outstanding about it. The man gave her a chugchuk, a small bamboo piper in her hands, and it put her in a state of complete shock. She looked at him with mad eyes and did not understand what she had even forgotten here. This blowpipe was not a bad weapon for those who were proficient in the Yumgong technique, that is, restraining martial arts through sound. The girl didn't become indignant, understanding Gui Myeondok's personality. And so she said that she would demonstrate her skills in 2 days. For Yoon Rieng, the teacher had prepared a sling with throwing arrows, and Vanyo handed over something like a nunchuck, and the boy still as silently accepted the weapon. When it was Nam Gong Mei's turn, he expected something incredible. However, no weapons were handed to him by Gui Myeondok, because he needed to catch up with the rest of the group in skills first, before practicing with real weapons. Nam Gong Mei said that he didn't have a method that would help him catch up with the others quickly, and he still wasn't doing well with his teacher's past method. Gui Myeondok cheered him up about how everything would be fine, because the boy had already activated his eye energy, and something like that required a lot of effort and concentration. The teacher was carried away again and began to read out a lecture on who the Chai energy works and how to transfer internal energy to external energy. So, if there were only 5 types of energy that each had their own clear position, the child had those positions mixed up, and it was more difficult for him. However, this phrase unexpectedly helped Nam Gong Mei realize and understand exactly what he needed to do. And at the top of one of the mountains sat an old man with shabby hobo clothes and complained that no one was seeing him off, since he was from a clan of hobos that everyone usually disliked. So, forced to stay in the defense complex, Mo Yongbo sat like a master and examined the sword provided, trying to figure out how to work with it, if it was such a useless iron. The rest of them were practicing with their pipes to show their teacher that they could do better. Wonpyo was learning the nunchaku, and Yoon Rieng was practicing throwing knives. Gui Myeondok said with a confident look that from now on they were getting normal training in real combat, and not some semblance of it like the other classes. He reported that their job is to protect the Urban Defense Corps and help successfully complete the transport trip, and anything can happen along the way, so they need to be careful as this is a real fight, not a game. Not only did they need to practice, but first and foremost, they needed to protect the head of the defensive corps and the product itself. Once this test was over and the class captain would be chosen, so they didn't need to relax for a minute. All the kids looked on eagerly, expecting them to give their best effort, especially readable in Mo Yongbo's eyes, who needed to come back with an honorable first place in everything. And in the thick of the forest, dark hooded figures were already waiting for future victims. The corps, because of the large wagon and the amount of merchandise, moved quite slowly, not the name of being able to hurry. Nam Gong Mei constantly looked around, waiting for some sort of attack, sensing that something was wrong. Gui Myeondok lay in one of the wagons and slept sweetly, trying to get rid of the bags under his eyes and his perpetual state of sleep deprivation. Finally, they took a small break because everyone was tired from the road. The boy moved farther away from everyone to continue his training, even at a time like this, and diligently stood on his hands, head downward, to shift the center of his internal energy downward, in a mechanical way. Just as it began to feel something inside, its weak stamina failed it, and Nam Gongmei collapsed onto its back. However, he was still surprisingly satisfied because he had finally felt the guiding thread, and was now certain that the teacher's words were not lies. Of course, it was dangerous, because if one applied internal energy in the opposite direction from the meridian point, the body would receive a serious kickback. He still wondered if he had enough of the very determination that would allow him to risk his own life like that. Suddenly, his introspection and doubts were interrupted by Kubyu Imyongdok, who had stopped sleeping and had come with his purpose. He was advised that this is not the time to train, and it is not the right place. When Nam Gongma wanted to ask his teacher something important about training, the teacher made a horrified face and ordered him to go back to the night watch. Of course, arguing with such a person, knowing his capabilities, so immediately ran from the clearing away to his seat. Left alone, Gui Myondok turned to those in the shadows, and snorting contemptuously at the fact that they were planning to kill a weak little kid, ordered everyone to come out to him in the open, because he wanted to fight them. When there was no response to his phrase, the man laughed, saying that simply lowering his heads for cover would be useless when it came to his skills. Apparently realizing that they had been exposed, the mercenaries stepped into the light with understandable intentions. Seeing his frail appearance, they didn't believe he could be a hindrance to them, so they ordered him not to get cocky, but something about him alerted them not enough to take him seriously. Of course. One of the mercenaries suddenly laughed and said that he understood. Such a thing made Gui Myondok confused, as he was the one who didn't understand anything. The mercenary explained to him that Gui Myondok was just trying to give the child time to escape, and he hadn't planned to fight them, so he was acting so boldly. They are all surrounded by the man, seeing nothing terrifying to them in his weak appearance. Well, they should have taken care of their health and their safety, because as soon as Gui Myondok heard that the mercenaries wanted to kill not only the child, but also the entire trade convoy, he took out a white mask with red patterns from his clothes. The poorly trained mercenaries didn't know the origin of this mask, and so they laughed and said that the jokes were over. At the leader's order, one of the mercenaries rushed to attack Gui Myondok. Before the sword even touched the man, the mask had already risen on Gui Myondok's face. And for the mercenaries, it was a death sentence. A teacher will never let his students touch his students, their assignment, or question his role as a teacher. Seeing that the one he had sent earlier in the attack lay defeated and trembling, completely unable to fight, the head of the mercenaries realized that the development of events was different from what he had imagined. Suddenly, Gui Myondok vanished into thin air. The head of the mercenaries was worried, realizing that they wouldn't be released so easily. And he was right. After all, the man had gotten behind his back and one by one got rid of unwanted mercenaries who dared to plot bad things against his students. A few clear blows were enough, thanks to his vast combat experience, for the mercenaries to lose consciousness and the will to resist. To be fair, it should be said that they attempted to attack as a group, wanting to gain an advantage, if not in quality of force, then at least in quantity after all. They weren't the usual brigands easily panicked. However, their efforts were utterly defeated, as they themselves were lying in the dust and without the strength to even lift a finger, let alone continue the battle. Seeing the fighting style and his skills, the head of the mercenaries finally realized that the person in front of them was no ordinary person and recognized Gui Myondok. He ordered his subordinates to be careful and use a special internal poison technique. The mercenaries grouped together and decided to repeat the fate of their predecessors, somehow feeling that once they recognized the identity of the enemy, they had a shield against his actions and were no longer afraid of his fighting skills. The mention of internal poison made Gui Myondok angry, because the rumor that he uses this skill came from his alias, so we understand that Gui Myondok is not his real name. It's just a cover. The man's eyes glowed a deep blue color, demonstrating his displeasure. A special power was concentrated in his hand, and he aimed at the mercenaries without much discomfort. He didn't need to harness much internal ki energy, only for such third-rate opponents. He scattered the tall, bulky men like bowling pins, despite his outwardly preserved thinness. No one could escape his grasp, so it was no surprise that in an instant he had the throat of one of the mercenaries in his hands, holding the man aloft effortlessly. He wasn't going to send him into unconsciousness right away. He wanted to start by talking about who had ordered the attack on this city defense corps, and what was really going on behind those walls in the first place. In the meantime, the camp was quiet and peaceful. Neither the students nor the members of the wagon were aware of any battles in the neighboring clearing, much less of the fact that their weak-looking teacher was involved. Even Yang Jun-hyuk, who was watching the children from the sidelines and noticing how carefully they continued to study the weapons they were given, didn't notice the absence of the one he was supposed to be watching. Suddenly, he heard Kui Myung-deok's demand to come to him, and he looked around in surprise. Seeing that there was no one around, which meant he could only hear the order with his special skill of transmitting sound at a distance, the man felt that he had once again made the mistake of leaving the teacher unattended. Forgetting about all the students and past deeds, he rushed to where Gwai Myeondok was pointing. When he arrived at the place, he saw a marvelous picture of the bodies of the mercenaries strewn all over the clearing, and Gwai Myeondok himself sitting on a rock, looking at him expectantly. He also made a joke about Yang Jun-hyuk being late, and although no facial expression could be seen under the mask, no one doubted that there must be a sly expression there. The man was surprised that a member of the Red Flower faction had dealt with all of them, for he hadn't expected to see him in action since he had taken off his mask, and even dared to ask if he had killed everyone. He even lowered his mask as if he wanted to show that he had nothing to hide. He only kills people on missions, and he doesn't allow himself such liberty in normal times. It only broke all the joints in their bodies and destroyed the internal source of crossing all the meridians, meaning they would hardly be able to recover quickly and utilize Kai energy. The warrior had not expected such a response from the simple and weak Gwai Myeondok, having forgotten his true identity during the time they had been together. However, now was not the time to talk about that, for the main problem was what had actually happened. Having tortured one of the mercenaries earlier, Gwai Myeondok had an answer to that. The secret, insidious plans to gain control of the city defense corps were far more terrifying than he had originally thought. So he entrusted the care of the students and their training in real battles with brigands to Yang Jun-hyuk, and the latter agreed that he would see to it that the children fought only those who were at their best, not well-trained warriors, and was immediately surprised to realize that the teacher was planning to leave them for a while, and also at such a difficult moment when additional details about the assignment they had accepted came to light. Gwai Myung-deok only tapped the man on the shoulder, reassuring him that he could do it without him. Yang Jun-hyuk inquired again, wondering where he was going. Fucking up his words, looking up at the full moon, Gwai Myeondok said he was going home, though he never gave an explanation for his words, no matter how much his student expected it. Yang Jun-hyuk was just heading back to the campsite, still pondering where exactly the teacher had gone, and why at such a time, as if some small detail had escaped his attention. Nam Gong-mei came out to meet him and asked the same question that the warrior was tormented by. He explained that he had seen Gwai Myeondok, and now he wanted to ask him some important questions about training, and since the teacher had not returned to the camp, he decided to go get him himself. However, the man had nothing to say to the boy, so he brushed him off, saying that the teacher would come up later. Nam Gong-mei was left alone, frustrated, for he had only felt the movement of power within him, and now wanted to consult Gwai Myeondok about it. But there was nothing he could do if there was no teacher. There was no one else he could get advice from. And unnoticed by everyone, strange streams of internal energy began to spread about his veins, right from the center point of the intersection of the meridians. Yang Jun-hyuk, who had returned to his previous position, was discovered by City Defense Corps Junior Master Wang Ik-hyun, and asked him if he was awake, standing up with his eyes open. Thoth replied that he occasionally fell asleep, but kept a night watch, though they had posted a man who would be responsible for notifying everyone in case of danger. In a clearing not far away from them, Wonpyo held his post responsibly, holding himself up with a stick so he wouldn't fall asleep while all the other children slept around him. Both men grinned at his expression, because no matter how professional they were still just children who were thoroughly exhausted by the road. Wang Ik-hyun even promised that he would let the kids rest and get a good night's sleep the next night, so as not to overload them even more. This kind of remark surprised Yang Jun-hyuk, because they couldn't cross the mountain in just a day, which meant that they would have to sleep on the cold ground for a few more days. The man obediently explained that they had a village with which they were on friendly terms and traded together, and therefore often stayed there for the night. And this time, he wanted to do the same. Then, he was interested in answering the question Wang Ik-hyun had never seen that weak, sickly man traveling with them, and such a nickname made Yang Jun-hyuk spit out his lungs, either from laughter or from the insult inflicted on his teacher. But he replied that Gwai Myeondok would join later, and didn't bother to dispel the myth or explain anything to the merchant. The next day, the journey continued again. Now the accompanying workers and children had to pull the wagons with resources uphill, which was not easy even under the scorching sun. Suddenly, the bush in front of the leader was stirred, as if someone was hiding there. The snake-class disciples immediately rushed forward to protect the young master, and lined up in front of his horse in a defensive stance. However, to their surprise, there were no brigands there, but just a child gathering herbs in the area. Wang Ik-hyun immediately greeted him cheerfully. He explained that this child came from the very village with which they had established ties, and that this meant that the village was not far away. He got off his horse and inquired if Jin-hai had been gathering herbs, and if so, why not in the company of his grandfather? After listening to his story, Wang Ik-hyun patted the child on the head, appreciating the bag of medicinal plants he had collected and promising to buy it at the best price, and also praising the child for being able to collect it all without his grandfather, who had a lower back ailment and had stayed in the village for that reason. After stopping, the wagon took up the road again. Jin-hyo, approaching Namgong-mate since they were closest in age, and the atmosphere around them, asked him if they were mercenaries. Hearing the affirmative answer, he asked enthusiastically if they were as strong and powerful as the mercenaries' legend has it. Remembering Mo Young-bo, who was the young master of his family, skillful with the sword, he was called the Young Dragon, handsome and talented, one of those who was to lead the younger generation. Or Jagalmi, whose analytical skills impressed even the most modest of minds, and whose family were advisors to the Marine Union, renowned for their sharp wit and superior martial skills. Wonpyo of the Shaolin monks, whose fighting style name Gong Ma had already come to appreciate as excellent, not making unnecessary movements and acting very thoughtfully. And even Yuan Riang, who, although she was modest, quiet, and slightly cowardly, had medical skills at a high level, and also knew about acupuncture and already knew how to throw needles quite well. Among all these young masters, there was no room for the talentless Namgong-mate, who couldn't even master the refinement method to the end. And the child immediately sensed that the boy was hesitant to answer, and hit the most hurtful one, asking if he too was a strong mercenary. Surprisingly, although it was hard for him, Namgong-mate openly admitted that he was still weak and not worthy of being called a mercenary. But he would definitely step forward. Jinhyo nodded, saying that he felt that Nam Gong Mei wasn't particularly strong. The boy then asked the already child if he was planning on practicing martial arts in the future, and he immediately responded eagerly that he would definitely become a great warrior and protect his little sister and grandfather. His attitude towards life reminded Nam Gong Ma of himself in his youth, when he too had blindly admired warriors and wanted to be like them. So he stroked the boy's head, wishing him to reach his goal as soon as possible. Jin Hyo didn't appreciate such sentimentality from his peer, so he kicked Nam Gong Mei's leg to get him to unhook himself from his hair. Nam Gong Mei wailed in pain, as he did not yet have a body that could not feel pain due to the pumped internal ki energy. The child ran forward, shouting something inaudible back as the boy crouched on the ground in pain. Finally, they reached the entrance to the village, but the feeling of unease finally began to scream a red siren, for what they saw before them promised that their adventure would not end there. After all, there was a man lying under a bush right outside the gate, and he clearly hadn't just had too much to drink. As they got even closer, the sheer number of villagers lying with terrible wounds caught their eye. Jinhyo shouted, immediately rushing forward, for his grandfather had stayed in the village this day due to a sore lower back instead of going along with him. Nam Gong Mei couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't even imagine who would want to commit such a crime with this village. When the child ran to his house and opened the door, he saw the mess and trash and his grandfather there. And this house was not spared by the robbers. He immediately began to shake his grandfather, as if shaking him would heal his wounds. Grandpa could still be treated a little. He was not dead. However, he was still in serious condition, wrapped in 10 layers of bandages. And Wang Ik-Hayun was reporting to one of the villagers about what had happened in the village, about the attack of the bandits and the sad consequences for many of the villagers. Most of them had survived. But like Jinhyo's grandfather, they were very badly injured. Everyone gathered around Yuan Ring, who was using her acupuncture skills to try to get the old man back on his feet. And Boon, he was from a family known for their medical skills. Suddenly, the grandfather sat up abruptly, coming to his feelings. His memory immediately recalled the last moments before he lost consciousness, and so he immediately shouted that his granddaughter had been kidnapped and asked the people nearby to help him. The whole group was shocked at what they heard as he told his version of events. It turns out that not only had the man's granddaughter been made an exception, but all the women in the village had been taken with them by the brigands, and their goals were clearly not good, given the mayhem. He knelt in front of the group of what appeared to be strong warriors and begged to save his granddaughter. Though the bandages on his stomach were beginning to fill with red due to the wound that had separated Yuan Reng's acupuncture, was not a magical method. Jinhyo cried, realizing that Grandpa was feeling bad and his little sister was nowhere to be found, and there was nothing he could do about it. Nam Gong Mei gloomily listened to this situation and realized that they couldn't stay away. When the first aid had been rendered and the main passions had subsided, the boy came to his mentor and asked when they would move out to help the women of this village, to which he received the reply that they were now on a mission and could not leave the ranks of the city's defense corps. Unprotected, and there was a high probability of a trap after such an attack. Nam Gong Mei refused to believe that this was where it would end, and remembered his teacher's words that they should use their power for good. Mo Yongbo agreed with him, stating that they cannot leave the villagers in distress and are obliged to solve their problem. Jagalmi, with her cooler, more analytical head, said that these brigands were unlikely to let them leave on their own, simply by paying the toll since such a crime had been committed. They thought too much of themselves and needed to be dealt with. And Wang Ik-Hyun immediately said that the wagon would stop at this village and try to help the locals, which meant there was no need for thorough defense, and they would wait after such an attack. The brigands shouldn't come back so quickly. Yang Jun-hyuk listened to everyone carefully. Well, his job was to teach his students the right lesson and keep the defense corps intact. And what he saw, he liked all these kids had that warrior spirit that formed a good protector. A satisfied smile blossomed on the man's lip. He could not object to such determined students. After weighing the pros and cons, he said they would help the village and began to assign 2 groups, offense and defense. The attack group was supposed to include Mo Young-bo, Wonpyo, Yang Jun-hyuk himself, and Jagalmi. But the defense group was stuck with Yuan-rin, who continued to tend to the injured, and Nakam gunmate. The boy, with whose prompting everyone had decided to go with the attack on the brigands, shouted disappointedly. He expected a higher position, and he too wanted to go to the attack group and avenge the people of this village, and he wasn't shy to say it out loud. But Yang Jun-hyuk was adamant he handed the boy a special device that would signal him in case of an emergency, and asked him to stay here. He would have continued to insist on his wish, but his path was blocked by Jagalmi, in her character to his face, saying everything she thought of Nam Gong-make, as well as that he was too weak to go to the den of brigands. As much as he didn't want to, Nam Gong-mei knew it was true, so he was forced to agree. So, the entire defense team set off on the hot trails pointed out to them by the surviving people and villages. They were using the fast-walking qigong technique, so they were practically flying all 4 of them. And this was another reason why Nam Gong-mate didn't fit into this group, because with his missing qigong skill, he would only make it to the evening. Suddenly, something glittered somewhere in the depths of the forest, and Mo Young-bo was forced to quickly veer backwards to save his head. They were surrounded, and it was time to get ready for a fight. Not only Mo Young-bo, but everyone else immediately pulled out their weapons, while Yang Jun-hyuk looked around, assessing the situation and the danger level of these brigands. He remembered the promise Gui Myeondok had made, and nodded his thoughts. Although the brigands were trained, they were still non-threatening for the skill that this group had, and therefore he should have looked at things from the outside and let them show themselves. The mercenaries, meanwhile, did not yet know what disaster they faced, or what end awaited them this evening. Mo Young-bo didn't mind showing that they were greatly mistaken in underestimating their strength, just by looks alone. The rogue was surprised to see that a child could use internal ki energy of such strength. And he even thought that there was going to be serious trouble now. Mo Young-bo lunged at him with thoughts of justice and fairness, and the man had to use his hammers to cover himself from such a blow. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Mo Young-bo did not smash the bandit with a single blow. Instead, his own sword, the sword that Gui Myeondok had given him, cracked. The boy was surprised to see these shards. Then, that having only the best swords, he had already forgotten that such a thing was possible with him, and not with the enemy. Now it was up to him to dodge and figure out how to avoid the blow. Of course, he was able to dodge with qigong, and he also pushed himself away from the brigand's face, landing softly on the ground. However, this did not add to the brigand's joy, which meant that he was now even more disgruntled and angry. Mo Young-bo now had to look for a solution to this situation, and even the fact that he immediately pulled out the second sword he had been given from behind his back didn't help last time. The sword had broken due to his internal energy, simply unable to withstand such tension. Things weren't going well for Jagalmi either. She pulled out a piper and started playing a tune meant to stop her opponents. And the brigands were indeed almost blown away, but it didn't last long, causing the brigands to even dare themselves to laugh at her openly, no longer afraid. Of course, Jagalmi's character and self-importance were not affected, and she snapped wryly, but in her head she was already calculating what to do next, because this way she wouldn't be able to keep them busy for long still. It was unrealistic to learn the skill of Yumgon in 2 days. Wonpyo, who was used to fighting with his bare hands and now awkwardly wielding his nunchakus, was also having difficulty. It was difficult for him to handle them, and to take and discard the weapons was not allowed by conscience, and the realization that this was just another training session they had to go through. While the 3 disciples suffered in the battle with the brigands, realizing that they were in trouble, Wang Ik-hyun commanded the men of their merchant wagon for now, ordering them to disassemble their belongings before their defenders returned. Nam Gong-mei sat on the rock, depressed, seemingly realizing with his mind that he was too weak to go into open combat, but in his heart feeling bitter about the lost opportunity and feeling weak. He promised himself that he would take responsibility for at least the task he had been given, the defense of the village, even though he knew that no one should return here after the attack. As he passed by the house, he noticed Jin Hyo and Yoon Ring came out to him and said that his grandfather had fallen asleep again, but there was nothing to worry about because his condition was stable. Nam Gong-mei tried to support the boy and said he would go on a detour to the village. Of course, hearing that his grandfather was okay and believing in the mercenary group that promised to return the stolen women to the village, Jin Hyo cheered up a bit and asked to go along with Nam Gong-mei. Looking at the huge number of casualties, the boy did not understand why this particular village was attacked, if judging by the stories this place was not popular with brigands, and there had been no other such attacks before. Suddenly, a horrifying hunch came to him that all this could have been a trap. After all, the wagon was on the road for the first time in a long time, and its route might have been known in advance to those watching this defensive corps. Sweating with realization, Nam Gong-mei ordered the child to return to the house first. He felt that this assignment was going to be much harder than they all expected, and nothing good was in store for them. And above him, a masked assassin was already hovering, hiding in the branches of the trees. Finally, no longer wanting to participate in the spectacle of an unseen voice, the assassin raised his voice and his face came dangerously close to the boy's face, making him flinch at the force he unleashed. Although Nam Gong-mei was shouted to Jin Hyo to immediately run to the others in the house, the boy couldn't take a single step aside because the mercenary's power that didn't act on Nam Gong-mei acted on the child. So there was nothing left for the guy to do but grab the kid and drag him along, leading him away from danger. The assassin didn't want to let them go so easily, and in his skills, Nam Gong-mei saw that this wasn't just an outlaw or even an ordinary mid-level mercenary, but a quality-trained assassin. Although he judiciously assessed his strength against such a warrior, he had no choice but to distract this mercenary with his attack to give Jin Hyo a life-saving time to escape. The mercenary, as expected, easily dodged the blow and soared into the air, letting the boy under him, and also had time to laugh at his slowness and weak skills. Nam Gong-mei's main goal was achieved. The mercenary's attention was completely focused on him, and thus the strength of the internal ki energy on the surroundings weakened slightly, allowing the boy to escape. But he himself received a boot on his stomach, and couldn't help but grimace in pain, flying several meters backwards. Seeing disgust, hissing performance, the mercenary doubted that the group guarding the defense corps managed to keep anyone safe with such skills. These words made the periodically intelligent Nam Gong-ma realize that this had all been planned from the beginning, and this confirmation of his fears gave him new strength. The mercenary in the background kept talking about how he would first deal with the boy in a horrible way. Then he would take care of the other child, and then he would take apart the remaining defenseless members of the defense corps. But Nam Gong-mei had a clear pattern: first, save the child, then make sure that this was not a joke and was really dangerous, and then release a signal fire from the device that the assistant teacher had given him earlier. There was but one misfire in his plan, and that was an indiscretion, namely the speed of the real Germans, who, before he could even pull the rope and let the fire out, seized both his hands and forced him to let go of his pipe. The boy was now immobilized and unable to move his arms, and the pipe had bounced right under the feet of the chief mercenary. That one, briefly rasping about how naive the boy looked with these futile attempts to find salvation, crushed the tube into 2 pieces, so that now it couldn't be used even if Nam Gong Mei somehow miraculously got free. The situation began to heat up as another mercenary returned, with Jin Hyo wriggling in his arms and sobbing profusely. The chief mercenary who had gained power over the children had gone crazy, and so he ordered Nam Gong Mei's hands to be released and released strange ropes in his direction. With these ropes he suspended the boy from the tree, tying him all over his body and depriving him of his last hopes of rescue. He also continued to abuse the poor child, telling him the horrors of what would be done to him because of his weakness. Jin Hyo continued to sob and try to get out, attempting to kick his captor with his foot, but he had no success. After all, he was still a small child who had recently had a heartbreak in the form of an injured grandfather, and before that had spent the entire day gathering herbs on the mountain. In other words, he was exhausted physically as well. And the outlook for Nam Gong Ma loomed grim, and the upside-down position did not vest the task. The only people in the settlement now were the sick, the wounded, and the ordinary people from the merchant wagon they had to guard who couldn't defend themselves. Except for Yuan Riand, of course. But her specialty was medical care and the occasional needle-throwing, not fighting experienced, mercenary assassins. The words about him being weak began to cut his ears. The mercenary decided to start with Jin Hyo, and his eyes were already watering from the lack of oxygen in his body as his hand continued to squeeze the small throat, and the voice above Nam Gong Mei's ear whispered that he was too weak and should be glad they didn't start with him. A sudden crackle and a pink glow caused the mercenary to look back distractedly. Nam Gong Mei's body seemed to transform, and the ropes quickly released him. There was only one light burning in the dark, weightless space, but the boy didn't care about it. He felt too indifferent. Nothing pleased him anymore. The light shone even brighter, endlessly asking what Nam Gong Mei wanted. And the memories took him back to years ago, when he was just a little kid, and the people around him seemed smart and strong, just because they were bigger than him. And everyone felt it was their duty to praise him for being the son of the Nam Gong family, and to press him to work harder, and not to dishonor the honor of the great family to which he belonged. He had heard it not for a day or two. Not only on holidays, such speeches surrounded him constantly, as if in this way relatives from other branches were trying to increase their own dignity. The boy was surrounded by constant reminders that everything he had was because of his family, and that only by developing himself would he be able to repay the Nam Gung family for all the benefits. And then there was a poisoning, during which, in order to save him, his father blocked his source of internal energy and forbade the child to use it, but did not explain to adults for what reason. And in an instant, the universally revered and praised heir of the Nam Gong family turned into a helpless, weak creature, and all those who had previously praised him felt it their duty to spit at the child who had lost his strength through no fault of his own. So he remembered the words that he had to train to his limits to become stronger. But what he needed to become stronger for, he couldn't remember. What does he need the power for? Even before the poisoning, he had been practicing in front of his father, showing off learned fighting stances and techniques, justifying the title of budding prodigy, a hopeful one. The patriarch of the Nam Gung family also asked the child this question: what is his strength for? What is the purpose of his training? Then the child, small and happy in his father's company, unaware of what he would have to endure, thought about it and answered seriously. He needed the power to protect people who were in need and need help. And when asked by his father who he considers to be a strong man, the boy answers without hesitation that his father is, and this makes the man laugh sadly and say that he is actually very weak contrary to all opinions. He didn't quite understand that sadness in his father's eyes then. And now, remembering all those people he couldn't protect, Nam Gong-mei realized that the desire to help people wasn't always enough, and the lack of power was both for those who had no power and those who had a lot of it. But at least he was able to make up his mind and give an answer to the question that the flame had so persistently tried to ask him. And now that he has Gui Myeondok as his mentor, who has promised to teach him how to use his power and become much stronger, he's no longer afraid to tell himself that. As soon as he admitted that he needed the strength not just to regain the honor of the Nam Gong family, or to match his older siblings, but to protect people in need, as something inside cracked, as if there was a barrier preventing him from looking at the world clearly. And in the open eyes, strength finally lit up. The boy also called her into his hands, helping himself to free himself from the fetters in which he was shackled in real life. He had landed on the ground, and now he could feel the very same internal ki energy flowing through his veins that had been blocked within him, that he had been deprived of for so long. And he finally understood the principle of how reverse energy works, so now it won't be easy to throw him off that path. The mercenary could not hear the voice inside the boy's mind, nor see the workings of his brain, and so was surprised how this frail weakling managed to free himself from his ropes. Nam Gong-mei didn't hesitate, as he didn't have much chance against the mercenaries, even with his awakened strength. So he immediately rushed to intercept the mercenary who had Jinhu gasping in his hand, the person who needed his help. With the surprise factor and increased speed, he snatched the child from the mercenary's hands and carried him some distance away. Looking at the battered boy, Nam Gong-mei slightly regretted that he had not revealed himself a little earlier. But at the same time, he also realized that his strength would greatly increase now. Alas, even despite such a thing, the mercenaries didn't want to wait a couple months for him to improve and be ready to kick their asses, and so he drew attention to himself. Nam Gong-mei pulled out a wooden sword, declaring that he would beat them with such a weapon as well. The mercenaries began to surround him, mocking the boy and not taking his miraculous transformation seriously. Finally, at the orders of the head of the mercenaries, one of the men rushed to the attack. Contrary to his expectations and last week's quick defeat to Nam Gong-mei, the boy was skillfully reflecting the blows because he had trained hard before and had learned quite a few techniques, meaning he had a solid base. He knew that he wouldn't get far on his current skills because he still needed to stabilize his newly acquired power. So he turned to the lessons he had learned in the Nam Gong family to deal with the mercenary as soon as possible to give the village a better chance of survival. And for a moment, he became very much like his older brother. The mercenary smelled something fried. His ass smelled fried because Nam Gong-mei had used a special technique that made both his sword, eyes, and hands ignite with a special flame. With such a push, even considering that he wasn't particularly strong, and had only opened his access to internal ki energy, the boy quickly roasted the mercenary, and not even his special training and heat-proof cloak helped. The man was simply sprawled on the ground, and his comrades watched the spectacle in amazement, slightly wary of approaching him. The head of the mercenaries didn't understand how this frail boy could defeat one of his subordinates, for he knew how mercenaries trained. Breathing heavily, Nam Gong-mei looked contentedly at the result of his work and was pleased that he had managed to properly apply internal ki energy. However, in the next moment, he sank heavily to his knee, supporting himself with his wooden sword just to keep from falling, feeling a tightness in his chest that indicated too much energy had been expanded. The mercenaries stood in confusion, waiting for a command from their superior, while he kept analyzing what had happened. It seemed to him that their plan was perfectly executed, that the main strong group had gone to deal with the brigands, and that they would quickly complete their task and deal with the defensive corps. He didn't realize if he was wrong when he thought that the only people left in the village were those who were useless in battle, that is, the girl with doctor skills and the frail boy who couldn't even signal successfully. However, his doubts were dispelled when he looked at Nam Gong Mei's condition. After only one hit, he was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, and looked like he had run a 100-kilometer marathon. So, he decided not to interrupt their mission, since a whole group of mercenaries could handle one boy, even if he showed some good kicks, and commanded a group attack. It was hard for Nam Gong Ma to dodge such a blow directly, so although he didn't die the first time, however, his arm was hit, and now there was a wound there. Despite this, he tried to fight as hard as he could, not only successfully repelling attacks with the fewest losses, but also analyzing his opponents. Okay. Attentiveness helped him notice the shadow directly in front of him, so he also dodged the mercenary leaping from the blind spot above. While Jagami was a master at analyzing court intrigue and was a willing advisor, Nam Gong Mei had this trait in the form of brilliant battle analysis. Seeing that he was only dodging, the head of the mercenaries tried to get the boy emotional, asking where the rest of his strong blows were. He wanted him to stop being so calm and finally make a mistake in a hurry. Nam Gong Mei couldn't defend himself from all sides at once if he was able to dodge one. It was much harder to control the movements of the second and third sides in his current state. Then, he had no other choice after he was poisoned. His father had forbidden the use of internal energy, and thus stopped teaching him special techniques, and his own training couldn't help. The head of the mercenaries stopped, sensing that something was wrong. The new technique that started out as a familiar stance turned into something special, lighting a fire on the boy once again. With this fire, smoothly transitioning from one technique to another position, Nam Gong Mei and incinerated another mercenary, managing to do the near impossible. And it wasn't just the fact that he was able to incapacitate one more person, it was the nature of the technique he was using. And the mercenary knew he faced a unique sight. It's all about sword technique, multiple stances that are designed to put them into a single principle. If you understand the true essence of one technique, what happens if you learn to modify that technique and apply different positions? There will be such a monster who not just uses standard schemes, but invent new ones, and to allow the development of such a child. The head of the mercenaries simply could not too great a danger of changing the world under the influence of this boy. The mercenary was only a few centimeters away from finishing off the younger heir of the Nam Gun family, without even knowing his identity, when some strange old man appeared from afar and stopped him with a shout. The man looked back apprehensively, thinking that the reinforcement group had to continue the showdown with the mercenaries in the forest and couldn't return so quickly. However, upon seeing the old man, he exhaled a little. The old man, in his usual manner, slowly said that he had not seen the whole story from beginning to end, but that people who hide their faces behind a mask must have done many bad things, such as beating children, and he was ready to teach such people a lesson. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the attack group, although things weren't as bad as Nam Gong Mei, things weren't going smoothly either. For example, Mo Yangbo was constantly being crowded backwards, and the bad sword in his hands didn't allow him to use his inner strength properly. He also had sand thrown in his eyes, which prevented him from breathing and seeing the enemy's actions. The boy experienced firsthand that brigands do not shy away from any methods that would help them gain victory, even if these methods are dishonest. To be honest, it had been a long time since Mo Yangbo had felt so insecure the moment he had a sword in his hands. Jagami wasn't in the lead either, as she had to constantly dodge attacks. The bandits even complained that she was getting sick of their prevarication and it was time to get into a real fight. But for the girl it was a little different. for she had to find their weak point and hit it. But until then, with her gun skills, she should have kept dodging. Yang Junhai Seuk watched this whole circus from the side, not interfering in the fight, and instead analyzing his disciples as if he was on the other side of them, where peace and grace reigned. He was astonished, because originally the snake class was one of the strongest in terms of performance. But now they were performing terribly, not understanding how to deal with the weapons they had been given. They could probably win, but to further delay the search for the hostages meant putting them in danger. Without even drawing his sword from its sheath, he approached one of the brigands and stopped his axe with his sword, asking the question that interested him in the first place. Trying to play on his emotions, since he could see that the warrior was only interested in that. The brigand, with a nasty look on his face, said that they had already sold all those women and made them slaves. But Yang Junhyuk was not a stupid person, and immediately realized that too little time had passed between the kidnapping, and therefore such a thing could not have happened. After laying his opponent on his shoulder blades, he ordered the children to stand back, for he was entering the battlefield. Within minutes, the battle was over with a bunch of brigands lying on the ground and covered in dust, completely defeated by the master. And Yang Junhyuk himself reprimanded his students, though he did it tactfully, telling them about all their blunders and letting them learn from their mistakes. That's what they needed experience in real combat for, not the bland tasks of Bake Military Academy. All three of them agreed with his criticism because they themselves felt that this was one of their worst performances. And if something like this had been on the entrance exams, they would never have gotten into the Military Academy snake class. However, there was no time for that now, for it was time to rescue the hostages and return to the village they had left defenseless. Meanwhile, the old man had already surrounded himself with internal ki energy, proving that he really wasn't that simple. He had 7 knots on his belt, and according to the rules of the Kaban clan, that meant that he was already at the level of a master, or even higher, and with such an opponent one could not only gather no bones after the fight, but also leave nothing behind. And his mood clearly showed that he was not to be negotiated with. And since their plan had already failed, the head of the mercenaries felt that further delay would only increase their losses, and so brought his hand with the strange device clutched in it upward. Han Seogol quickly realized what he wanted to do, so he rushed forward with speed and agility that was unexpected for an old man of his age. No sooner had he done so than the entire place around them was covered in gray smokes from the smokescreen, allowing the mercenaries to vanish unnoticed, leaving no trace even for a master like him. Now that there were no other actors here, Han Seogol turned his attention to the face-down defeated Nam Gongmei, and noted his stable footing and excellent battle analytics, allowing him to quickly make the right decisions. He also determined that it was a child of the Nam Gong family, but he was only wrong about one thing. He thought it was the eldest son, because he thought that the younger one was talentless and could not reach that level. The junior master of the City Defense Corps was still handing out orders about the goods they were carrying when he was distracted by the sound of the gate opening. There stood the kidnapped women who were finally returned by the group, led by Yang Junhyuk. The villagers, despite their wounds, immediately ran to meet them, and the family reunion was truly incredibly moving. Jin Hyu's younger sister also returned, and immediately ran to hug her grandfather and brother, who had barely recovered from the attack. Yang Junhyuk and his students looked at all of this with pride, feeling that they had done a good deed despite some difficulties during the battle for the children. But then Jagami's gaze slid toward Jin Hai's grandfather's hut, and she was horrified to see the unconscious Nam Gong mate, over whom Yoon Rieng was sitting and laboring, trying to heal him just a little. She brought this to Yang Junhyuk's attention, and they all planned to go to the boy together and find out what happened, that he's in a taco state, when an old man they hadn't seen before stepped in front of them. To be more precise, Yang Junhyuk recognized him immediately. And after introducing him to his students, he also mentioned his nickname within the clan, the Drunkard. The old man couldn't help but stroke his beard unhappily, feeling that this nickname slightly offended his sense of beauty, especially in front of children. Returning to the topic that he was now far more interested in than finding out the origin of the nickname, Yang Junhyuk asked what had happened to his disciple, and why he was in such a state, because he saw that Han Seo-gol had that information. Han Seo-gol shouted indignantly at the man when he heard the frightening suggestion that it was the old man who had beaten up the boy, resenting the fact that he had thought of such a stupid thing, because he couldn't beat up a child even when he was intoxicated. When his indignation had subsided a bit, the old man demanded a pour of good liquor and some sort of snack before telling him about the situation with the mercenaries. Yang Junhyuk didn't comment on his request, nor did he comment on the fact that he resented the drunkard nickname even a short while ago. After a while over a delicious drink, Han Seo-gol finally talked about everything that had happened in Yang Junhyuk's absence in the village. The man was shocked because he thought it was some kind of stupid joke. The three students were equally shocked, and all of them wanted to ask the same question, if the old man was talking about their Nam Gong Mei. Although he had been drinking alcohol, he didn't feel drunk, and therefore realized everything crystal clear. Han Seo-gol hadn't mistaken or lied. He was one of the clan elders who is in the business of gathering information, so everything said was pure truth, or it would tarnish his clan's reputation. When Yang Junhyuk suggested that Nam Gong Mei had entered a state of demonic soul as he had during the entrance test to the military academy, the old man replied in the negative, because he knew what such a state looked like, and the boy was fully conscious. Moreover, these weren't simple second-rate mercenaries. These were first-rate mercenary assassins. This was something that could not be thought of in Jagalmi's mind, because even he and Mo Yong-bo would not be able to do such a thing, not like this weak little boy. However, Han Seo-gol reiterated the veracity of his words, adding that he also eliminated 2 of the 4 assassins. In order to understand the shock of Jagalmi had to understand the essence of the classes of mercenaries. For example, if you divide the levels of possession of the ball, those who literally just picked up a blade belong to the 3rd class. The 2nd class includes warriors who have begun to learn positions, various combat techniques, and have just learned how to fight. The 1st class are fighters who can release their internal energy through their body or weapons. And then there are the different levels of skill, Shulshon warriors, who give the form of internal energy to their weapons, and can win even in a battle against 10 men. And the higher skill levels, Shoshoshon, Hogyung, Hyung-gyung. And since Nam Gong Mei wasn't capable of such a thing, Jagalmi highly doubted that the old man had actually seen it, doubting the matter when it came to linking the 5th heir of the Nam Gun family, and martial arts was justified. Han Seo-gol also didn't understand everyone else's reaction, because they would rather praise the child instead of looking at him with such disbelief. And how was he to explain that it was all about how Nam Gong Mei had fought before? When Yang Junhyuk tried to explain to the old man that this child's ability would not allow him to do such a thing, he was greatly angry. He mentioned that he came from the Kaban clan and was an elder, and this clan was called the informants of the whole country. So who would trust informants if they lied about such small things? Knowing the Nam Gong clan, he could assume it was one of the middle sons, as the boy was clearly under 20, and the physique was perfect for learning martial arts. Although his sources said that the boy was lazy and didn't succeed because he didn't want to devote all his time to training, Han Seo-gol was impressed by the boy's resilience and courage. Of course, all the children in Yang Junhyuk were surprised by such protection from the old man. In the end, Han Seo-gol came to the conclusion that it must be the 3rd heir of the Nam Gung family, Nam Gung Hui. And that was why Jagalmi said that perhaps the old man was mistaken, because it was actually a completely different person, the weakest member of the Nam Gun family, the fifth heir. Hearing such a thing, the old man was surprised and now doubted everything, even his eyesight, and regretted having sworn on the honorable name of his clan. He tried to tactfully change the topic of conversation by coughing and asking the reason why the small village had been attacked and how the city's defenses were involved. The children immediately realized that he was trying to change the subject and felt that the old man had no experience in such matters. So awkward it sounded. However, a new person entered the room, Wan Ik-hyun, who could tell better than anyone else the reasons why their defense complex was suffering so much. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Kwai Myung Deok finally reached his final destination only by nightfall, even despite his speed traveling skills. The dark building of Namgong Manor loomed in front of him. When Ki Myung Deok knocked on the door, the gatekeeper finally opened it for him. He introduced himself as a teacher at Bake Arts Academy in the Murim Union with a satisfied smile, knowing how impressive his status would be. Contrary to his expectations, however, the gatekeeper did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and looked at the man doubtfully for some time. His distrust was understandable because Kwai Myung Deok's appearance was unimpressive and weak. He had pale skin, a skinny body and bags under his eyes. He certainly didn't associate with a strong martial arts teacher. According to the gatekeeper, this man looks more like a sick person who came to borrow money for medicine. He tried to smile to blunt Gui Myondok's vigilance and wanted to escort him out nicely. Although he knew how he looked, he still didn't want to cause conflict. So Gui Myondok started to reply to him that it was okay, and he would wait until tomorrow since it was already late. However, they ended up slamming the gates in front of him without even listening to him to the end hospitality of the highest format. Well, this man was not a simpleton and not one to take the easy way out. So instead of waiting for the next day, he just jumped on the fence and said it was a family visit, and there was no need to make a fuss. Where the person he needed was located, he was helped to find out by the feeling of another's powerful energy in one of the towers. Putting on his mask, he swiftly rushed towards the head of the Namgong family. Meanwhile, in the village where the city's defense corps was halted, all attention was given to the young master who was ready to tell the reasons for such attacks from the ill-wishers. He pulled a small, odd-looking box from his sleeve and placed it on the table in front of the children and craftsmen. And judging by the expression on their faces, they were all greatly surprised that such a hunt could be conducted for an ordinary wooden box. Then Wang Ik-hyun opened it, and it turned out to everyone's surprise that there was absolutely nothing inside but a thin silk cloth. When asked by Jagami what it all meant, the man again clarified that there was really nothing in the box, and therefore anything he said next was just his guess. It all started when their urban defense corps started gaining popularity, he said. Then the heads of the other city defense corps showed up with grim intentions and sly facial expressions who wanted to cash in on someone's popularity. Although they had no doubt that the other corps heads had not come with good intentions, the corps head of this city defense corps still invited them to the table, as he did not want to conflict with the other corps, but rather maintain friendly relations. Then, when the atmosphere became a little more favorable, one of the corps heads asked if this corps would like to distribute one product and held out a wooden box while doing so. And the essence of this offer was that you could not know what the thing was about, even if you wanted to know, because inside was a product that was to be sold only to those who knew the secret code. They offered a lot of silver bars for such a deal, but the greed in the eyes of the craftsmen made the head of the defense corps wary. So Wan Ik-hyun's father, being a merchant himself, said that he could not sell to other people what he did not know anything about. This really offended the corps heads who were planning to cash in. So after that, they started haggling and disadvantaging this corps in every way possible. The power of the Saukheim corps weakened, and they came to the position they are in now, unable to change anything, because to do so, they had to agree to a criminal act. Silence descended on the room because everyone was thinking about the situation. Jagami speculated that surely these assassins that Nam Gongmei fought with must have been sent from the Corps Union as well. While everyone was puzzling over what was in that wooden box, because when the men opened it after the heads of the Corps had left, it was empty, the old man pulled out a similar box from somewhere in his clothes. The old man said that their clan was looking into the information about the box as well, and there was a small round thing inside. At the suggestion of whether it might be a miracle pill, the old man only shrugged his shoulders. As someone who had an analytical mind, Jagami immediately assumed that she smelled something suspicious. It was indeed suspicious because this pill had already spread throughout the country, so they trusted the trusted families to find out the origin of this pill and its composition. Seeing that he was able to occupy everyone's thoughts, the old man slanted his eyes towards Nam Gongmei. He felt that compared to what was being said about him, this boy was quite interesting. Nam Gong, the head of the Nam Gong family, already felt that he had guests, and even sighed as he put aside the papers he had been sorting through until late at night. With the speed-walking Qigong skill he had mastered to perfection, he was instantly transported to meet the night guest. The man standing in front of him, wearing a white mask with red patterns, did not cause him any trepidation or fear, even though he realized at a glance that he belonged to the Red Flower faction. However, even though he guessed who exactly had come to see him, he demanded the stranger introduce himself, and when Gui Myeondok asked how he could not recognize him, Nam Gung Cho hummed because anyone could hide behind the mask. He couldn't trust anyone just because they introduced themselves as Gui Myeondok. And so, unwilling to slow down, the determined man immediately summoned his inner ki energy and offered to fight so that he could assess the strength and confirm whether this mask was indeed a real person. From the powerful wave of force, the teacher for some reason did not defend himself and allowed it to carry him to the distant cliff and even smash him against the rocks, causing irreparable damage to the mountain. Gui Myeondok didn't feel broken from such a blow. However, Nam Gun Cho immediately followed, and he couldn't help but recognize that the strength of the head of the Nam Gun family was truly devastating. Still sitting on the rocks, Kwai Mayung Deok wondered how much longer they would play this game, and how long it would take Nam Gung Cho to recognize him as someone he knew. As if pausing for a moment between another storm, the man rubbed his beard and replied that he expected that since he was impersonating Gui Myeondok, he would be able to withstand the hardest blows, for Gui Myeondok was a legend in that regard. The teacher rose to his feet in as perfect a form as he had jumped on the gate minutes earlier, and the quiet moment was over, and the head of the Nam Gong family once again summoned his power in his hands, flashing his eyes, and aggressive yellow-orange light. That same light also illuminated the man when he wasn't planning on doing anything but avoiding blows or meeting them openly, as if he suffered some form of masochism and wanted to receive such blows. This time, a smokescreen covered everything around, caused not artificially, but by the destruction of another part of the rock. Nam Gong Cho's pupils dilated when he saw that his opponent was once again unharmed and calmly walking out under the epic fog. Once again, the man did not sit still and charged again, rushing towards Gui Myeondok. With another blow, the teacher began to feel like he wanted to test the man, and had long believed in who the man under the mask was. A fist of orange, venomous light came dangerously close to a face already uncumbered by beauty. Gui Myeondok continued to bounce back from Nam Gung Cho's straight punches in the same manner. Not one hit the target. He always ended up at least half a step ahead, managing to get his head out of the way before a fist of the patriarch's powerful energy flew into it. Finally, he had to meet the blow and summon his power, whether he was bored with it himself or wanted to give a sign to his opponent. In any case, such a thing was appreciated by Nam Gung Cho, however not to the fullest. This didn't make him stop fighting, but only fueled his desire more. He said that he had met Gui Myondok in person, and therefore it was useless to try to deceive him. Gui Myondok didn't stop for a second because procrastination next to an expert like Nam Gung Cho could cost a life, or at least his head, which is pretty much the same thing. Because of their fierce fighting and constant destruction of the rock, a huge cloud of dust and stone crumbs was coming from the mountainside towards the city, causing the janitor, who swept the estate even at night, to assume that it would soon rain. The two silhouettes froze in anticipation of a clash, their gazes intertwined in the space between them, skillfully conducting a dialogue without words, in which every gesture could be a harbinger of an irreconcilable battle where the stakes are higher than life. Nam Gongcho, having already thrown in the hook about seeing Gui Myondok in real life, continued to lead the story about why he can't be fooled by mere representation, and mentioned in his story the three pillars on which the Mirim alliance is built, or rather, the people whose powers shake even. The sky, which is why they're called the Sky Trinity. The first is the leader of the Mirim Union, Guag Yun, an elder who earned himself the title of Boundless Sword. The second was the reclusive So Ma, known by the pronunciation Spear of Red Lightning, and hiding somewhere in the distance. And the third was the brave wanderer, following the wind and clouds, Chu Dakhwa, nicknamed Blade of Wind and Clouds. They were all great peerless masters who had reached incredible heights and had advanced in their mastery of martial arts and internal ki energy to a level that was inaccessible to 99% of ordinary people. But there was that 1% who surpassed even such titans. Stone debris floats in the air around Gui Myondok, and he suddenly realizes that the patriarch of the Namgung family is still not finished, and the final blow lies ahead. Meanwhile, the man remembered his youth, when during the Union War, he felt that the ground under his feet was disappearing, because he was seriously wounded, and there was nowhere to wait for help. The giant standing before him glowed with purple power in his eyes, and towered with such an expression on his face, that the man had already begun to say goodbye to his life. He was sorry to die at the hands of such a strong guard, but there was nothing he could do, so he just closed his eyes obediently, counting down the last seconds of his life. And the blood spilled, the head flew off his shoulders, only not Namgung Cho's, but this giant's under the hard hand of the man in the white mask with red patterns, for whom it was absolutely no difficulty at all. Gui Myondok was then mighty, strong, pumped up, and in his eyes, in the slits of his mask, glittered a mysterious power blue in color, and nothing could stop the man without whom the war would have gone on and on. Returning to reality, because it was impossible to be immersed in the past forever, Nam Gong Cho sent one of his most powerful punches at the night guest, with the words that he didn't want anyone to defame the name of such a great man. Gui Myondok did not dodge at this moment and stretched his arm forward, as if absorbing that orange light for the first time, followed by a loud explosion that nevertheless had no effect on the man, his mask, or his clothes, as if the fight had never happened at all. This time, he had to believe that this man was not that simple, because to withstand such a blow was an indication that he was a level higher than Nam Gong Cho himself, and the family patriarch had no doubts about his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sat in his seat for so long. However, Gui Myondok didn't continue to run away or attack any further. Instead, he pulled the mask off his face, revealing his tired, haggard face, and informed that he hadn't come on behalf of a war hero at all, but simply as a teacher at Bake Military Academy, where Nam Gun's son was studying, and that it could almost be considered as a family visit. Finally believing in Gui Myondok's identity, the man sat beside him on the rooftop and drank alcohol in elegant pitchers, regretting that it was the only thing he had to offer at a time like this. The teacher peacefully replied that he himself had asked for only this, and nothing more was needed, instantly losing all his cunning and belligerence. Nam Gong Cho looked at Gui Myondok. Even though he believed him to be genuine, he still didn't understand how the tall, muscular, handsome man who had saved his life from his memories could turn into this. He even tried to make a joke about his memory failing him, but Gui Myondok already knew the truth about his appearance. So he couldn't help but retort after all. It wasn't that long ago that a man's memory failed him. When all the issues were resolved, there was one major one left for which Gui Myondok had come all this way, and the patriarch of the Nam Gung family immediately realized that it was all about his youngest son. Straightening up, he promised he would answer all the questions he could, and invited the teacher to ask questions. Beginning his questioning, Gui Myung Duke said that he could see the Nam Gun clan head had done a good job on Nam Gong Mei's Meridian Intersection Center. The man agreed and said that he had given the child a third of his internal energy and split his source of internal energy in two. But this information was already known to the teacher. For the sake of studying the poison, he gathered all the power and information that their family possessed. But he was never able to learn the true nature of the poison, nor the methods of neutralizing it. Gui Myondok, hearing that the head of the Nam Gun clan had placed his hopes on him, asked him to tell him everything from beginning to end. After listening to Nam Gong Mei's father, who wasn't going to hide anything, he said that there was a way through which the poisonous energy in the boy's body could be defeated. He said that he had a technique that would help him get rid of the poison in his body, and when he gave it a name, the clan head was surprised that he had never heard anything like it before, and rightly so, because it was a technique that Gui Myondok himself had invented. According to him, initially, he had no intention of passing on his techniques to the next generations, more so in peacetime as it is now. Nam Gong Cho bowed his head and apologized for daring to demand the details of Gui Myondok's techniques, and asked for understanding. After all, he was a father, and wanted the best for his child. However, Gui Myondok wasn't going to refuse right away. He only wanted to think about transferring the technique after he had observed Nam Gong Ma for a while longer. Something else was attracted to Gui Myondok's words, so Nam Gong Cho asked when the Cerulean Flower faction was disbanded. The man said that they had ceased operations 5 years ago, and at the time of the opening of the Pek Military Academy, the unit was disbanded, and it turns out that it had only been in the Murim Union for all that time. Seeing that Gui Myondok was starting to get ready to head back to the military academy, Nam Gong Cho asked if he was curious to know why he had called him the previously fake Gui Myondok. The problem was that there were rumors about Gui Myondok floating around the nation. However, if he had been in the Murim Alliance all this time, then there shouldn't have been such a thing, because outside of the alliance, Gui Myondok also existed. And judging by what's going on, it's possible that peaceful times may be coming to an end very soon. Meanwhile, in the village, Nam Gong Mei finally woke up, head to toe covered in bandages. The boy had yet to come to his feelings, and immediately got worried about Jin Hyo, wondering if that child was okay. The child was fine and calmly chewed his food while his rescuer lay unconscious. Of course, as soon as he saw Nam Gong Mei, he immediately ran up to him and cried, as is typical for children. And not only him, for at the shouting of Nam Gong Mei's name, everyone else who had been patiently waiting for the boy to be lifted also came running. Yuan Driang checked the guy's pulse and said that he seemed to be fine and there was no octogenarians. and although he had some abrasions and bruises, however, it was due to the huge energy expenditure. So he would recover completely after the energy filled his source of crossing the meridian. When he was left alone, he settled back into his meditation pose and thought about what he had felt before. The moment of peace didn't last long, so the boy who hadn't started cultivating yet looked back as Mo Yongbo approached him. He didn't look very nice, to say the least. Nam Gongmei was already thinking and remembering what he had done wrong. He saw the wooden sword held out to him. However, Mo Yongbo didn't really want any conflict, but just wanted to know how Nam Gongmei could defeat the assassins with an ordinary wooden sword when Mo Yongbo himself only had 4 iron swords left after fighting with the brigands. Nam Gongmei couldn't believe that the Mo Yong family's family master had come to him for advice. The boy had no problem talking about how the fight was going on, including not shyly telling about his problems and failures during the fight, such as when his sword flew out of his hands when he was attacked from above. Although he himself had no previous knowledge of techniques that involved using internal ki energy, but he was well versed in the theory, so he explained that the most important thing was to regulate the internal energy by using a small amount of force on the sword. He saw that his words had affected Mo Yongbo, and now the boy in front of him hesitated, looking either puzzled or dumbfounded. At first, Nam Gongmei didn't understand why the heir to a family that had been wielding the ball since childhood and at a high level would need his advice. But he realized, looking at the boy's reaction, that it was because he had only used his sword before and had no experience with other weapons that required controlling internal energy. Nam Gongmei recalled his teacher's words that it was very difficult to control the energy point by point. And now he understood why Gui Myondok had said that. Because in Mo Yongbo's case, he didn't need to control his energy and just let out as much power as possible, while Nam Gongmei had learned how to work with the remnants of his energy and how to do a detailed work of jewelry. Without putting it off for long, Mo Yongbo grabbed his sword and concentrated on his internal energy. Looking at how hard all the other students were trying, the boy realized that the teacher had given them a weapon that would help them make up for all their weaknesses, and that the real purpose of this training was to gain real experience in combat and work on their mistakes. His admiration for Gui Myondok was interrupted by the classmate beside him, because he failed to control his internal energy the first time and the sword broke again. After looking closely, Nam Gongmei realized that it was his wooden sword. Mo Yongbo immediately realized his mistake and took out one of the balls from his stockpile and held it out to the boy with an apology. After a while, Nam Gongmei, although not fully recovered, dressed in his training clothes because he wanted to start training as soon as possible and not to disappoint the teacher who gave him a chance. He believed that he would definitely be able to prove himself in the task the teacher gave them, and that he would be able to protect all these people, because he had the desire to help people. Seeing the determination on his face, the old man cautioned him not to overdo it. The boy, of course, recognized him as well as the fact that he was an elder of the Koban clan, and respectfully folded his arms in front of his chest and bowed his head in greeting. The old man did not delay him and sent him to the other students so that he would not be late for the meeting, but continued to keep an eye on the young talent. Yang Jun Hyuk asked about the boy's condition and reiterated that training is very important, but safety is the first priority. People cheerfully gave thanks for saving their village and their women, not even realizing that they had originally suffered because a trade convoy of the city's defensive fortress had passed through their village. When they set off again on the road, the young master asked Yang Jun Hyuk how long the Koban clan elder was going to follow them, and if it was planned. Wang In-hyuk said that they probably had no way with the elder, however they couldn't take her and order him not to follow them. So the men just decided to leave it at that. And the elder decided to stop procrastinating and ran up to Jagalmi, who was practicing Yumgon, and I distracted her from practicing, trying to figure out exactly what she was doing and how she was doing it. The girl was shocked when their conversation came to the fact that since she was a very diligent and persistent, talented girl, she would be able to master this bamboo puffer battle technique in 3 years. She had hoped that she would be able to master the bamboo puff by the end of their first training in 1 or 2 weeks. But the old man said that although it looked easy, such a technique required a lot of practice and experience. Jagalmi used the old man's words to ponder why exactly she had been given the piper. Suddenly, Yunring lingered and nervously opened her eyes, letting everyone know that there was a battle going on somewhere nearby, apparently having heard it. The old man was fascinated by her skills and flair, and realized why she had been taken on as an apprentice. The old man used his superpower to see who they would meet in the future on the road. He saw the battle between the forest brigands and the Ame clan's female disciples. He was overheard by Wonpyo and was surprised because he remembered something from his past. When he was 6 years old and still at the temple as a regular student, Wonpyo noticed other monks climbing over the fence to see something outside, and couldn't believe that Buddhist students showed so much interest in the mortal world. So the boy continued sweeping the yard without paying attention to his surroundings and his classmates until someone approached him from behind. It was the head of the AMI clan who also apologized for interfering with the sweeping of the baby. Seeing this wonderful, smiling woman, the little boy certainly could not help but admire her beauty and kindness. There were many other clan members behind her, and Wonpyo apologized to them and bowed for looking at them for so long, and they laughed at the little boy. Returning to reality, Gong Mei was surprised to see Wonpyo blushing, considering how calm he usually was. But he couldn't understand a heart in love. Being as excited as possible, the boy began to tell that if it was a student from the Amai clan, then they must be from the rabbit class, because he had heard that they were sent to that class as support from the Murim Alliance. Nam Gong Mei slowly backed away from his classmate, because although he didn't speak with words but wrote his thoughts on a special parchment, the boy felt that just a little more and he would explode. Hearing the unpleasant statement of Nam Gun Maui, that there were only women in that clan, the monk hit the child to bring him to his senses, and Nam Gun Mao could not help but wonder whether the monk had such a character from the beginning. Meanwhile, Yun Riang continued to listen with the approaching battle, and finally she raised her head up and shouted that they were already here. Indeed, somehow the battlefield came to the trade wagon of the city's defensive fortress, and one of the clan's apprentices jumped right in front of them, followed by the brigands. Being quite self-righteous, the brigands assumed that she was shaking with fear because she had separated from her countrywomen and could do nothing without them, and there was such a nasty grin on their faces that anyone would have been disgusted. Feeling completely victorious, one of the brigands said that if she agreed to serve them drinks, they would let her live. Because of the fact that all the female students of the clan Ami used special head discounts, her face was not visible, and this greatly annoyed the forest robbers, and so they attacked her from above with shouts, and that she showed them her face at last. Of course, the stranger fended off the blows easily enough, despite the fact that there were as many as 2 at once. The insidious blow made the cape fly off her head, and one of the bandits was already satisfied and expected to see the beauty. But under the mask was a woman of a very stern look, who said that because they took off her mask, she would not forgive them for anything, and her facial expression indicated that forgiveness will be only posthumously. The bandits were shocked by this turn of events, and were trying to figure out why they were even running after the lady in question. In general, everyone was shocked, but the biggest blow was dealt to Wonpyo, and the boy was shaking from the realization of who he had been following for so many years. Since the brigands had no sense of tact, they directly stated that they had expected something different, and were disappointed that instead of a pretty face, they were faced with a man, and the Amy clan student felt that she had been terribly insulted. Suddenly, Nam Gongmei stood up for her and said that she should not insult the lady, and even grabbed his new sword. Such words resonated in the heart of the Mai clan disciple, and she unexpectedly blushed at it, still not stopping looking like a man. She didn't realize that at this moment, Nam Gongmei was thinking that he wasn't sure if it was really a girl, and his whole appearance showed that he was in a very difficult dilemma. The brigands at this point found the crowd gathered around them, and also saw the trade wagons laden with all sorts of resources, as well as the fact that the guards didn't seem to be too strong, just children and common laborers. One of the bandits said that he was in a bad mood because of his cloak and the appearance of their enemy, but luck turned to them and a bigger prey appeared in front of them. Hearing the brash words of the brigand that they should get all the supplies and hurry up if they wanted to stay alive, Nam Gongmei drew his sword and used some energy to prepare for battle. However, still under the rapture of his previous words, the Clan Mi student pushed the boy away with her hand and stood in front of him, not wanting the one who had called her a lady, and tried to stand up for her to get hurt. So unexpectedly, Nam Gongmei gained his first female fan. It was because a clan disciple of the AME clan noticed the boy shaking and felt that his internal Tsu energy was unstable, that he wasn't too strong, and that it looked like he had recently been injured, so he was having such energy problems. A Mai clan apprentice named Yu A Rin remembered her childhood when she was sitting on the street and looking at the people around her confused before her mother called her over and ordered her to pack her things since she would soon be going to the Mai clan for training. Her mother was terribly displeased that the girl was delivered exactly tender and affectionate, and judging by her appearance, she fulfilled the role not so much of a mother as of a father. And the woman is constantly indoctrinated by the girl that men are cowardly people who are weak before the strong and strong before the weak. When the girl asked if there was a weak man who wouldn't submit to a strong man, her mother said that if there was such a man, Rin should make him hers. Nam Gongmei had yet to realize what a trap he had driven himself into. Suddenly, the accomplices of those brigands jumped out of the trees and decided to attack our trade convoy. As the leader who was to oversee the quality of the task, and as the commander, Yang Jun-hyuk ordered all the students of the snake class to prepare for battle, and they immediately drew their weapons. For Mo Yangbo, this fight was a great opportunity to practice his skills considering the words he was told earlier about using internal energy, Nam Gongmei, as with that wooden ball that had broken the first time, and this time the sword had managed to be knocked out of his hands. But this time he was prepared for something like this. So he drew another sword and decided to change weapons before they broke, but he didn't stop. In the air above him hovered and spun as many as 3 swords, and he himself had free hands, and thus an easy gait to continue fighting. Continuing to control the two's internal energy, he tried to use one of his techniques, but cautiously. And for the first time in a long time, he could really hurt his opponent, and felt that he could find his own way, and now he was no longer afraid of those weapons that could scatter in his hands. He felt that he had power over everything. Dagami continued her battle, not so much with the humans as with the bamboo tube, and she felt that right now her skills would only be enough to push her opponents away, rather than hold them off for long. Then she realized that she needed to understand the teacher's intention in giving her this particular muzzle, and looked closely at it in her hands, suddenly realizing that it was not just a muzzle that was painted black, but a hike chuck that is a muzzle made of black bamboo, which rarely grows only in the depths of a Mai mountain, and because of its elasticity and strength, like steel, is extremely valuable. She felt that she had been thinking too narrowly when she planned to use it only for its intended purpose, and was energized when the pipe turned into an ordinary weapon to beat someone with. Once she had a new understanding of how to work these weapons, things went much faster. Yu Ming originally acted a little differently because she knew that her sneak attack skill was still too weak, so she decided that she first needed to dissipate her energy to cover the entire clearing and be able to anticipate the opponent's attacks. Just as the cabin clan elder had said, she had very good intuition, and such a method helped her a lot to succeed. The brigands were divided and couldn't see each other's achievements and failures, so they didn't realize they had been defeated yet and started attacking Wonpyo, who was still left wondering what he saw when the clan Ami disciple's cape was removed. The bandits were already feeling victorious, but suddenly their spears and axes were intercepted by Wonpyo, who still couldn't recover and looked much more gloomy than usual. He quickly showed the brigands who's the daddy here and smashed them into small pieces. Moreover, the boy was even threatened to send to hell all these lessons about not thinking about cruelty, and looked like a bully teacher of a class of pigs. Erin also didn't stay back when they tried to attack her while she was protecting Nam Gong Mei. And yet she easily and quickly defeated them. Nam Gong Mei even said that he didn't see anything as it was too fast. The broken brigands made a sad sight lying on the ground and spitting out their lungs. The boy was even a little scared since she beat them all without even using a sword with one fist. Erin approached Nam Gong Ma after she finished her act of revenge and asked his name, looking embarrassed. Nam Gong Ma didn't know how to react to this woman, as he wasn't familiar with this kind of emotion, much less to have something like this expressed towards him after all. He used to be a talentless and weak child spoiling the family's honor and dignity. When he told her his name, Erin immediately realized it was the Namgun family and introduced herself. Not knowing how else to continue the conversation, Nam Gong Mei noticed that all of his friends were still fighting for the integrity of the merchant wagon, so he said that he would go to their aid. Since he had gone ahead, he didn't notice that look that Erin threw at him, and didn't know that in her mind. She called him her husband. And Nam Gong Mei, having reached the battlefield, applied that new skill to activate the internal energy that he had only recently sensed. Of course, he still had a lot of training to do to get close to the level his classmates were at now. However, they also saw hope in him, and so he promised himself that he would never give up. Yang Junhyuk was watching all of this from the side, assessing their skills, and this time he was even slightly pleased with them compared to before. Soon the brigands were beaten, destroyed, and bound, and sat on their knees in front of the snake class, looking sadly into the ground. The boys finally managed to rehabilitate themselves after the previous time and received praise from Yang Junhyuk, smiling and feeling proud at the very least, that they now had an understanding of which direction to take and what skills to develop. Even the young master of the city defense complex said that these young warriors are so magnificent that the entire alliance has a bright future ahead of them. Then, after exchanging pleasantries with Wang Ik-hyun, the warrior turned to the AME clan disciple, inquiring from the rabbit class if she was from the rabbit class. He demanded an explanation of what had happened, preferably with all the details. The girl said that while doing her assignment and escorting an elder from the Heian clan, they were suddenly attacked by forest brigands, and during the fight she got separated from her class. As soon as it came to talking about the rabbit class teacher from above, a gorgeous woman in light clothes slowly descended on them, floating in the air. It was En Young Wai, nicknamed the Red Maiden, soaring in the sky. A descendant from the Zhengzhou family, and for some reason, upon seeing her, the old man called her a treacherous girl. The woman appeared to be a little worried that Erin had been out of class for a long time, and they were worried and looking for her. Suddenly, despite her very gentle and graceful appearance, the woman was a monster when she said that her student deserved to be punished. Yang Junhyuk tried to stop her and put his hand on her shoulder, offering to punish her after returning to Baek Military Academy. And the woman didn't miss the opportunity to put on another show by jumping on the man and hugging him, saying that he was looking at her too harshly and that he was going to scold her like a little girl. The man was not accustomed to such an attitude, so he was a little confused, not knowing how to push the interference away from him without offending her. All this time they had been watched by the mercenaries who had managed to remain invisible until now. As everyone turned their attention to Yang Ju-hyuk and the rabbit class teacher, no one noticed how this mercenary escaped and arrived at his boss. He reported that they had bribed the very forest robbers. However, the head of the mercenaries received a letter with only one word on it: permission, and he seemed to understand what it was about, completely changing his plans for a future takeover. The head of the mercenaries tore up the paper that had been sent to him so that no one else could see what was there, but told his subordinate that permission had been given, and they would move the plan forward and begin to act tonight. When he took out a small wooden box from his clothes, the same box that was also kept by the young master of the City Defense Corps, he made a terrified expression and told his subordinates that this time they would tear everyone to pieces. Meanwhile, in the clearing, everyone in the clearing was shocked at how shamelessly the rabbit class teacher pressed herself against Yang Jun-hyuk's chest. From somewhere far away came all the sounds and girl voices, and Aaron said that it looked like the other girls who had stayed behind to look for her with the teacher were looking for them. Hearing that they would most likely be coming here now, Wonpyo was wary as he expected to see the other female students of the Amai clan as well. He also dared to be happy because he thought that the whole problem was only with this Aaron, and all the other girls would be beautiful and airy as he had seen earlier in his childhood. However, his expectations were not met, and exactly the same male-like appearance of the girl came running after the girl. Wonpyo felt that his life would never be the same since he had been deceived by the image of the beautiful maiden his entire conscious life. He even fell to the ground from the excess of emotion, and Nam Gong-mei ran to help him because he felt that if not him, no one would do it. Of the 12 classes of the Baek Military Academy, the rabbit class has gathered members of the isolated AMI clan, among which Aaron, of course, stands out the most. Rumor has it the girl is even being considered as the next generation clan head. She has a fairly high reputation in the Ani clan, which is located in Sichuan province, is also famous for her brave character and caring to help the weak, and is considered a flower receiving love from everyone. According to the elder of the Koban clan, this is why she is called the Noble Maiden of Love. Stunned by the incongruity of nickname and appearance, the children froze, listening to the old man's lectures. However, Nam Gong-mei felt that inside, she was really kind, and really had outstanding qualities of a good person looking at the way she was helping the old man. Seeing the gaze of the Nam-gun family's heir, thinking the girl looked away embarrassed, not understanding why he was looking in her direction. Wonpyo had already calmed down a little and finally said a word, feeling that he could no longer keep silent according to the precepts of his elders. The shock was too serious. The Shaolin monk, looking even worse than some, angrily said, "Don't carry heresy," because that face he saw under the cloak didn't look like the face of a noble love maiden. Hearing the startled boy express himself, the Koban clan elder tapped him with his staff and forbade the Shaolin monk from expressing himself in such a manner. Moreover, Wonpyo was not averse to swearing, so the old man assumed that it was because of swearing that he had been given the task of keeping silent, not to cultivate his abilities, and the children who heard his words agreed. At the other end of the clearing, Erin told her feelings and what had happened earlier with Nam Gong-mei to her friends, and they immediately started teasing her and laughing with her in a friendly way. However, when asked if she believes that Nam Gong-mei's is really her destiny, she said that even if destiny itself were to hinder her, she would destroy all obstacles in her way, and would never let them separate her from this charming guy. Jigalmi, given the opportunity to question the elder, asked why he called the rabbit clan teacher a treacherous maiden. The old man said it was because of the rumors about her character and martial arts technique. He was originally thought to be a family that was strong in fist fighting, but cowardly in the use of weapons. But He Yonghui was not suited to the family's style of hand-to-hand combat, because only a physically strong person could succeed in her family's techniques that relied on external energy. But even so, He Yonghui, who had a great desire for self-improvement, came up with a technique for which not her own body, but a cloth should be used, and this cloth could even cut wood. However, since On Young-wee was not using her fists, she was rebuked by the other family members, saying that the techniques using fabrics were not On's martial arts style, so she left the family and went wandering around the empire. From then on, she began to develop her techniques and eventually gained her reputation and raised her martial arts level. Jigami didn't understand why she wasn't being praised then if she gave up her weak family and grew her strength on her own. However, the old man immediately explained that it wasn't the power itself, but one of her techniques where she could use thin red threads, imbue them with internal energy, and then use them on her opponent, controlling them like a puppet. So as everyone became aware yet of her open character, he nicknamed the Conniving Maiden. This is not just the thoughts of the old man himself, but a well-known fact. Meanwhile, the main subject of their rumors was now standing with Yang Junhyuk to discuss what had happened. Yang Junhyuk told her that he didn't know when the city defense corps would be attacked by the mercenaries. And even though teacher Gui Myondok said that he was able to handle the mercenaries himself, but there was no telling what might happen. Of course, He Young-wai didn't trust Gui Myondok as much as everyone else, saying that whether he trusts his students so much that he leaves them alone or wants to drive them into danger. Although Yang Junhyuk clearly said that he trusted the teacher, the girl herself was not very convinced by his words, and now she was wondering what the man was really like. No matter how interesting it was, it couldn't help Yang Junhyuk and his class, since they had their own assignment, and the elder they had to accompany wasn't too good to make the long journey. Yang Junhyuk thanked her for any help, but the woman, instead of replying, only said that she was actually thinking of leaving here in advance. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and through this noise and the sound of falling leaves, Yang Junhyuk heard the specially trained assassins running towards them. In the forest, it was clear from their movements that they were not just forest robbers. Each of the teachers were primarily responsible for their students, so On Young-wee said she would go to her girls. Everyone sat quietly and peacefully, until clan elder Kobin shouted that the same types who attacked the village had earlier arrived, so the small clearing was surrounded on all sides without giving them a chance to get out. And the problem was that they were too separated in different groups, that is, being far away from each other. The assassins, without further words and movements, simply decided to attack those who were closer to them, paying special attention, of course, to us Gunmai, whom their boss wanted so much to overthrow. The boy was saved from his split skull by the elder of the clan, Kobin, standing up suddenly as if for his years and putting his staff under his sword. Hearing that the old man compared them to the rats who had escaped last time and now went on the open attack, the head of the mercenaries said that they would show that even rats can die. At his order, many more mercenaries came out of the thicket of the forest, and of course clan elder Kabin couldn't handle them on his own, and the children weren't trained enough yet. The quickest to react was Jigalmi, who ordered everyone to stay awake and prioritize protecting their ward, then the corps members and the merchant wagon. Everyone immediately woke up and rushed out of their seats, and for a second they had forgotten such an obvious thing. Yang Junhyuk was pleased with this behavior and this order from Jigalmi, because this was the captain's real behavior. She was judged cold-bloodedly, as if she was affected by the experience of real battles. There were 4 or 5 mercenaries for each of the children, and they were first-class assassins, meaning those they didn't know how to fight yet. Mo Young-bo recognized that they were on a different level from the forest brigands. They also had technique and a solid team. They had worked together for a long time and therefore knew how to attack their opponents, and they separated the children first. At the last moment before the swords were thrust into him, Mo Yongbo ducked out of harm's way and began to attack on his own. As they went to attack at the same time, for a while, there was a small explosion from the clash of the 6 swords, and Mo Yongbo couldn't believe that Nam Gong Mei had actually faced all of them. She used the red thread technique to turn one of the assassins into her puppet and ordered him to attack her own. The girl was indeed that insidious maiden, more like a huge spider luring its prey. When the mercenary had dealt with most of his fellows, she jumped on top of him, and with a slight movement of her hand and snapped his neck. She turned to her apprentices, reminding them of their task, that is, the task of guarding the elder, not to stray far from him or stain him in blood. And the old man continued to provoke the head of the mercenaries, laughing at him because his subordinates had failed to catch even children, let alone any more serious target. Seeing that they weren't gaining any advantage in battle, the head of the mercenaries ordered everyone to accept the peas. And now it was his turn to taunt the elder of the Koban clan, because they couldn't come without an additional plan. Not that stupid, it turns out. What happened next to them was hard to describe in words. The teachers fought with dignity, not even the slightest bit afraid of being injured by the mercenaries, justifying their high rank. She winked at her temporary partner in her usual manner and said that they made a great team. The children who were watching them couldn't believe their eyes, where there had been over 50 people a while ago. But now there were only 10, and with their speed of battle, there would soon be none left. However, Nam Gong Mei was quick to hint that it was time to pay attention to his opponent, and nearly pulled his arm off. Nam Gong Mei felt that if this continued, they would definitely win. However, that was before he heard a shout behind him. Just at that moment, the transformation of the head of the mercenaries ended, who now looked more like an overpumped bodybuilder, and with veins that protruded on his face, arms, chest, and everywhere else he could, showing how tense he was and how painful such strength was for him. There weren't many mercenaries left alive, and they were indeed tremendous good men for dealing with the previous ones. But those that were left had received extra strength by taking the very pills from the wooden box. Jagami guessed, from the way that power stood out, that there was a particle of the root of the velvet tree in that pill. And now the mercenaries were on a whole other level, and the students were no longer able to withstand them. For example, Vampiro immediately flew off when a direct hit was made on his stick. His back slammed against a shopping cart, and he fell to the ground, leaving an impressive crack. Jagami had a direct feeling, looking at this doped-up man, that she had seen a similar picture and feeling somewhere before. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a servant bowed to his master and said that there were many questions at his request. The servant asked if his master was sure that he wanted to continue trading in these dubious substances, to which the man did not answer for a while, just looking sadly into the distance. Then he confirmed that it was indeed a very dangerous and appealing thing. For when you take this pill, you immediately feel a tremendous rush of strength that makes you fight to the very end. The servant said that it was naturally better than just taking poison, but he doubted highly that it would really benefit them. The old man, however, looking like he wasn't completely mad, raised his hands to the sky and shouted that great changes awaited all of Miriam when these people spread throughout the world. Turning back to Jagami, she successfully dodged the mercenary's fist. He followed on her heels, not giving her a moment to assess possible maneuvers, and leaving huge cracks in the ground behind him. Unfortunately, she was never able to dodge the final blow, and Mo Yongbo managed to intercept her just in time, preventing a painful fall and cushioning the speed at which she had to fly backwards. Jagami, however, was unwilling to admit defeat and continued to sarcasm. Both the girl and the boy were of the same opinion. These were not opponents of their level, and they still needed a lot of training before being able to fight him. Plus, their strength was running low. She also realized that the teachers couldn't hold them all back. As if sensing her mood, an old man shouted at the students, ordering them not to give up, to use magic. Jigalmi, actually showing the quality of a true captain, ordered Yuan Riang, who was useless on the battlefield, to pick up the unconscious Wonpyo and leave the battlefield to save the weak, and immediately ordered Nam Gong Ma and Mo Yangbo that they should keep fighting because they should at least stop one or two to help their teachers. Of course, it was hard for them considering the strength that the mercenary had now appeared, but they had no other choice. Suddenly, Nam Gong Mei noticed that one of the mercenaries had his sword drawn over the young master of the city defense corps. He tore away from the trio as fast as he could before they could even turn around on the boy, and Jigalmi only shouted to him to hold the line. All the child could see was a sword drawn and the realization that he absolutely had to save their goal. However, it all turned out to be just a trap, as the mercenary just wanted to lure Nam Gong Mei out and kill him himself. Nam Gong Mei only managed to dodge the first strike at the last moment, moving away from the sword. To his great regret, however, the Namanic ringleader had double swords, so while the boy was a little distracted, the man stuck a blade into his shoulder. Bouncing back with difficulty, holding his hand on his shoulder, the boy struggled to exhale, but didn't let up weakly. Wanting to see that explosion again like last time, the mercenary leader sent his whips towards Nam Gong Mei using a special technique. The ringleader himself suddenly remembered his past when he found himself in the hands of enemies and slave traders and longed to be rescued. But each time that happened, he was targeted again and again by more villains. And then he realized that peace cannot be established on aid alone. All good intentions turn to poison. And the difference between brave magnanimity and complacency is gradually being erased. So he decided to take the seat of power and become a villain himself, so that no one else would dare look down on him. And now this man was annoyed at the look and expression of this boy's face, for they strongly resembled those men who had then come for his salvation, and were distinguished by a peculiar righteousness. He didn't want to leave Nam Gong Mei's life, both because of his skills and personal dislike. Nam Gong Mei, after analyzing the situation, decided to destroy the blow coming at him, and with effort, he cut the ropes with his sword. However, he also managed to get hit, only by some miracle staying on his feet, and even managing to dodge further. Time after time he got up, feeling that his strength was running out, and although he could stand for a little longer, but attacking this Namanic was out of the question. Barely exhaling, all sweaty at the mercenary leader's comment that he was pretty good at dodging, the boy said he had a pretty good teacher. Meanwhile, Jigalmi successfully dodged the attack, using her stretch and even her bamboo doohickey, however, as a stick to catch her balance. Just when the mercenary thought he could overpower the girl with a single blow, since she was only dodging, Mo Yangbo loomed over him. The two of them were attacking the man, and while one was distracting, the other was planning the attack. However, even his fiercest strike was impossible due to the fact that he didn't have his usual sword, and also because it seemed like he was fighting not one first-class assassin, but two that pill they had swallowed was incredibly powerful. Alas, Mo Yangbo had to quickly get his feet away and bounce back before he was turned into a cutlet. The guy distracted himself to look at how Nam Gong Mei was handling his mercenary, and was terribly surprised that he could endure for so long. And after all, he didn't use any medicines and was a weakling himself. He was to pay for that pause when their mercenary's fist nearly met his nose. It was only at the last second that a more attentive Jigalmi pulled the guy back by the collar of his clothes, applying a steaming skill to evade that blow. The girl reminded him of the moment when Mo Yangbo had helped her, and said that she was repaying him by saving her, as if hinting that they would have to reckon with each other many times in the future. But the next moment her eyes widened in consternation, and all merriment was gone in an instant. And the blow that was intended for Nam Gong Mate, and could have been one of his last, was taken by Aaron, who suddenly appeared right between him and the mercenary. Even before the night battle began, Nam Gong Mei recalled how he was all wrapped up in bandages and heard strange sounds while walking around the happy village. It turned out to be Jin Hyo, who was practicing in sweat with a stick as if he was fighting someone and his life depended on it. As someone who knew a lot about this kind of training, Nam Gong Mei came over and commented on the boy's movements and advised him to work more on his lower body. The boy was startled when a voice came out of nowhere. However, when he saw Nam Gong Mei in front of him, saying hello to all the questions as to why he wasn't with his little sister, who was only recently returned from being kidnapped, Jin Hyo said that he urgently needed to get stronger. After all, one help does not solve anything, and next time there may not be kind people who will come to the rescue, and in their small family only grandfather and sister. And so he must become their protector. The boy thanked Nam Gong Mei for protecting him. Even though he had his own wounds, the child remembered very well the day he had been grabbed by the throat. Thanks to Nam Gong Mei and the rest of the guys in the defense squad, he realized that he only had to count on himself and was now ready for it. Hearing such sentimental words from a young child, he realized that it didn't matter how many times one had to give their help to someone. However, if it was in their power to save someone, they wouldn't stop. This was what helped Nam Gong Mei now to constantly stand his ground and not give up when he was attacked by a mercenary. The mercenary was of course terribly angry at this child's behavior, for he saw no distress on his face, and there should have been some. And at this moment, Nam Gong Mei's eyes lit up, filling him with power, and he once again felt a surge of strength and capability. Unfortunately, the mercenary dodged, and the boy was left with nothing, having wasted one of his strongest attacks. In addition, he had also expended a lot of energy, and was therefore severely weakened. It was in this state that the man caught him and kicked him in the chest with all his might using internal ki energy. Meanwhile, Aaron used the flame breath technique and defeated her opponent in full force, making him marvel at her strength. However, suddenly her attention was drawn to a body lying on the ground, and she herself doesn't realize why she looked there, and was horrified because she saw Nam Gong Mei's. She realized the boy was unconscious, and the mercenary loomed over him with the unequivocal desire to kill him. Aaron threw aside the mercenary she was fighting and immediately ran towards Nam Gong Mei, causing her rabbit classmates to start shouting at her and trying to figure out where she even ran to. Nam Gong Mei, meanwhile, was unaware of the fact that one was already coming to his aid, and once again, expecting blood, rose from his knees, still holding his sword. Such a thing did not please the mercenary, who ordered the boy to know his place and surrender at last. Nam Gong Mei held on with all his might, not because he could do it, but because he had to. Such a rejoinder caused an unconcealed mockery in the mercenary, because he had long ago not considered such phrases heroic and positive. He knew only one law, that the strong defeat the weak. The next blow was going to end little Nam Gong Ma's life, and there seemed to be no prospects. However, it was just at that moment that Aaron came running to him, putting herself between the mercenary and him, and shielding him from a mortal wound. She herself had gotten that wound in the last few seconds of being conscious, saying sweet words about how she hadn't chosen the guy for nothing. And now there was a gaping hole in her back. It would be hard enough to live with such injuries, so Aaron slumped to the ground unconscious. And that turned on some other subconscious mechanism inside Nam Gong Mei's skull, and his eyes lit up. He threw back his sword, and the mercenary was about to mock the boy. But the next second, his nose crumpled like a sheet of paper under the Persian's fist. The man was thrown back many meters and sealed into a tree, and the guy was once again covered in mega-strong internal ki energy. It was something out of the category of a demonic attack, when he was completely unable to control his emotions, feeling only the desire for revenge and the pain of losing Aaron. The mercenary didn't believe that the boy had changed a lot, and therefore tried to attack him from behind. However, with his sixth sense, Nam Gong Mei got ahead of him and didn't let himself be defeated. Everyone around him stopped in place and stared at Nam Gong Mei dumbfoundedly, trying to understand where he had gotten this strength from, when he couldn't even lift a stone normally before. While all the conscious people were asking questions about Nam Gong Mei, the boy was having a blast, kicking the mercenary leader and not giving a damn about the fact that he was a first-class assassin with a doping pill. The mercenary was trying to do something and not die from one hit, but he couldn't beat the kid or at least gain an advantage yet. A final blow, and now there were two mercenaries lying around the flaming boy. Unable to contain his anger and rage at the events that had transpired recently, Nam Gong Mei spread his legs wide to have a stable footing and shouted at the top of his voice. Yang Junhyuk and the mercenary who fought with him were looking at the situation. They had the same expressions on their faces, even though they were on opposite sides of the barricade. And only clan elder Kobin realized that all attention was now turned to the boy, not because he was so loud, but because all the warriors who had magical internal Q energy in their bodies felt an attraction to the boy, and the more energy, the stronger the attraction. This only applied to the mercenaries, and so in the next second, forgetting their tasks and plans, all the mercenaries rushed towards one poor Nam Gong Mei, leaving him no room to escape. Suddenly, he wasn't planning on running away. Instead, he named Gong Mei turned on a great warrior who doesn't even need weapons and crucified everyone with just his bare fists. Such super efficiency made the old man think that the boy had also secretly taken the pill from them like the mercenaries. But Yang Junhyuk quickly refuted such a possibility firstly. The boy wasn't a fool and wouldn't add another poison to his body. And secondly, he simply didn't have the time, an opportunity to commit such an act. Moreover, he had been having such attacks since he arrived at the Baek Military Academy. Looking at this savage battle, the old man couldn't help but draw a parallel to a wild beast. Nam Gong Mei was very much like one right now. The elder of the Kobin clan, despite his simple appearance, was not an ordinary elder, but an information guild elder. So although there was still not much information about the pills, he found out through cause and effect that the more life energy spent, the stronger their physical strength, and, most importantly, that Nam Gong Mei himself was also not full of life force, and it was on the decline. The kids were also evaluating their classmate, still remembering him in the past. Mo Youngbo remembered that the boy had the exact same condition during the entrance exam, but now he was fighting even more fiercely because the child had gained additional skills during training. Jagalmi, as the boy's childhood friend and having known him much longer, realized that he looked little like Nam Gong Mei, instead turning into some kind of monster. She wondered what exactly Nam Gong Ma's father was hiding, since such a talent was shamelessly buried in the ground. And the battle continued, and the entire group of mercenaries piled on the boy, trying, if not by sheer force of cajole shell, then at least by numbers to crush Nam Gong Mei. Recovering first, the old man shouted at everyone who stood in a stupor and watched Nam Gong Mei's battle like a show, and said that if they didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to live anytime soon. As if there was no teacher in the clearing, Jagalmi and Mo Youngbo rushed forward, deciding to help their classmate. Trying to move the Namanics stuck to each other, the boy was unsuccessful, and just as he wanted to get nervous, bright purple beams of light appeared from the empty space between their bodies. and Nam Gong Mei managed to scatter all the mercenaries around him on his own, making the presence of his friends useless. He was clearly in an insane state, because as soon as he opened his eyes and focused them on Mo Youngbo and Jigalmi, he immediately started attacking them, as if he thought they were enemies, and was in a state where the mind wasn't controlling the body, but it was working on its own. The boys couldn't even handle such a Namgong mage even with just the two of them, and they were thrown backwards by the strong flow of internal ki energy, and it was only because the teacher put his hands up and held them down that they weren't made into a flat pancake. The teacher finally remembered that he was a teacher and was responsible for all his students with his head, so he stepped forward, promising to deal with this situation, and reached for his sword on his belt. In the meantime, the biggest blow the mercenary leader suffered was not physical, but moral, as his fragile ego was damaged. He felt that he couldn't lose to these kids, so he made the decision to take another pill, although considering that it absorbed life force and turned it into physical strength, it was a death sentence he wouldn't be able to recover after such a dose. And the teacher head who had returned from his meeting with Father Nam Gong Mei was standing on the mountain, trying to figure out where his students were, if they should have already reached this place before nightfall. The only other option was that something had happened to them. However, for some reason, Gui Myeondok didn't immediately rush to their aid, but instead decided to wait another 15 minutes and sat down directly on the ground, watching the ants slowly running. Truly a necessary hobby when your students are being taken apart somewhere out there. Nam Gong Mei didn't plan to stop, and the fact that he had a strong opponent in front of him didn't stop him in the slightest. He didn't recognize his teacher Yang Jun-hyuk, but only saw an opportunity to vent some of the emotions that were tearing him apart from the inside. And Yang Jun-hyuk stopped for some reason, and stared dumbfounded for a moment at Nam Gong Mei, who was rushing towards him. The boy's figure was quite ordinary, nothing new that he hadn't seen in the last few minutes. It was because, at this moment, the pill had taken effect on the mercenary leader, and he was rushing with renewed vigor to the one he hated with all his heart, Nam Gong Mei. After intercepting the boy at the last moment, Yang Jun-hyuk let the child run underneath and used his sword to block the mercenary. But the mercenary felt no pain at all and grabbed the blade of his sword with his bare hands. Shouting in rage so that the skin on his face cracked, the mercenary ordered the man not to interfere in his fight. He had already forgotten what their original purpose was, and now just wanted to kill his hindrance that was Nam Gong Mei. Yang Jun-hyuk felt that things weren't going well, and primarily because the mercenary could talk, which meant he was strong and yet conscious, a double combo that would be better avoided. But since avoidance was no longer possible, it was now only necessary to destroy, and Yang Jun-hyuk probably showed his real strong technique for the first time, along with the mouth of a huge lion jumping on the mercenary. To the utterly distraught man, it was a low blow, and it could not stop him. Instead, the impact of the ropes and iron tips made Yang Jun-hyuk sick, and he even spat out blood, unable to block the blow. The elder of the Koban clan advanced to his aid, provoking the man again with his reasoning as to who was the rat, and it clearly wasn't the old man. Unfortunately, it was necessary to strike first and speak later, because the mercenary managed to block the blow of the staff, and insidiously, while smiling a mad maniac's full-face grin. And afterward, the staff was broken with a single kick of his foot. The old man was forced to bounce back and concurrently think of a way to defeat this monster. And so no one noticed how the Nam Gong Mei, who had been thrown aside, finally began to rise to his feet. So, the boy, still unable to distinguish between his own and others, rushed toward the old man from the back, which he had so carelessly left uncovered. Like a bag of trash, Han Seo-gol shoved the boy away from him, once again having to admit that this monster was also something to be feared. It would be possible, though very difficult for him to fight one, but when he was attacked from different sides by two such strong opponents, he soberly assessed his strength and realized that he wouldn't be able to do battle with the two of them for long. Then he found his hands free and ordered Jagalmi and Mo Yangbo to grab his classmate, to which the kids, who were already shocked by what was happening, were shocked even more, and how, one might ask, were they supposed to restrain such a creature? However, a task is a task, and so getting into a fighting stance, the two even joked at first to lighten things up a bit. The new power wave that erupted around the boy showed them that he didn't really appreciate the humor. While the children were deciding on which side to bite Nam Gong made from, the Koban clan elder continued his diligent battle with the mercenary ringleader, not missing any blows, but also not taking the time to capture him. Yang Junhyuk, who has finally cleaned up his act a bit, tried to cut into the show. For the mercenary, the worst sin was to interrupt the fight, so he unceremoniously grabbed Yang Junhyuk by the hair, pressed his nose into the ground, and threw him aside like an unnecessary rag. The old man cursed, unable to contain his emotions when he saw the condition of the strong warrior. But trouble doesn't come alone, and awakened by the alien force from the ground, the rest of the mercenaries who had previously consumed the pill rose up, making one think of them almost as zombies, albeit for a short period of time. Here, Han Seo-gol noted again how much more exhausted and gaunt these people seemed, as if they were on their last breath, even though they hadn't looked like that for another 10 minutes. Goosebumps ran down his spine as the realization crept into his head that they were going to fight to their last breath, and it was possible that that breath would be their last, not at the hands of the team, but because there was no more strength left in their bodies. The old man shouted to everyone else to get ready because the mercenaries were getting up again. However, there were no warriors left on this battlefield that could stand in their current state in this battle, just children and the injured and broken Yang Junhyuk. The man's last memory of Gui Myondok's words slipped in front of his eyes, in which the teacher was leaving the students to Yang Junhyuk and also very touchingly believing in his snake class. As if in response to his thoughts, or because he had finished counting the ants on that mountain, Gui Myondok slowly landed in the clearing, looking as fresh as he could, especially compared to the injured students and his partner. Jagalmi and Mo Yangbo looked back at the teacher, but Nam Gong Ma still didn't recognize him, continuing to breathe like a hunted horse. But everyone was incredibly happy to see this man show up at such a difficult time. Gui Myondok's eyes were not the most cheerful picture, for in his absence, the students had not wasted any time and had found adventures on their heads. The mercenaries were lined up in a row of purple force, shining with purple power, becoming more like walking corpses with each passing second. Not yet knowing exactly what he was up against, the teacher asked these people if they had taken anything in. However, instead of answering, they drooled back, and Gui Myondok realized that they were completely unconscious. The body was walking, but the mind was not functioning. The mercenaries who had gone insane rushed at Gui Myondok, but the mercenaries only needed one hit to render them inoperable, sending them flying. In the same second, he put on his mask, wanting to test to see if these mercenaries would be in pain and fear before they died. From something like this, even the unconscious mercenaries came to their senses a bit, wary of this man and the internal key energy that the man was spreading. This momentary confusion didn't stop them from quickly heading towards him, attacking the man from above. Gui Myondok wouldn't be himself if he didn't easily dispose of those that his disciples and even the Koban clan elder couldn't dispose of, cutting them into 2 uneven pieces. The astonished old man couldn't believe how he was able to cut them so easily with just one blow. And while everyone else was in the same state as the elder, only Yang Junhyuk believed in his idol and smiled as he watched him act in his usual manner. The mercenary sits on the ground and watches mesmerized as his doom approaches, while Gui Myeondok slowly approaches the man who dared to harm his students, his gaze with two glowing dots through his mask hidden from the world, shadows and light play on his figure, creating a sense of the calm before the storm. The monster, with a surprisingly clear head considering his condition, opened his violet irisless eyes in horror, and couldn't help but think that the man before him looked more like a monster. Gui Myeondok leaned over the man, and purple streams of energy reached out to him as if he was sucking them in with his raging power. Indeed, after a few seconds of such a battle of strength, the glow around the mercenary faded, and he instantly lost his strength. Mo Yongbo felt that this strength was familiar to him. It was the same feeling he had when he stayed with his father. But surprisingly, he felt that his father's strength would be lesser, and he couldn't expect such a thing from a teacher. The long-time Jigalmi who had been judging him also remained in the same state as her classmate, because she could have expected even that it was just a doppelganger of Gui Myeondok. However, it was definitely him. Once again, they completely forgot about Nam Gong Mei. And the boy did not forget about them, and therefore rushed forward, almost knocking down two of them at once. His ultimate target, however, was not children at all, but two powerful warriors whose strength was just as appealing to the mind-lost Nam Gong mate. Gui Myeondok used one hand to stop the boy who looked more like a rabid monkey. He was throwing his legs and arms at his teacher, trying to crush him. He greeted his troubled student, continuing to hold the one by the head. After sucking the power out of him, just as he had with the mercenary Gui Myeondok, he threw the child to the ground and returned to where he had started. He was interested in learning firsthand what exactly the mercenaries were using and more details about the effects of the drug. Even though the strength inside the mercenary's body was gone, he still refused to say anything and just stared at Gui Myeondok with his crazy eyes that were no longer purple. Gui Myeondok snorted when he was called a monster, and even laughed, saying that he wasn't the one using all the stuff that made him stronger, and he wasn't the one attacking innocent people and his little students. The man, however, resented being called a villain, and said that he was forced to do all of this by hypocrites who promote good deeds, but don't do them themselves, like Gui Myeondok himself, and tried to deflect blame by looking crazy. According to this mercenary, he was not interested in clan affairs at all. He just wanted to survive and not die. You have to attack and kill first. He tried to justify his actions and said that he was made like this by the clans and the squabbles between them. Even more than that, this cursed world made him this way. Gui Myeondok laughed scornfully about how convenient it was for him to blame it on the world and pretend it wasn't his choice. He didn't really care what exactly made the mercenary this way, and what exactly led him to this life. He just needed to know what they were using and the detailed effects of those pills. The mercenary said something and Gui Myeondok heard his words and afterward dealt with him in a brutal way from the outside. But it brought him instant death and relief that he was now free, albeit posthumously. Gui Myeondok didn't voice it out loud, but he felt that he could really understand at some points the mercenary, because he too would one day have to be held accountable for the deeds he had done, and Nam Gong Mei was drowning in endless dark space in his memories. But even there, the same violet light that had previously greeted him that day when he had protected Jin Hyo and when his own powers and awakened. Ogani apparently chose a rather cruel way of therapy, because he reminded the boy of the time Aaron had gotten hurt because of him, and said that he couldn't even protect the person standing right in front of him. And since he couldn't protect this man, who else would he be able to protect? Therefore, it was suggested that he surrender and become a monster that couldn't even defend himself. But at least he would be able to express his rage. Nam Gong Mei felt that different personalities had gathered around him, convincing him each about something different, but they were united in their opinion that the boy could do nothing without a single talent and without a single soap for him from those around him. All those voices were affecting the boy's nervous system. And he felt like he was going crazy. When a rather clear image of a woman appeared in front of his face, in whom he recognized his mother for some reason, and the woman was suddenly replaced by the image of his teacher, Gui Myeondok. Looking rather stern, he asked how much longer the boy would be hovering in the clouds, and ordered him to return to the real world. A click on the boy's forehead shattered that impenetrable dark space that surrounded him and gave hope of rescue. In reality, the boy heaved himself up on the bed and stood heavily, as if trying to exhale unpleasant memories. The first to greet the boy was Aaron, who was soaking a cloth in a bowl of water and planning to put this bandage on Nam Gong Mei's head. While the boy himself thought nothing bad and was still coming to his senses, Aaron suddenly saw that because he was covered in bandages because of his wounds and part of his body was bare, and as a decent girl of that time, she was ashamed to look at him. She immediately started making excuses that she had done nothing and was just treating him, as if she thought she would be accused of unacceptable behavior. She promised to bring a healer, and instead of going out the door, she broke a hole in the wall to hurry out of the room. Left to himself, Nam Gong Mei didn't realize where he was if his last memories were from the battlefield, and walked to the window, hearing the sounds of the city and wanting to know what was going on. He allowed himself to express his surprise aloud, but received a question from Gui Myeondok, who was sitting on the roof outside the window, about what was so surprising to him. And the man didn't start joking, but rather seriously said that he told the boy to practice reverse energy. However, he entered the monster state again. Nam Gong Mei tried to apologize for what happened, because he understood that it was his fault. But Kwai, my young duke, didn't demand an apology, because he felt that he himself was careless. Therefore, he promised to personally teach Nam Gong Mei special martial arts, causing the boy's genuine joy and shock. He was even more shocked when the teacher told him that he had received permission from Nam Gong Mei's father, which meant that they had seen each other, and when he was told that Nam Gong Mei should now follow Kui my young duke, because he had been made a special student. However, the conversation didn't end there because Gui Myeondok asked to keep it a secret for everyone else, because even though he is a snake class teacher as it is, but this secret about personal training should remain between the two of them. Then Gui Myeondok recalled the words of his acquaintances, who told him that Nam Gong Mei almost died trying to save the child, and contrary to Nam Gong Mei's expectations. He didn't scold him, but praised him with a light pat on his head. Feeling such kindness from his teacher and excited about the upcoming training from Gui Myeondok, he almost cried with gratitude. However, Aaron was fast enough. So soon, Jagalmi Mo Yang Bo, apparently the healer, and Aaron herself appeared in the gap where the wall used to be. Mo Yang Bo took command, sending Nam Gong Mei back to bed, as he had not yet departed from his illness. The boy tried to justify that he got up and stood so long, only because he was talking to the teacher. But when he got up, there was no one outside the window. Checking the patient's pulse, the healer was greatly surprised, because no one had ever recovered from something like this so quickly before, and now the man didn't understand how the boy could be completely fine. His words were taken very seriously by Aaron and literally threatened the healer that if his words turned out to be untrue, he should answer for it with his life. As the future head of the clan that deals with advice and tactics, Jagalmi immediately asked what secret lurked in Nam Gong Mei's body. Nam Gong Mei planned to give her an answer, though he wasn't sure if she would be satisfied. But suddenly his attention was drawn to the ceiling cover that had been flung open. The teacher peeked out of it in a bat-like manner and pressed his finger to his lips, hinting to keep the secret here as well. So the boy had no choice but to say that he just had too much energy. Meanwhile, The legendary meeting between Han Seo-gol and Ki Wyeong-deok was happening on the rooftop. When Gui Myeondok mentioned the old man's high title, he immediately began to recoil because he had been in the war for a short time and didn't consider himself worthy of the rank of captain. The old man was surprised that he was given such reverence by Gui Myeondok himself, not possessing the kind of shyness that the younger generations might possess. The elder of the Koban clan approached Gui Myeondok and dared him to comment on his appearance, saying that the man definitely needed to work on his looks and make it at least a little prettier so that it was better without the mask. Gui Myeondok didn't react painfully to this comment because he was already used to it, but he did mention that he no longer belonged to the Black Flower faction. Sitting on the rooftop, they chatted about Gui Myeondok's past, and the old man said he had heard rumors about the group disbanding. Remembering that he had something for Gui Myeondok, the Koban clan elder took out the very wooden box that had started the last battle from his clothes. He said he only had it, but did not know the content or the sender, although his people were already searching for information on it. Seeing Gui Myeondok's surprised face, the old man was able to conclude that going to Naxal was also useless. Gui Myeondok remembered that when he arrived in Naxal, there were already decayed corpses hanging from the entrance gate, suspended by strong ropes, and in the manor itself, brutally murdered mercenaries were lying everywhere. As a professional, Gui Myeondok immediately noticed that the cuts were very smooth, which meant that the assassin was really talented as the mercenaries were killed one by one. The room itself was also subject to tremendous damage, looking as if a herd of elephants had danced inside and out. The man went upstairs, where the main action of the battle was to take place, and saw an old man lying there in the very center, with a phrase written in blood saying that Gui Myeondok was here. Returning to reality and opening the wooden box and seeing the pill there, Gui Myeondok told the Koban clan elder that they weren't a very big organization, so there wasn't much of a problem with that incident either. But he had two findings, and one find was left on purpose and the other was accidental, which means they're covering their tracks. After getting all the information he needed, the elder of the Koban clan got up from the roof and after receiving a question from Gui Myeondok about where the old man was going, he laughed, saying that he wasn't anyone's servant and could go wherever he wanted. Gui Myeong-deok kindly offered to escort the old man out, as if knowing that there was no way he would agree in order to avoid looking old. And Gui Myeondok himself, remembering what he had seen on one of his treks, suddenly realized that given all the traces he had found, it was time to pay for his sins. He was only distracted in his thoughts for a second, and the old man was already in front of his eyes and scrutinizing him. Gui Myeondok didn't understand why he wasn't going anywhere, but Han Seo-gol said that Gui Myeondok is a very smart young man, and now it's clear why he was assigned as a teacher to look after these kids. Even though they were in a time of war, the children had not yet suffered that fate, and they were shedding blood and fighting to their last breath for their happy future, so keeping an eye on them was a very important task. Meanwhile, in Namgong Manor, Nam Gong Mei's older brother Nam Gong took up his sword, saying that 3 months had passed and it was his time. The masked men who attacked the snake class are assassins hired by the leader of one of the groups to destroy a trade caravan of the city's defense corps, and it turns out that the potion that increases strength is also their work. As a countermeasure, the Marima Union immediately assembled a team to investigate and went to the main Chungcheong City Defense Corps, where the dastardly planning of the attack took place. However, when they got there, they were in for a huge surprise because everyone involved was found dead and no leads were found. The Red Flower faction, which was under the direct control of the Marine Union, took over the investigation. In the main headquarters of the Marine Union, almost all the members of the teaching staff of the Baek Military Academy were seated around a long table, except for 3 empty seats. The rat class teacher laughed and was in a very good mood because practicing outside had done his class good, and he couldn't help but share the news. The teacher of the tiger class commented wryly that the rat class could do nothing but huddle together in packs. The rabbit class teacher put her elbows on the table, saying that she was still hungover, and asking the two of them to fight somewhere else, or keep it down, since there wasn't enough room to have a fight here. Before the conflict escalated further involving Young Y, the bull class teacher slammed his fist on the table and even released his internal ki energy to bring them to order. The teacher of the horse class quite reasonably remarked that the head of the Marine Union, who had organized the meeting, had ordered all 12 teachers to come, but he somehow did not see the teachers of the dragon class and the snake class here. As soon as Kwag Yoon entered the building, everyone immediately stood up, respectfully crossed their arms in front of their chests, and greeted the head, but he immediately ordered them to sit down. When the leader himself sat down at the center chair, his servant quickly told him in his ear that all the classes at Bake Military Academy had returned from training unharmed, and that he had listened to their reports in individuated order. Kwag Yuan was indeed very pleased with the progress of the students and teachers, and praised that everyone had done a great job, and he was grateful to the teachers for their hard work. The rat class teacher immediately rushed to ask his question that the head had ordered all the teachers to gather in one place, but only 10 of the 12 were present, and he wanted to know the reason. It was Gui Myeondok that everyone was primarily interested in, since the teachers at Bake Military Academy are all martial arts masters, and all the best of the best, but they still don't reach his level. The pig class teacher, upon hearing that Kwag Yeon had singled out his friend Gui Myeondok separately, took his head in horror as he still remembered how he thought Gui Myeondok wasn't real, and had even tried to fight him. So now he thought he was in big trouble. At this time, the training for the disciples was still going on. At least Nam Gong Mate was squatting on the training field on the Snake Class Mountain with 2 stones. They all performed 3,000 squats under the guidance of Yang Jun Hyuk, and even the students who were weak in the past were able to do so. The man was pleased with their results, as by this point the kids were used to such heavy exercises, so he added another 100 reps on top of them. Meanwhile, 2 silhouettes sat in the bushes and watched this training session. It was all about Nam Gong Mei being present. Aaron was so in love with him that she didn't even hesitate to come and watch him during practice. Her friend logically asked if she planned to just stare at him all day, but the girl was not shy about her actions because it was one of the techniques in the seduction book. She was explaining to her friends, who were sitting on the ground, listening about how Aaron planned to use the technique of playing unattractive. And as if in response to her words, Nam Gong Mei remembered that he hadn't seen Aaron anywhere for a few days now. However, this thought went nowhere further, and he just decided to clean up the training area, and that was it. During this time at least, Nam Gong Mei and Wonpyo had become, if not close friends, at least buddies. So the boy was not shy to joke about the Shaolin monk talking again and ending his vow of silence. Mo Yongbo came over to them and also inquired about Nam Gong Mei's health, worrying if his body had come to full health since he was handling the training, and praised his classmate for getting stronger. Faced with the interrogations of the still and attentively cunning Jagalmi and the healer Yuen Riang, the boy was close to failing his promise to his teacher to keep quiet about the secret of his body. However, a voice from nowhere came to his rescue, causing Nam Gong Mei to turn around when a man unknown to them before said that the boy appeared to have a strong base. It was the dragon class teacher, Stormblade Chu Da Hua. Meanwhile, in the Marine Union Hall, the dog class teacher So Guo immediately quickly realized who they were talking about, and clarified whether or not the dragon class teacher was the same Stormblade of the Heavenly Masters 3. She didn't understand why such a person would become a mere teacher in Bake Military Academy, as if the previous story about Gui Myeondok hadn't come as a shock to her in the first place, considering Gui Myeondok had reached a level far above the heavenly authors. According to her, the teachers of the Baek Military Academy are chosen from the top 100 masters, but if it's Stormblade, it's the level of the head of the Mirroring Union itself. Kwag Yoon just smiled enigmatically. Even for many heads of large clansmen, it is impossible for them to reach the peak through cliff shattering alone. However, each of the 3 heavenly masters has almost reached this level, and they stand much closer to the boundary than the others. Considering the Dragon Class teacher's abilities, it would be perfectly fine if he became the next leader of the Mirroring Union. But if the woman knew his character better, she wouldn't think so he was completely unsuitable. Kwag Yeon was describing Chu Dok-hwa to other teachers, but it felt like he could describe Gui Myeondok with those words. No longer wanting to keep the teachers in the dark, and admitted that he had once personally gone to the head of the Mirroring Union and asked to become a teacher at Baek Academy. Kwag Yoon remembered how this man landed one dark evening. Turns out Chu Dok-hwa has been traveling the world looking for a successor, which is why Kwag Yeon was so surprised to see him here. With a good-natured smile, Chu Dok-hwa scratched the back of his head and said that it was unfortunately too difficult to find someone with the same character and as strong as him. Although there was one exception, and he already thought that he would be able to take this student. But he was refused, and somehow he found out that this student would be studying at the Baek Military Academy. So now he came to Kwag Yoon to ask him to put this student in the same group with him, and to become a teacher for this group. Chu Dok-hwa said with a smirk that this child probably doesn't know who he really is, so he made the mistake of refusing. So he wanted to show the child what he was giving up. Furthermore, he wanted to find more followers for himself, and was even willing to pick them up from other classes, just so long as they adopted his mastery of the dragon martial art. Kwag Yeon had nothing against allowing such a person to become a teacher at his military academy. After all, he wasn't the only strange person considering Snake Class teacher Gui Myeondok. However, he warned that the children's wishes will still come first, and no one will be able to forcefully coerce them, and Chu Dok-hwa will be able to offer them whatever rewards they want. But the final decision will be up to them. For this reason, Kwag Yoon was now asking the other teachers to be necessarily more attentive to their students, in order to ensure that the students of outstanding teachers like Gui Myeondok and Stormblade didn't get too far ahead of the rest. Such, of course, was not to the delight of the poor teachers, who had a yard-load of work to do. Meanwhile, on the mountain of the Snake Class training glade, a disciple's swiping was taking place. A man landed right in front of Nam Gongma and asked him what class they were from. He was answered by Jagalmi, who had already learned her lesson considering their teacher and no longer relied on people's appearance. So she acted cautiously first because she had already realized that anyone could be super strong. However, Chu Dok-hwa did not appreciate her excessive politeness and openly commented on her speaking style, saying that she is a child but speaks like an old woman. Seeing the frightened and misunderstanding faces of the children, the man pointed to Mo Young-bo and asked what his name was, sensing the potential in this boy. He came close to him, examined him from all sides, hugged him tightly, except he didn't taste him. Such a thing did not find the boy's understanding. The man muttered to himself that as the heir of a great family, he had been training in martial arts since he was a child, so his form was much better than the follower Chu Dok-hwa had chosen. At one moment, apparently wanting to test such a disciple, the man released his dragon aura, and Mo Young-bo's mouth even bled from overexertion. Nam Gongma couldn't put up with such a thing since the boy was his classmate, and he interrupted his ordeal with a shout. However, every time he was worried, his energy within would also come into motion. Chu Dok-hwa noticed something even more interesting than just Mo Young-bo's good form. he instantly approached Nam Gong Mach, seeing something interesting in him, and even summarized that many of the students in this class were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. The man reached out his hand to grope Nam Gong Mach as he had done earlier with Mo Yongbo, but his hand was intercepted by Gui Myeondok, and informed that this was a snake class, and these were his students, and he would not want them to be touched. The handshake turned into a wordless duel and a test of each other's strength that made even the mountain begin to crack. The children were amazed at how quickly the events were unfolding and how strong the energy was swirling around the two men, when Wonpyo suddenly remembered that he had seen this man before, when he had caused a scandal while coming to Shaolin for drinks. Jigalmi was amazed at how clueless and strange this man was, since he had come looking for alcohol in a place like this. However, that wasn't what Wonpyo wanted to impress them with. It was the way the monks addressed the man as Stormblade, the only Stormblade they had to know. And if this man was a Stormblade, then the amount and quality of power that was now going all in different directions from Gui Myeondok, and this man was quite clear. From the strain, the iron cuffs on Gui Myeondok's arm even cracked along with the cloak he wore. The snake class teacher himself, however, was not in a grave state, as if such a confrontation was nothing to him. But he asked if Stormblade planned to continue this battle, and the man was surprised at his resilience. The problem was that Gui Myeondok hadn't used his strength even a third of his reserve before. So seeing that Chu Diakhua was enjoying this performance, he wanted to play with him a bit and lit up his eyes with his strength. Unexpectedly, his attempt only resulted in him choking on blood and never realizing why his illness had escalated just now. In an instant, the entire confrontation between the two masters stopped, and Chu Dakhua immediately folded his hands behind his back, taking on a holy appearance and admitting that he had lost control, but with an expression as if he had nothing to do with it at all. They exchanged acrimonious pleasantries in which Gui Myeondok was surprised that Stormblade had become a mentor at Baek Military Academy, and Chu Diakhua was amazed that one of the best assassins had become a regular teacher. And of course he didn't miss the opportunity to comment on Gui Myeondok's strange appearance without a mask. Meanwhile, forgetting that she was on the snake class training field, Aaron ran up to Nam Gong Mei, grabbed him, and started shaking him, trying to see if he was all right. Nam Gong Mei didn't understand where she even came from or what she was doing here. Chu Dakhua discovered for himself another phenomenal warrior who had terrifying strength and a body stronger than any stone that was to be the legendary celestial martial body. He tried to regain his interest, asking which clan Aaron was from and wanting to join her to his followers. However, the girl, in her characteristic manner, said that she was not interested in men of Stormblade's age, and generally looked furious for the man trying to hurt her lover. She was ratted out by Gui Myeondok after telling her what clan she was from. To a man who hadn't met Aaron and other girls who hadn't graduated from the AMI clan before, it was surprising to see Aaron's appearance more like a man's, considering that only women were supposed to be members of the clan. The two geniuses met, they called it, because when asked by Gui Myeondok about why the dragon class teacher didn't go to the military meeting held by the head of the Murium Union, Chu Diakhua said that he didn't know it was mandatory and was just wandering around Baek Military Academy in his free time. Surprisingly, Chu Dakhua, the teacher of the snake class, was there. However, he watched all of this from holes in the ceiling, remaining invisible to the rest of the council. Having gotten everything he wanted at this point, Stormblade turned around and with a brief farewell, he was about to leave the snake class training glade. The man smirked vindictively while looking at Gui Myeondok and said that the snake class students actually all had hidden talents and were good enough, like bugs that were about to become dragons. Instead of being outraged that his students were trying to poach him, Gui Myeondok tried to stop the dragon class teacher, but the latter instead questioned why Myeondok was addressing him formally if they were the same age. Lastly, Chu Dakhwa said that his follower is better than Ki Myung-dok's followers, which he could have discussed with, but didn't. As soon as the man left, the children surrounded their teacher and began to ask if it was really Stormblade, a great warrior and one of the 3 heavenly masters. Letting his admiration for such a young celestial master pass by his ears, Gui Myondok seriously stated that there was a very important announcement at the meeting teachers today, stating that all the students of Baek Military Academy were to participate in a martial arts competition. This came as starting news to the students of the snake class and to Aaron, who had wandered into their ranks. Meanwhile, Chu Dakhwa, while returning to his place, suddenly realized that he was being blown around by the wind somewhere. He remembered how intense the handshake had been, spreading astonishing power all around, and which had broken the iron cuffs on Gui Myondok's arm and torn his sleeve. He hadn't yet realized that unlike Gui Myondok, his clothes had been burned in a much more delicate place, so now he was shining his bare ass. A martial arts competition is a Murim Alliance competition designed to find those gifted to lead the Justice faction into the future. Originally held every 3 years under the name of the Young Dragon and Phoenix Tournament. When a lot of talented people began to gather together after the construction of the Baek Military Academy, the rules and requirements of the tournament also changed. Gui Myung-dok enlightened his students that among the 12 groups, only 6 can reach the finals, and the preliminary round will be held next year. And it will not be possible to win only 1 participant from the class, and in order for the group to win, all participants must reach the end, and then everyone will have to fight for themselves. Thus, they will be allies in the preliminary round, but enemies in the finals. Sitting in a tree, the rabbit class teacher, inexplicably lurking there, explained that if the class lost as a group, it would not be able to reach the finals, no matter how talented the class members were. The gorgeous woman jumped down from the tree and slowly approached the group, questioning first Aaron about what she was doing here. The woman, looking down at her student, informed her that Aaron was grounded, as were her friends who had come with her to watch the love of her life. It turns out that Young Wai came here because she didn't see Gui Myondok at the meeting, and was going to talk about what was announced there. But as you'd expect from the former leader of the Black Flower faction, he's surprisingly quick to get information from his sources. What she didn't know was that Gui Myung-deok was actually at the meeting, but was simply not showing himself to everyone, preferring to hang in a bat pose from the ceiling, threatening that even if they faced each other in the finals, there would be no snake class snooping. Young Wai ordered the girls to follow her and hurry back to their training field. Aaron turned around and apologized to Nam Gong Mace that she wouldn't be able to visit him for a while, and the boy was also a little sad about it, because the thing was, training with her had helped him a lot. There was a serious misunderstanding between them, for although Aaron's words meant that they were to pass the test of distance and time, the boy himself thought that it was not about love, but about training before a fight. So when he said that he would wait for the time when they would survive the long winter and spring would definitely come, that is, they would definitely succeed, Aaron took these words as if Nam Gong Mei shared her feelings. When matters of the heart took a back seat, all the students of the snake class gathered in a circle to listen to their teacher. Jagami assumed that they would focus on practicing their general formation, but when she received a negative response from the teacher, she was outraged because they were supposed to fight as a group in the preliminary round. Gui Myondok, however, explained that the overall formation is indeed a fearsome force, but it has one weakness: if any of them get hurt or ambushed by the enemy and get separated from the rest, it will be their downfall. Such group builds are strong, but children overlook a little thing. Such builds break down very easily. Any little thing can do that. So it's a weak technique. When Jagami wanted to continue to be outraged, not convinced by the teacher's words, He used his last trump card, saying that he had previously been an assassin, and therefore he now planned to teach the children the secret techniques and training of the Black Flower faction. Mo Yongbo felt that he needed to blend in with his surroundings, while the others were still pondering over what their teacher had told them. After all, this was how the members of the Black Flower faction trained, which meant they needed to figure out how to apply it. Gui Myondok was listing some strange terms, and then at one point abruptly took and turned around, trying to scare his Shinix, and they succeeded, at least in Wonpyo's case. Shigami's hands clenched into fists, and the veins in her face showed through, because she couldn't believe that such nonsense was actually a training method used by the Black Flower faction. However, to any objection she had, the teacher had an explanation, because this training was comparable to turtle breathing training, through which children could learn how to hide their presence, and it was a basic grouping training method that could be quickly mastered. After all, they could gain an incredible advantage if they could conceal their presence in the middle of a massive battle, and that small difference could determine their fate and help them not die. Mo Yongbo and Nam Gong Mate understood and agreed with the teacher. But for example, the boy said it was more difficult than he thought, because when they try to freeze, their body starts to shake. And if you stop the trembling with internal ki energy, its consumption increases greatly, and concentration is impaired. It seemed to Jagami that she was in a circle of crazy people, and was gradually going crazy herself, for this training was only a child's play for her. At other times, Gui Myondok was waiting at the Nam Gong Mei Snake class training field. The boy bowed to him, addressing him as a teacher, for he was looking forward to the personal training discussed earlier. As Nam Gong Mei sat down in the meditation pose, the teacher said that what he had taught the boy earlier was a method of concentrating the internal ki energy scattered throughout the body into one place. Unlike the paltry amount of internal ki energy that Nam Gong Mei used before, with the current state of his internal source, he would be able to keep up with other martial artists like his classmates. However, Gui Myondok wasn't going to stop there, deciding that from now on, he would teach the boy the reverse rebirth technique, which was his personal martial arts technique. There was no one who had received the martial technique created by Gui Myondok yet, so the boy could not contain his joyful exclamation, but only in his mind not to show such a thing to his teacher. In a wistful voice, Gui Myondok started a story that, like falling water downward, they follow the prescribed flow, and that is the law of nature and the world order. However, humans are creatures that try to go against nature. Humans move forward by utilizing nature rather than following it within the universe. Only humans struggle to evolve and use things to improve, and martial artists who accumulate internal energy are no exceptions. The meridian crossing center is the part of the human body that contains nature. But the bowl of Nam Gong Mate is split in two, and it is extremely unnatural. His own ki energy is altered by the terrible energy of the poison, which is able to burn his internal energy streams if misused, and if his father had not separated it with his Q, his internal energy streams would have been destroyed back in his early childhood when he took the poison. The first step of the reverse rebirth technique was the reverse flow of internal energy that Gui Myondok had taught the boy for so long. After all, the first step of rebirth is to go against nature again, which is why he told him to learn the technique, and was so persistent in the teachings. Although that technique had been dangerous before, but this time Nam Gong Mei was about to put his life on the line. Gui Myondok said that the next step was to use the forward flow of clean energy and the flow of reverse energy at the same time, which was an impossibility in itself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, another of the leaders of a small clan has been brutally murdered. The man who was in charge of the investigation bellowed to his subordinates that the killer had left not too long ago, that they had a chance to catch him. However, though the warriors went into the forest and were alert enough to look for their target. Yet the assassin hid in the darkness behind a white mask with red patterns. The masked man kept track of the number of warriors and realized that only the Red Flower faction had shown up. Yang Junhyuk, who was temporarily sent on this mission, suddenly felt an energy like Gui Myondok's, and therefore stopped and looked around. He used his acceleration and climbed up the mountain, on which he saw a man wearing a white mask with red patterns. However, contrary to his expectations, it wasn't Gui Myondok, and at the very least, the fact that this person was pulling out a strange weapon from behind his back, that, for one, Dog didn't use. Yang Junhyuk was forced to realize this, and quickly dodged the blows. He had lived too much time around Gui Myondok to know his own teacher, and realized that this person in front of him now had nothing to do with him. Yang Junhyuk was so surprised by what he saw in front of him that he didn't immediately draw his sword in order to block the blow, and only managed to do so at the last second. Sure that his opponent was very strong, he decided to grab the advantage with his best skills, no longer delaying the attack, because he saw that it was Gui Myondok. However, with his iron chains, the man in the white mask with red patterns managed to destroy the formation of the strongest technique, and also realized that it was one of the man's strongest blows. Holding his stomach with his hand, Yang Junhyuk was not in the best condition, and he would hardly be able to withstand the masked man's strongest technique, judging from how heavily he was breathing. However, the masked man was not impressed with his condition, and Yang Junhyuk realized with horror that he was about to be stepped on. The multiple needle technique used by the masked man was like his sword taking on a life of his own, and soon Yang Junhyuk was unable to resist such an onslaught and fell to the ground with almost no strength, disheveled clothes, and numerous wounds. While in a state of near unconsciousness, Yang Junhyuk was inquired if this person was from the Black Flower faction. After being silent for a while, the unknown man replied that he was Gui Myondok. Naturally, Yang Junhyuk knew very well that it was all a lie, and this masked man couldn't be Gui Myondok, as he had spent too much time around the teacher and had no doubts about the teacher's techniques. He knew he could easily tell the difference. He is also informed by this person that the real Gui Myondok is now working as a teacher at the Peck Military Academy. That person didn't feel exposed and disagreed with him, saying that Yang Junhyuk is also misguided because that Gui Myondok is a fake. After ordering Yang Junhyuk to stay out of the masked man's way, he did not finish off his opponent as he had done before, but instead disappeared from the scene with a special technique, and only Yang Junhyuk was left lying on an empty mountain, having never completed his task. Thinking back to his childhood memories of seeing Gui Myondok in action while piercing the opponent's heart with his hand, Yang Junhyuk was certain that he couldn't be a fake. Meanwhile, at the military academy, it was still not yet easy to become aware of the impending threat, and Nam Gong Mek, along with his friends, went to the central square of the academy, looking at the surroundings because previously they had been training all the time, and he had no time for that. Breaking his vow of silence, Wampio used rather crude language and said that their teacher made them practice day and night in change class, so they didn't have a second to look around. After hearing such rhetoric, the children could not believe that they were hearing it with their own ears, and even began to doubt that he was a Shaolin monk. Wampio had shed his mask of sainthood and would not stand for the vile rumors that he looked unkempt, was completely neglected, and unlike the familiar boy could stand up for himself, so he shouted at them to stop staring at him. Otherwise, he would make them bald. Nam Gong Mei laughed awkwardly. On the one hand, he was ashamed of his friend's expressiveness like this, and on the other hand, he felt that he still had a long time to learn to this level of self-awareness. Just as the boy was getting excited because the person they had scheduled to meet never showed up, Nam Gong Mei's cousin ran towards them from afar, waving his hand. Jifyun was insanely happy to see his brother and asked why they hadn't left the snake class all this time. Wonpyo was clearly not in the best mood, so after greeting the boy, he blatantly told him that he was somehow too skinny for Nam Gong Mei's brother. So Nam Gong Mei himself had to apologize for his classmate, with words about how he had a sharp tongue and everything was actually fine. Nam Gong Ma was curious about what was going on in the courtyard and why everyone was rushing somewhere, so Ji-hyun told him that it was because of the martial arts competition. And it was all about the rooster class organizing the betting on the battle winner and asking everyone to bet and choose on who would come out on top of the competition. And while the rest of the disciples were all excited about such a sweepstakes, Nam Gong Mei awkwardly scratched his ear, trying to figure out how this could turn out for them. A slightly crazy-looking betting manager from the rooster class was telling us what the rules were. You had to give money to the class the person was supporting. And if the class they bet on came out on top, their cash reward would double. Since new young talents are identified at these competitions, everyone was very interested in these competitions, so it was really a very good way for the organizers to raise money. However, instead of creating and betting on which class would win, Tang Wei-ju came up to Nam Gong Mei and said out loud that he wanted to bet 100 silver on the snake class, getting knocked out at the very beginning because a boomer like Nam Gong Mei had gotten among them. The servant who was walking beside the pig class disciple said something to Tang Wei-ju, and after that, the boy looked much more confident. He laughed as he disdainfully said that there was no one to help him this time, alluding to the previous experiences of Nam Gong Mei's classmates and the class teacher. However, he was slightly mistaken, because standing next to the boy was Wonpyo, who, with his usual naivety, had spoken aloud about how Mo Yong Bo had broken this guy's fingers, reminding him of his loss. Tang Wei-ju's subordinate, calling Wonpyo a fat pig, which was strange considering they were of the pig class, demanded that the monk shut up immediately and not interfere in other people's conversations. Of course, this caused Wonpyo to laugh wildly, for it seemed to him that this particular servant had decided that he was onto something, since he was always following people from a famous family. There was a tense energy between these two, even stronger than that between Tang Wei-ju and Nam Gong Mei, and one had the impression that they were about to start a battle. Nam Gun-jipyeong tried to settle the conflict by saying that they shouldn't go that far in front of so many people, and Tang Wei-ju felt that this boy was familiar to him. Tang Wei-ju thought back to the way he had taken care of and abused this boy. Back then, if it wasn't for Nam Gong Mei's intervention, his younger cousin might have been seriously injured, and he still remembered how Tang Wei-ju was only doing this for his own gloating pleasure. He seriously grabbed with the help of the servants who were holding the little boy on outstretched arms and was about to hit him with a folder, after that becoming the target of the hatred of the cunning and sneaky Tang Wei-ha. So now Jefyun planned to protect his brother. After all, that incident had happened before Nam Gong Mei's internal meridian crossing source was damaged, and now he was even stronger than Nam Gong Mei. At least he thought so, because he didn't know his brother's new level after training. Of course, such references and insolence on Jefyun's part didn't leave Tang Wei-ju unaffected, and he felt that he had been horribly offended. Seeing his brother shaking with fear, yet not backing down to protect Nam Gong Mei, the boy pulled him aside and said that he shouldn't be so tense, because he wasn't his opponent. At this point, the heat of passion between the servant partner Tang Wei-ju and Wonpyo reached its limit, and the boy rushed to attack the monk, but lost at the first blow. He tried to rehabilitate himself, but Wonpyo was able to dodge successfully. And of course, such a fight did not go unnoticed, and all the other children began to wonder who was fighting with whom. For the man who represented the stakes from the rooster class, it was a gold mine, for now the class that did battle with the pig class was showing itself. And these were guys whose class had not participated in general training and who were the dark horse of the competition. Because of Wonpyo's constant verbal provocations, the boy screamed and even drew his sword to strike the monk directly, tired of his helplessness. Though Wonpyo could easily dodge this blow, suddenly the sword was knocked away by another man's dagger, and he was nailed to the ground, and all the children looked around, searching for the source that had thrown the dagger. The unknown man, standing on the rooftop in a robe that completely wrapped him, said that inside the Bake Academy, all fights were forbidden except for official competitions, and unofficial dastardly duels would not be tolerated by the Union of the Five Strongest. And the Union of the Five Strongest is a rat class trained at Peck Academy, but primarily in charge of discipline, not officially, but just because they like it. On the other side of the kids, on the opposite roof, was another man wrapped in cloth. And he also made Nam Gong Mei turn around with his voice, saying that if the kids wanted to find out who was stronger, they should do it with dignity. According to him, they should have fought during the preliminaries of the Bake Military Academy, rather than continuing this low, silly fight. Another man who approached him on the same roof said that if they continued such improprieties, the boys would have to fight him and his brothers in the same way. Children in masks, completely covered in cloth, so that their faces were indistinguishable, carrying various kinds of weapons, were on the roof as if they were everywhere, but in fact there were only 5 of them. Tang Wei-ju didn't react properly when his partner told him that the guys from the rat class had come. Instead, he said that he was just about to teach them a lesson, since they were only making heroes of themselves by huddling together as a group. He decided to use open provocation by yelling at these kids to attack him, and to do so he used nasty, dirty words to make the rage stronger. The students of the rat class were quick to respond to such cries with an attack, and would not back down from an open confrontation. According to them, they guard justice, and are an alliance of the 5 strongest, and now they want to stop those troublemakers and disciplinarians at Bake Military Academy. For the person who organized the bets from the rooster class, this situation was even more pleasant, because since the guys from the rat class joined in, everyone could see the fights even before the start of the competition, and draw conclusions about the upcoming winners and place bet. The kids didn't mind a good show either, in which they remained mere spectators and didn't have to participate. Tang Wizhu decided to attack first and rush towards the rat class disciple. He managed to incapacitate one apprentice with one sneaky swipe of his fingers, leaching poison into his weapon. However, there was a whole group of them, so the kids' partners quickly remembered and rushed at Tang Wizhu. For example, one of them drew double swords, and only at the last moment did Tang Wizhu manage to block the attack with his daggers. For Nam Gong Mei, it was a great opportunity to observe how real life, albeit ordinary students, fought in real life. And Wonpyo noted the striking power of the joint offense, because they were brothers and their interactions were as good as any other team. Jifyun, as the person who had been studying the history of the other classes all this time, because their class, unlike the snake class, could go out to train with other groups, said that the rat class's individual abilities were not particularly outstanding, but if they used cooperative techniques, their skills were rated as comparable to great masters, and they were unrivaled in battles. However, unlike Nam Gong Ma, who tensed up at this news, Wonpyo only said disdainfully that these kids could only bunch together instead of practicing their individual skills normally. Tang Wizhu wasn't going to give up and took out his blades and sent forward a blade rain technique to attack the rat class disciples. However, as mentioned, they had amazing teamwork and honed techniques, so using their swords as shields, the boys quickly repelled this attack. Tang Wizhu snorted at them, saying that the rat class with their joint attacks were in this particular class for a reason with this. He wanted to hint that they were like rats that attacked in a pack. He had to interrupt his thoughts because his partner had already been hit and fell to his knees, letting go of his sword. It was a total defeat for the boy, and he was the only one seriously shaken compared to the rest of the rat class. And now the guys had gotten to Tang Weiju, and now they were already snorting disdainfully because of his ability to attack from behind someone else's back with daggers and poisons instead of an open attack. Alas, they said this to Tang Weiju, whose pride and ego were too high, and so they provoked him into another attack, in which he had already summoned his poison ability. As someone who was very familiar with his rat-like nature, Nam Gongmei advised everyone to hide immediately, already anticipating the problem of the poison attack. This started the children, and they immediately made a fuss, and they tried to run away from the yard as quickly as possible, almost dropping each other in the process, just to get out of the trajectory of the poison, for they wanted to remain only spectators and not accidentally injured participants. Tang Weiju was no longer unstoppable, and green droplets were dripping off his fingers as a harbinger of the imminent death of one of his opponents. Seeing such a thing, the 5 rat class students immediately began to form up, so that they could repel this attack, and the surrounding people wouldn't get hurt. However, considering that the poison in Tang Weiju's hands fueled his rage, it was not such an easy task. The entire 5 became like this in order to surround Tang Weiju and the vortex he created from all sides, and also to concentrate their internal energy and block the poison with it. However, Nam Gongmei, as a pretty good strategist in the martial arts, realized that if one simply blocked the poison, it wouldn't accomplish anything, and if one couldn't end things instantly, too many people present would suffer. This was the case, because even though the internal ki energy was not bad at holding back normal attacks, something as buoyant and drafty as poison could penetrate not just the human body as a weapon, but as a poisonous substance. It only needed a small slip-up. The sword of one of the 5 shattered from the exertion exerted by the disciple himself, in order to stop the poison. He should have crashed into the ground or the wall opposite with tremendous force, but Nam Gongmei picked him up in time, sensing the danger. An awkward situation occurred when Nam Gongmei picked up a disciple, and it turned out that his collar was torn, and it turned out that it wasn't a guy at all, but a girl hiding under a mask. The remaining 4 now had a dilemma, because one of their group had dropped out. And considering that they were only maximally strong when there were 5 of them, fewer members weakened them, and very much so. So one of the rat class planned to sacrifice itself in order to stop Tang Weiju and give the others time to escape. However, his brother disagreed with him. Nam Gongmei realized that the poison had made it much harder for them to move, so their attacks were not able to show their full strength, and one of the participants had dropped out. After deciding something in his head, Nam Gongmei called out to Wanpyo and threw the girl in his arms to him in order to free his hands. Wanpyo, although slowed down in the first second, managed to catch the rat class student. Now Nam Gongmei applied his internal ki energy, which he had already learned how to control. Extending his hand with poison forward, Tang Weiju came dangerously close to one of the rat class students, planning to poison him now. However, both of his hands were intercepted by Nam Gongmei, his fire burning away his poison and stopping him right in front of his disciple's face. He tried to stop the boy before it was too late. But Tang Weiju was only annoyed and angry, for he didn't understand how a lowlife like Nam Gongmei dared to stand in his way. Finally, such a noise caught the attention of someone from the administration, and a teacher stepped in between the boys. Nam Gongmei and Tang Weiju were thrown away from each other in different directions by an amazing force, and the dog class teacher ordered them and the rat class students to follow her to the mentor hall. The devastation everyone had caused in the main square of the Bake Military Academy was significant. Wonpyo and Jaifyun, who hadn't been brought into the hall with them because they were only conspicuous participants in the fight, were trying to eavesdrop on what was now happening inside. And teacher Su-guo reprimanded all 7 of them, asking what they were thinking when they started such a scuffle in the heart of the military academy. The students in the rat class tried to justify that they were up to it for the sake of fairness, but the teacher shouted about how they were the ones who needed to be quiet. She chose Nam Gongmeish as the truthful source, to the boy's surprise, and ordered him to tell what had happened earlier, though she warned him that if he gave in to his emotions and told untruths, as the person in charge of discipline, she would initiate their expulsion from the academy. Tang Weiju still didn't realize how much of an ass he was in, and continued to be angry that the teacher had chosen Gong Mate for us, because he would definitely say something wrong, and they would definitely be expelled because of him, as if the conflict and fight was also the boy's fault and not Tang Weiju himself. The students of the rat class, on the other hand, looked at the boy with hope in their eyes. However, Nam Gongmei had planned to do the right thing anyway, because the conflict started between the pig class and the snake class, and although the guys from the rat class got involved and aggravated the situation, it was their long-standing conflict with Tang Weizhou's family that originally started it all. He also remembered what his younger cousin had told him, that the teacher of the dog class among the students was called a rabid dog, and in a good situation, of course, she treats them well. However, if she gets angry, it can be a serious problem. So if he says the wrong thing, his words could hurt the rat class and Jaifyun. So Nam Noon Mei made the decision to tell it like it was, without exaggeration or understatement, and he openly said that the guys in the rat class were not guilty of anything, and everything happened because of him and Tang Weizhou, thus literally setting himself up for punishment. The boy said that he understood the difficulty of the situation, but to resolve their long-standing dispute with Tang Weizhou, he asked for an official fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nam Gongmei's oldest brother stood surrounded by the mercenaries he had killed and exhaled after the battle. The servant came up to him and regretfully said that he must have had a hard time with the whole thing, and if he had put the servant in charge of it, he might have lost a little money, but he wouldn't have had to personally step in. However, Nam Gongmei's older brother seriously replied that the Namgun family did not make arrangements with robbers, or pay them money for peace of mind, because nothing could sully the name of the Namgun family, and that included the youngest son, who was a complete mediocrity. Meanwhile, the dog class teacher looked contentedly at Nam Gongmei, who doesn't blame anyone and tells it like it is. She liked it. Moreover, she took the words on "think of a duel" seriously and offered it to Tang Weizhou, asking if he would agree to such a thing. The boy wasn't so simple, and in return asked for permission to use poisonous techniques during the duel, something the woman was quite surprised at given his intentions. However, she didn't discourage him and simply asked Nam Gongmei if he would agree to such battle conditions, to which the boy replied that it made no difference to him. After all, the problem was that if poisonous techniques were banned, it could make the result biased. In the end, Xiao Go endorsed the official bout between Nam Gongmei vs Tan Weizhou. They didn't delay much, and in less than an hour, they were already on the training field in the academy set aside specifically for such duels, and Nam Gongmei was standing right in front of his opponent. Tang Weizhou couldn't believe his happiness, and the fact that Nam Gongmei had actually challenged him to an official duel in hopes of winning, still unaware of the guy's new skills. Of course, Nam Gongmei had never imagined that he would dare to do such a thing before. However, only in the past for now was different, and he was confident in his abilities. Tang Weizhou, while no one saw, lifted his sleeve slightly, preparing a special bracelet on which the poison containers were hooked, threatening that he would finally end their long-standing confrontation and spare the Nam Gong family from such an embarrassment as their youngest son. The judge was the dog class teacher, who said aloud that the official duel between Tang Wei-zhu and Nam Gong-mei was about to begin. As soon as the teacher commanded the start of the fight, Tang Wei-zhu was the first to rush forward to attack Nam Gong-mei with the poison dagger technique. This was the same technique that Tang Wei-zhu had used against Mo Yongbo, and through which Mo Yongbo had broken the boy's fingers. Nam Gong-mei assumed that if he moved like Mo Yongbo, he would be able to defeat this technique, so he sent a finger fist to meet it in the same style as his classmate. However, Tang Wei-zhu only laughed at him, for he didn't expect the boy to have such a low opinion of his abilities, and think that he would fall for the same counterattack twice. So he intertwined his arm with his own hand, and with his other free hand, having had the opportunity to strike him in the side without the possibility of a counterattack, he began to approach with a hand full of poison. Naturally, Nam Gong-mei couldn't dodge it and was hit in the chest with poison. Holding on to his wound, the boy realized that he wasn't the only one who had grown through training during this time. However, he shouldn't have stopped, for Tang Wei-zhu didn't plan to end things with one punch, and, without a pause, tore at Nam Gong-mei to punch him in the face. Wanpyo quickly realized that Nam Gong-mei had been struck with poison from the start, which meant that the longer the duel lasted, the worse it would be for him. However, surprisingly, against all their fears that the boy would be very bad, the 5 rat class disciples said that Nam Gong-mei was not losing yet right now, so they should be quiet and not shout early so as not to disturb the fight. Jifyun tried to explain to these students that after being poisoned by poison, the body becomes unruly and it is much harder to control the internal energy. But the rat class students roared at him about how justice is not destroyed so easily. Nam Gong-mei himself didn't hear what his fans and friends were speculating behind his back, and instead focused on the battle, blocking Tang Wei-zhu's knee at the last moment. Pushing him back, the boy used a lot of energy, and Tang Wei-zhu said that one shouldn't be overzealous in using his energy, because the more one used, the faster the poison filled his entire body, spreading through the energy streams. Nam Gong-mei hesitated upon hearing such a thing. After all, the problem was that he felt completely fine. Tang Wei-zhu was madly pleased at the sight of the confused, shaking boy and expected that he seemed to have already shown the first signs of poisoning. He realized that this is where he could end the boy, and it's unclear whether he would have been ready to stop and not kill the child if the dog class teacher had ordered him to stop. However, to his great surprise, Nam Gong-mei was not only conscious, but also managed to summon his magic to stop his palm from another strike. The guy himself felt that it was star no. After all, he had no problem using internal ki energy, and he knew perfectly well the degree of poisonousness of this poison. But Tang Wei-zhu thought it was just an attempt to manage to win while the poison had not yet spread throughout Nam Gong-mei's body. So he didn't take his condition seriously, and with the words that the boy had no hope, lunged at him in a final attack. The rain of daggers should have ended Nam Gong-mei once and for all. Grasping one of the daggers, the boy was surprised to notice a green liquid on it, which must be poison. And he realized that Tang Wei-zhu was absolutely using poisonous techniques just to win. Trying to understand what exactly happened, Nam Gong-mei speculated that perhaps while the poison was entering his body, the yang energy in his abdomen was destroying the power of the poison, and that's why he didn't feel so bad, because the poison works like an antidote by the substitution effect. To get rid of one poison, another poison is used. This was finally noticed by Wanpyo, who didn't understand such a calm creature, because Nam Gong-mei had absolutely fallen under Tang Wei-zhu's poisonous attack. However, he had no signs of poisoning. When Jifyun suggested that his brother had that very legendary resistance to all poisons, that is, a body that was unaffected by any poison, Wanpyo shook his head negatively, saying that it was impossible, but it was good if it was. Watching the battle was so guo, still making no attempt to stop Tang Weiju's terrifying attacks, which were obviously aimed not just to win, but to hurt Nam Gongmei, and were executed with great fury. However, the woman wasn't very simple and naive either, so she prepared an antidote to help Nam Gongmei just in case. But from what she saw, Gui Myeondok had already prepared something for his disciple since he could withstand such attacks. Tang Weiju still didn't want to see Nam Gongmei making progress, and just praised him for holding up so well considering the amount of poison he had already injected into him. It was finally time for Nam Gongmei to counterattack, and with a shout that he was the one who was supposed to be messing with the boy, he nearly broke Tang Weiju's chin with his fist. He didn't understand why Nam Gongmei was so active. After all, he should already be poisoned, and his strength wasn't decreasing at all. He thought about it while trying to defend himself somehow during Nam Gongmei's direct strikes, because Tang Weiju was only capable of sneaky quick and sneaky strikes using poison to weaken his opponent. But he was not capable of fair fighting. Tang Weiju thought back to how he had bullied little Nam Gongmei, his brother, and couldn't believe that this time he was not the aggressor, but the victim to lose. Completely maddened by this thought, he decided that he had no choice but to kill Nam Gongmei with one of the Tang family's 8 most terrifying poisons, the instant death poison. It was a poison that is extracted from the 2-headed millipede, and as soon as it touches the skin, it immediately spreads through the meridians, and if you don't drink the antidote within a couple hours, the person dies. It was one of the 8 terrifying poisons that only the future head of the Tang family was allowed to possess, and Tang Weiju had it. With one of the 8 most terrifying poisons of the Tang family, he had no idea yet what insidious method Tang Weiju had hidden up his sleeve, but he felt that something had changed in the way his opponent behaved. A pig class student threw a special artifact that created a poisonous fog and hid him from view for a while. Xiao Guo was not an ordinary teacher and immediately realized what was being talked about, so she ordered everyone present to cover their mouths and noses, and ordered everyone to move as far away from the battlefield as possible, so that the students who were not involved in the battle would not be affected by this poisonous mist. Nam Gongmei was alone in the middle of this haze, having lost the ability to see around him, for the fog blocked his entire view. Suddenly, daggers flew at him, and Nam Gongmei successfully dodged them. But it wasn't that simple. After all, it was a deceptive maneuver, and on the other side, Tang Weiju was already jumping out at him with a deadly poison on his dagger. Even the fog didn't stop teacher Xiao Guo from seeing such a thing, so she instantly dispersed the fog with her clothes. But it was too late. The fog was dispersed, but Nam Gongmei was already lying on the ground, struck by the deadly poison, and all the veins on his body were swollen. Such a picture was very shocking to all the students, who immediately shouted in order to bring him to consciousness. The boy, on the other hand, felt his body being shaken by a terrible pain, and the thoughts in his head becoming confused. He was reminded of the same lesson from Gui Myeondok, when he had shown a student how to control both the forward and reverse flow of internal ki energy at the same time. When controlling the flow in the opposite direction, there is a danger of damaging the energy channels, so that controlling the forward and reverse flows at the same time carries an incomparable danger. It is comparable only to when the body turns into a powerful bomb. Gui Myeondok explained that the revolutions of energy are done at the same time, so they have to share energy channels. And although they are one, they are different and cannot meet, but must join together, so that not even the slightest mismatch can be allowed for a second. And in case there is still a mistake, there will be a big explosion, and there will be no more little boy Nam Gong Ma. Leaving the jokes aside, the man explained that where the forward and reverse flows met, the energy channel would simply break. Hearing that Gui Myondok told the boy not to worry, Nam Gongmei thought that such a thing was possible with the help of a teacher. But contrary to his expectations, Gui Myondok smiled and said that he had prepared a needle and potions in case his student was torn. Seeing how angry Nam Gongmei was by such words, Gui Myondok asked what more he could do for this child, and he tried to explain that he would like to learn the theory first. Gui Myondok only said that as a snake class teacher, he taught the children not to lose concentration in any situation, but also supplemented their basic knowledge and what they still lacked, such as practical combat training. It could be said that their training was only the first tryout, but Nam Gongmei is no longer primarily from the snake class. He is now first and foremost a personal disciple of Gui Myondok himself, so he will teach him the principles he created himself. Returning to reality, Nam Gongmei remembered the principles his teacher had taught him, so he felt the poison spreading through his body and realized that he needed to act quickly. He had destroyed the old poison, and so he would destroy this new one, and he would do it with the method the teacher had described. He felt two energies, fire energy and ice energy, that raged within the boy, destroying his energy flows. The only way to defeat such a poison now was to be able to master the technique taught to him by Gui Myondok himself. Meanwhile, he didn't see what was going on around him, and the dog class teacher ran up to Tang Weiju with great fury and grabbed him by the collar, asking him how that brat dared to use one of the 8 strongest poisons during a normal training session. The boy tried to justify that he would be fine if he took the antidote within an hour, but he didn't bother to tell him that it was possible to suffer permanent damage in the form of mutilation, which was his ultimate goal. The teacher demanded that she give her the antidote now and tell her that the duel was stopped. Seeing that Tang Weiju stopped and didn't follow her order immediately, she asked if the boy really wanted to be kicked out of Baek Military Academy. Meanwhile, Nam Gongmei's older brother came out to the training ground and demanded that the duel continue. Nam Gun Jifyun greeted his older cousin, and Nam Gun Il was surprised that this guy had entered the academy, and demanded that he not dishonor Nam Gun's family name and keep quiet. The woman, recognizing that it was Nam Gongmei's brother, greeted him, but said that his brother's life was at stake right now, so she didn't understand how dare this guy want this fight to continue. Representatives of the Nam Gong clan are called the best swordsmen among all 5 families, and this is confirmed. For example, during the Great War, they stood on the front line with other masters without sparing their strength and proved their position there. The head of the Nam Gong clan had an epiphany during this war and became a great fire master who had reached the 2nd step of the mastery level. With this, he earned himself the title of the strongest of the clan heads, and this power allowed the clan to match the alliances of the 9 families. So, for the sake of testing, Xiao Guo released her internal ki energy and met the reciprocal energy from Nam Gong Il, and was surprised that, being the first heir of the family, his strength did not lose to the teacher's strength. The students from the Rat recognized class him as the winner of the past competitions, and in his abilities he was not inferior to the teacher of the dog class in their opinion. That is, he was a man whose strength was like all-consuming tongues of flame. Nam Gongmei, meanwhile, didn't see the whole story, and just silently fought the poison while lying on the ground. Therefore, the woman stopped all arguments and show of force, saying that this was absolutely not the time for that, and it was necessary to give Nam Gongmei the antidote as soon as possible and carry him to the healer. To which Nam Gong Il said with pathos that the Nam Gong family was one of the greatest Murim families, possessing techniques that could make even the heavens turn around. So a dignified death from a duel would be a good ending for the younger son who dishonored their family. That was the end of Nam Gong Il's admiration for the guys, because such cruelty to his own brother was very strange in their eyes. The teacher of the dog class immediately realized that he was strange. That's why the representatives of the 5 families are so difficult to communicate, because they are too far from normal people in their judgments. She didn't have time to finish her thought, however, because she was distracted by a noise from outside. And there Nam Gong Mei had already found a way, and managed to combine the 2 opposing sources in one self and cure himself of the poison by literally burning it away. Despite being all wounded and scratched up, he managed to get to his feet, and what's more, his strength was now successfully halved in 2 and calmly shining in his hands. This was not at all what both the teacher and Tang Waizu expected, when the boy, glowing with rage, said that the duel wasn't over yet, and a winner needed to be determined. Tang Waizu didn't realize his problem and smirked. But afterwards, he realized that the boy's energy had stabilized, and the poison had somehow slowed down its effect. Seeing that apparently Nam Gong Mei had managed to burn the poison inside him, and was now fine, Xiao Guo had no choice but to allow the duel to resume. And Nam Gunail, who had previously planned to let Nam Gong Mei die, was now looking intently at the boy he hadn't seen in quite some time, still harboring hopes that the instant death poison simply hadn't spread enough on Nam Gong Ma's body. His opponent smirked gloatingly. Nam Gong Mei himself was surprised to notice his brother in the ranks of observers, and didn't realize how long he had been standing here, recalling his words that at Baek Military Academy, all of Nam Gong Mei's insufficiently honorable deeds would become the family's disgrace. So now this duel was not just a way to appease Tang Weiju once and for all, but also to show his older brother what the boy had accomplished in these 3 months. He was no longer that weakling from the past. Tang Wizhu had planned that he would run away from Nam Gong Mei, and because of the excessive use of inner strength, the poison would spread faster through his body and kill the boy sooner. But unexpectedly, the attempt failed. A series of punches began to disfigure Tang Wizhu's face. Even Nam Gong Il was surprised by the fury that blazed in Nam Gong Mei's eyes, and he felt that the energy emanating from his brother was incredible. Van Piao, on the other hand, remembered that this energy was nothing like the attack, when the demonic energy took hold of him, though he doubted it for a while. As if there was a beacon on the boy, Gui Myondok recognized that his disciple was already able to awaken the technique he had trained so hard. The man knew that the conversations within the clan about each other could not be trusted. After all, one could not call such a phenomenal disciple a simpleton. Tang Wizhu still couldn't believe that he was losing to Nam Gong Mei and still harbored hopes of using another, even more powerful poison. Finally, even those thoughts left his head when the boy's final blow completely knocked the spirit out of him. Nam Gong Mei was Gui Myondok's disciple, and he wasn't going to spam his teacher in a battle like this. In the end, Tang Weiju was carried away from the battlefield on a stretcher by the healers while everyone else watched intently, still unable to believe what was happening. The dog class teacher said that, according to the results of the duel, Tang Weiju was responsible for this situation, and handed the antidote to the boy himself and ordered him to return to the snake class. Nam Gong Mei saw the antidote bottle and realized that it was the same antidote from Tang Weizu's hands that saved from the instant death poison. Due to the use of one of the 8 most dangerous poisons during the fight, Tang Weiju was excluded, so far, only in absentia, because he could not accept this exclusion due to his poor health. However, judging from Nam Gunail's glance with his servant, he ordered to take care of the boy who tried to question their family's honor, and on the night of that day, Tang Weizhou silently left Baek Academy. Nam Gong Mei felt that using the antidote would be a waste of such a priceless resource, for he knew that he no longer needed the antidote, for the instant death poison had completely left his body. Surprisingly, after he inhaled this terrifying poison, the energy in his body only became more, which means he turns out to be stronger than expected. Seeing the strange look on his classmate's face, Vonpyo wondered what he was thinking. Nam Gong-maid hid the antidote in his clothes, keeping it with him and deciding to take it for the future. The students of the rat class, seeing that their savior was about to return to the academy for dinner, bowed in deference and thanked him for his help. Nam Gong-maid bowed in response because he was just telling it like it was, and he needed the duel to resolve the ongoing feud between him and Tang Weiju once and for all. However, the students did not agree with his excessive modesty. After all, the boy could have used them to get away with it. But Nam Gong-mei did not lie and instead challenged Tang Weiju to a duel, and it looked impressive, especially for a class that was so concerned about justice and morality. They promised to never forget such a favor, which meant that Nam Gong-mei had more allies in the Baek Military Academy. For a spectacular exit, they smashed a small homemade bomb that obscured visibility to the group with orange smoke for a while. Felt that they were hungry, the guys after all the worries today, and only Jifyun noticed that his older cousin had gone somewhere without waiting to talk to Nam Gong-mei. And Kui Myung-deok made 2 cups of tea in his room in the night, saying that he just had the perfect kind for hosting guests. Kui Myung-deok, realizing that the guy knew about him, stopped pretending to be a kind and weak teacher and instead lit up his eyes with blue power again and released inner ki energy, striking us Gong-il with his strength. Nam Gong-il remembered because of this that some time ago he had come to his father's study with a clear goal in mind. Nam Gong-il himself wanted to ask his father to bring the youngest brother back to the family and asked for permission to do it himself. When Nam Gong-cho said that this conversation had already happened, and it was over, the boy knelt down saying that he had never father until this moment, however now, to accept the judgment made. After all, Nam Gong-mei's abilities were only slightly better than a normal person's, and therefore he was not allowed to continue to be in the Baek Military Academy. Hearing his father's cold voice questioning whether his son dared to disobey his decision, Nam Gong-il stared at the ground in horror, feeling that he couldn't breathe because of his father's monstrous strength. However, he didn't back down, and even though his mouth was bleeding, and he had lost the ability to breathe, he still said that he believed that his father was still willing to consider his decision again. Nam Gong-cho had no choice but to question why Al disliked his younger brother so much. The only assumption Nam Gong-cho had was that he hadn't announced the name of the future heir yet because of his youngest son. He had to say that until the future heir was announced, it had nothing to do with the youngest son, because even the rest of the family members were now improving much faster than Nam Gong-cho himself in the past, and therefore he couldn't foresee which of them would become good enough for the position of clan head. After all, the head of the family cannot become the head of the family with only fighting skills, because the head is the symbol of the family. Nam Gong-il reasonably objected that in Marim, the strength of the head determines the strength of the entire family, and is the basis for how the family's power is judged, which meant he didn't understand what other conditions besides strength there might be. Seeing that he couldn't change his eldest son's mind, Nam Gong-cho said that Nam Gong-il could indeed take his younger brother, but only if he went to Baek Military Academy and made arrangements with the teacher and his brother himself. Nam Gong-il explained all of this to teacher Kui Myung-deok, saying that he came here to discuss the possibility of taking his younger brother out of Baek Military Academy. Surprisingly, the man had nothing against it, saying that he approved of such a thing, but only if one condition of his was met. Nam Gong-il had already rejoiced at such an easy victory, however. He just hadn't listened to this condition yet. And the next day, the first thing Nam Gong-mao was surprised to see was the person their teacher introduced to them. After all, for a while, Nam Gong-il would temporarily fulfill the role of assistant teacher. Nam Gong Il had no way of knowing why he had gotten involved in this adventure. He remembered how last night Gui Myeondok had said that this was the only condition if Nam Gunil wanted to take his brother out of the military academy. He needed to play the role of teacher's assistant, because Gui Myeondok's current assistant had gone somewhere for work and hurt himself. According to him, he needed to take a month off, and it was very frustrating for Gui Myeondok. Nam Gong Il was disagreeable to such a condition, because a month is a very long time, and he promised to send any good master from the Nam Gong family, so he wouldn't waste his own time. After calculating out his cunning plan, Gui Myeondok didn't let him slack off and meticulously told him that it had to be Nam Gun-il. For just a month, he'll serve as an assistant teacher, and then he can take us Gong Mage or do as he wishes. Nam Gong Mei was tearing his hair in despair, for he didn't understand why his brother had become an assistant teacher. It was time for training, and Mo Yongbo was relearning the workings and principles of sword work, because he needed to give up this attainment of strength to instead awaken softness with the old blade. While doing so, Nam Gong Il came up to him, and Mo Yongbo was forced to bow with his hands in front of his chest and pay his respects to the assistant teacher. Nam Gong Il, despite apparently knowing Mo Yongbo quite well from the rumors. However, he was not going to become quiet and obedient, and instead said that he approached the boy since he was assigned to teach the children, so he was coming over to look at everyone. And afterward, he asked a question that would be difficult to ask if Nam Gong Il didn't understand the true essence of Mo Yongbo's doubts about why he was trying to give up the very idea of strength. According to the assistant teacher, if Mo Yongbo only pays attention to softness, he will gain neither softness nor strength. Mo Yongbo wasn't too proud, so he was happy to accept help from someone a level above. So he listened attentively as Gong Il told us that strength and softness don't exist separately, and one must create a movement that allows the ball to pass smoothly, strongly, and softly, even while maintaining softness. One must not rub strength. The man picked up a branch from the ground and managed to put his internal ki energy into it. However, after such an action, the branch remained perfectly fine, something Mo Yongbo could not achieve even with his iron swords. After all, it was a brilliant idea. Put the energy of force inside the weapon and set the movement with softness. Nam Gong Il quickly appreciated the way the disciple was thinking, and realized that this boy seemed quite capable. Jigalmi walked up to him and greeted him by saying they hadn't seen each other in a while. Nam Gong Il was calmly talking and instructing everyone who approached him, and Nam Gong Mei did not understand this idyll because he had never seen such an expression on his brother's face. There was only dissatisfaction on his part. Yuan noticed that Nam Gong Mei was keeping aloof from his older brother, and asked this question to the boy. Why aren't they so close? After all, they are brothers. Nam Gong Ma said something about just being uncomfortable and needing to sort out his thoughts. However, what he was really thinking about was that he expected Nam Gong Mei to be taken home from his brother's arrival. However, for some reason he decided to become a helper in the snake class. Meanwhile, Gui Myeondok came to the room where the injured Yang Jun-hek was lying. Such a peaceful sight was unexpected to Yang Jun-hek, so he clenched his eyes disbelievingly, clarifying if this was really the teacher he knew. Gui Myung, Duke said that Yang Jun-hyuk's condition is such that it is possible that he will have to train with the guys from the snake class to recover. This reminded Yang Jun-hek that he had an obligation to Gui Myeondok, and he apologized for not being able to be a helper and substitute during Gui Myeondok's absence anymore. But the teacher himself wasn't too displeased, for he had found a capable guy to replace him for a while. But Yang Jun-hek didn't specify who exactly. They didn't joke for long because Jung Hyuk quickly recovered from his wounds and asked his teacher if he knew how the Black Flower Group was doing. That told Gui Myondok much more than the warrior's usual words and a direct question to the forehead. Gui Myondok found it difficult to answer, because it was a very specific organization and everyone was very different. One sang homesick songs every day. Another couldn't get his thoughts in order at all. And after the war, there were so few of them left that they had a hard time getting out of the state where everyone was on the verge of life and death. Therefore, Gui Myondok could assume that since they were alive, they were doing pretty well now. Although Yang Junhek was unhappy that he needed to upset his teacher. However, he was forced to admit that the one who had attacked him and brought his body to such a sad state was one of the Black Flower faction. Meanwhile, in a faraway place in the Great Mountains, a man was climbing a sheer cliff. He climbed in order to reach his master and report to him that someone believed to be Gui Myondok had been destroyed. And in the dark depths of the cave, two mysterious lights glowed red, resembling eyes. Based on the servant's report, the unknown person in the darkness of the cave could sense if the real Gui Myondok was dead. So since they had taken out the man in the white mask with red patterns, but it was not Gui Myondok, it meant that their work was still not finished. And although they had made contracts with many people, such as the heads of military corps or different families, they still had a long way to go before overthrowing Gui Myondok. Still kneeling before his master, the servant informed him that they would begin negotiations with all those with whom communications had already been prepared. The master was a little tense when he heard that they risked being caught if there were too many new allies, but his servant said that was why they were going to act simultaneously. Because if there were bloody explosions in all the important areas, it could be an obstacle to the search and they would have more opportunities. Meanwhile, the snake class finished their training today. Wonpyo and everyone else were terribly pleased with Big Brother Nam Gong Mate and talked about their impressions of working with him. He was especially fiercely defended by Wonpyo, of course, who was explained everything about his skills in great detail, and Mo Yongbo, who was certainly helped by Nam Gun Il. They were also joined in their opinion by Jigalmi, who joked about the monk, saying that it seemed he had been in Shaolin for too long, so he wasn't aware of the clan's affairs. But Nam Gong Il was already far beyond the young talent's status. Moreover, her mother had told her that such a genius in martial arts did not appear more than once every 100 years, and all the direct descendants of the Nam Gong family were like that. The second child, Us Gong Sun, single-handedly handled the Anki Fortress detachment in 5 days. The Sun third challenged the hereditary master, who was behaving inappropriately in a drinking establishment, and everyone knows it ended in a draw. The fourth child was a martial arts genius born once every 100 years. All of these children were not much older than the snake class students, so surely the name Nam Gong in the PEC Academy would be the name of the mountain that each of the students wanted to conquer. Everyone else couldn't help but look at Nam Gong Mei, who sat beside them and silently listened. Wonpyo, as a man who had not been able to restrain his comments since he had forfeited his vow of silence, commented on Nam Gong Mei's appearance, saying that all the members of Nam Gung's family he had seen were much more lean. Although the boy wasn't too pleased to hear such things, he had been subjected to such comments so often that he didn't even react to them this time. Yuan Rian tried to calm his classmate down by saying that we don't all have to be geniuses. But her words only emphasized the huge difference between us and his siblings. Having managed to become friends with his class throughout their time practicing together, the others also joined in the words, and Yuan rang to though with less enthusiasm, and watched the whole thing from the side by Big Brother Nam Gong Mei. So, the boy laughed along with them, not feeling like an outcast at all. Nam Gong Al thought about the fact that at home, this child never laughed and didn't understand what exactly had changed about him. Nam Gong Mei was a child different from his brothers and sisters. The other younger ones could understand everything and more. But the youngest one could hardly understand even the simplest explanation. Namgunil admitted that maybe his brother did change a bit, but his decision to take his brother back to his family remains the same. The guy was thinking about the fact that Kwai Myung Deok had left the kids on him and went somewhere else. But Ki Myung Deok didn't just leave to rest. He thought about the words he heard from Yang Jun Hyuk. In order to find out who exactly from the Black Flower group attacked Yang Jun Hek, he first needed to track down Cinnamon Flower Black Flower, one of the members of the group. Meanwhile, in town, an unknown man gave the boy a silver coin and ordered him to escort him to the second floor of a restaurant. When the food was already on the table, the gentleman hiding his face behind a fan said he was missing something. It was a flower whose fragrance spreads 100 kilometers away. But the boy did not understand what he was talking about and said that the inn did not sell flowers. The Lord said it looked like he had mistaken his name, but when the boy was out of his sight, he looked back with mad eyes. And after the unknown man, who continued to hide his face behind a fan. When he had eaten and left the courtyard, the robbers came out to find out what was the reason for the search of the gentleman, who was called by the password that was told to the waiter. After folding the fan, the unknown gentleman finally revealed his face, and it was Gui Myeondok, dressed as an aristocrat, who told the bandits that he had come to the right place. As soon as the brigands saw the face of the gentleman hiding behind the fan, he immediately ordered his accomplices to step back. Bowing down to Gui Myeondok, he said hello and apologized for disturbing him, because judging from the man's appearance, he wasn't feeling well. Thus, Kwang Se Du Pei, nicknamed Crazy Swordsman, who was one of the hundreds of Muri masters, and although he was an ordinary vagrant by origin, but once he had a drink, he became a representative of excellent fighting techniques. Now he was not drunk, and therefore polite. He ordered his men to leave. Gui Myeondok didn't understand such an act, so he had to stop those men from leaving, asking anew for a meeting with Osmanthus, and ordering him to escort him to Mr. Osmanthus. The mad swordsman didn't hesitate to say that the gentleman who looked like a complete weakling shouldn't ask about Mr. Osmanthus, and he would pretend he hadn't heard about it, or else you might die without a mouse or a knowing bird about it. The one who got beaten up in the end, of course, was Kwang Pei himself. Gui Myeondok ordered him to take him to Osmanthus one last time. According to him, Kwai Myung Deok and Osmantha had a long-standing friendship. At night, the villagers in the village watched fearfully as the small procession of both the mad swordsman and his mysterious black-clad wrapped guest. Seeing where he had come, Kwai Myung Deok asked, "Since when did Kwang Pei become one of Hao Moon's group?" Hao Moon is a group organized by the lower class, considered more of a bribery and information-selling group even. And while Keban's vagabond clan of beggars usually managed information during the day, Hao Moon manages information on the dark, cold night. The boy opened the door and let the two people in, but was surprised that they came alone, and not just the crazy swordsman. Gui Myeondok glared at him with his eyes, promising that the boy would have to pay for telling on him. Afterward, he pretended it was only a joke and smiled kindly. In the Gui Myeondok building, with the help of the mad swordsman, he ordered the child to prepare a message for Osmanthus, and to his surprise that today was not a reporting day, he replied that he needed to find someone. The man refused to fill out a formal order request to the Hamun clan and walked instead to one of the walls, placing his hand against it and summoning his power. The wall obediently crumbled with stone chips and revealed a space leading into a room and a chair where someone was sitting. While the mad swordsman was marveling at Gui Myeondok's strength, because he was able to destroy the wall of a neighboring house, and assumed that the wave of destruction was not only in this place, the man who was sitting on the chair in the darkness turned around slightly and hummed, saying that Gui Myeondok was smart enough to recognize where he was. A good-natured smile never left the snake class teacher's face. Meanwhile, on the snake class training field where Gui Myeondok and Nam Gong-mei usually trained, instead of the teacher, there was only a note that said Gui Myeondok had some business to attend to. So he needed to leave for a while and instructed them to train not half as much as he felt that the teacher was not around. The boy sighed, but began to stretch his muscles, because the first stage of reverse flow control, if you consider the simultaneous control of the forward and reverse flows as the next stage, then all of what he had been doing before could only be considered a preparation for the real Gui Myeondok technique. He had planned to approach the workout itself after warming up, but suddenly something caught his attention. Nam Gong-mei looked around and noticed his older brother flying at him with bright, burning eyes. It was surprising, yet with such a grim expression on his face. The man just wanted to talk to his brother. Their conversation started when Nam Gong-mei was forced to block his older brother's punch. However, even at this, Nam Gong-il was not going to stop, and with one hand clasping the boy's hands, he was going to hit him hard, using his inner strength. Nam Gong-mei had been making huge strides recently, but he needed to enter a special state to do so. And in addition to that, there was an injury in him now because he couldn't and wouldn't go against his own older brother. However, even the fact that Nam Gong-mei withstood these blows made his brother realize that he was not using the family's blue sky technique. And with the next blow, Nam Gong-mei literally flew upwards from the force and fury with which Nam Gong-il had tossed him. And the man was curious about Lil, then what kind of spiritual technique that didn't even belong to the Nam Gong clan he was using, and how he even dared to do such a thing. It didn't take long for a new painful blow from the closest person to the boy. And this is the first time in a long time that Nam Gong-mei didn't even particularly use his strength to resist. He probably had a very strong psychological barrier in front of his family. Looking at Nam Gong-il's battered brother, nothing echoed in his heart, and he only said that his curiosity could be satisfied once they returned back to the Nam Gong family. Unable to get results from his negotiations with Gui Myeondok, Nam Gong-il decided to go in through his brother, ordering him to personally tell Gui Myeondok's teacher that the boy had decided to return home of his own accord. Once again, this was the first time Nam Gong-mei finally said something contrary to his brother's word, for he couldn't afford such a thing before. He applied the forward and reverse flow control technique and reignited his meridian crossing source to release energy and be able to stand up. From the way the power acted and energy flowed, Nam Gong-il could immediately realize that he was able to maintain the existence of such disparate energies in his body. While Nam Gong-il was pondering about what exactly his younger brother's teacher had done to his younger brother, Nam Gong-mei did not stand still and summoned his strength to use the technique that Nam Gong-il had mentioned earlier, the Blue Sky Family Sword Technique. Nam Gong-il looked at it with complete indifference, thinking that he still hadn't mastered anything other than the first position of this technique. The boy was indeed easily knocked back against his older brother. However, he wasn't about to give up and stood up again, using a bit of his other strength this time. This was already the second position of the family techniques, and it was somewhat surprised us Gong-il. However, as a true talent of the Nam Gong family, he applied his fifth position of this technique, mastering it with excellent results. There was no way Nam Gong-mei could resist against such a thing, and fell to the ground broken completely. Even so, he didn't give up and got up time after time, even though it was already clear that he shouldn't keep fighting because it wouldn't lead to anything. One problem, he didn't know the meaning of the word surrender, and all these years he had been without access to inner energy still hadn't given up. And now that he had found the opportunity to gain power and a good teacher believing in him, he wasn't going to give up on such a small thing. And exactly 1 month from now, according to Nam Gun-il, his younger brother will have to defeat Mo Yongbo in a duel. Only on such unfair terms would he be allowed to stay at the PTAC Academy. Although it was terribly unfair considering that Nam Gun-il was Nam Gong-mei's brother, not Mo Yongbo, and he shouldn't be teaching someone from a different family. Meanwhile, Kui Myung-dok once again faced underestimation of his appearance. When Osmanthus, with whom the teacher came in, yelled that he didn't believe Kiwi Myung-dok was Kwai Myung-dok, forgetting to put on the Gwai Myung-dok mask and therefore looking as implausible as possible as the black flower for the head of the group. The man tried to justify himself and explain that he was indeed the real head. Osmanthus wasn't going to believe him because their leader, Gui Myung-dok, was a handsome man like no other, and Gui Myung-dok himself looked a little better than a corpse right now. Gui Myung-dok had never encountered such a rumor before. He didn't understand where such rumors came from if he hadn't shown his face to anyone before. But his expression now was misunderstood by Osmanthus. But the Black Flower Group member was not going to give in to his words, saying that even though he had not seen Gui Myung-dok's face, there were ways to find out, and continued to call the man a pathetic fake. The short battle that followed forced Gui Myung-dok to dodge the persistent attack, and the man couldn't help but recognize that the man's movements were quite fast. However, he had a trump card up his sleeve, so he pulled out a special coin and smirked, wanting to see how Gui Myung-dok would dodge something like this. Gui Myung-dok looked back in surprise, where the coin had hit and caused a huge explosion, and also had to dodge the next attacks very quickly. After all, the coins in the hands of the man in the white mask with red patterns were enough to destroy the entire village altogether. Myung-dok shouted, not understanding who this old cheapskate was showing off in front of, because he knew him so well that he thought the man must be counting every coin in his heart. Osmanthus didn't consider this to be solid proof that this was the real Gui Myung-dok, and thought the man was quite knowledgeable about him. Tired of proving something to a man who is no different from a wall, that is, you talk to him, and he's still flat and hard and impenetrable in response. Kwai Myung-deok decided it was time to use force to make him have to believe. Releasing his internal ki energy, he immediately changed Osmanthus' attitude, for only their commander had such a ghostly technique. The blow came right across Osmanthus' torso, and he couldn't dodge it, so he was split into two uneven pieces, and the most unfortunate of all was his cloak, which couldn't be repaired. Osmanthus did not die, however, and when Gui Myung-dok hinted to him that it was time to get up and not play the victim, the man quickly got up on his hands and used his strength to attack Gui Myung-dok again. He slowly stood up, saying that this unknown man had gotten to know about ghost techniques, and had even attacked the commander's ghost technique, which meant that in that case, he was indeed the commander. He was already healed, though his two legs still lay apart from him, but he had grown two new legs from somewhere, and the man even reached up to remove his mask. As soon as all passions were settled, Gui Myung-dok sat on a rock on top of the mountain and resented why Osmanthus had been away for so long. The man replied that he had brought meat and drink, but Gui Myung-dok immediately took him at his word, saying that he must have been late because he was picking up the coins he was throwing at the man. When the conversation took a calm tone, Osmanthus couldn't help but wonder what had happened to their commander, for he used to be strong and alert. But now he was a weakling, thin, and unattractive looking. When Gui Myung-dok asked why they were talking about how handsome Gui Myung-dok was, Osmanthus said that one of the members of the Black Flower faction had once seen the head of the faction without a mask, so Osmanthus drew the man based on his words. The man didn't come here to talk about his own appearance, however, so he got straight to the point, asking his former partner if he knew how the other members of the squad lived. Since Osmanthus had information connections all over the world, he immediately realized that Gui Mizondok's interest was related to the monstrous incident in the clans. Cinnamon Black Flower suddenly said that even though Gui Myeondok had abandoned them, he didn't have any unpleasant and hostile feelings towards their former captain. And he said that, because while it was natural to help the commander when he was part of the Black Flower faction, it wasn't so now. So if Gui Myeondok wanted Osmanthus' help, then he had to pay well for that order. The incident that Osmanthus mentioned was a massacre that took place in the Central District. A warband of warriors with a bad reputation, several other warbands that were also killed and completely destroyed. There were traces of swords and other weapons, as well as poison, and based on the huge number of different weapons, it was difficult to guess who had carried out the attack. However, the only message left at all the crime scenes were the words written in blood that Gui Myeondok was here. Osmanthus was in agreement that there was a possibility that it was one of the former members of the Black Flower faction, and that it was a matter of dislike for the one who had committed these transgressions, Gui Myeondok. However, from the traces of weapons, it was impossible to tell who it could be. Because thanks to training with the teacher, they could use all kinds of weapons, so this person could hide their identity for a very long time. Gui Myeondok hummed as he realized that he was trying to be surpassed by his own student, who was following his instructions perfectly. However, the information guild that Osmanthus owned had a bit more information, and he knew that wherever this fake Gui Myeondok appeared, there was always something else. The same wooden box with a pill inside it appeared in the man's hands, and the man asked if Gui Myeondok had heard of a spiritual potion that rapidly increased strength. Recently, this potion has been spreading throughout the central region, and everyone is craving it, because it is said that if you take just one pill, the attack power will increase by several steps. Gui Myeondok didn't agree with such vivid enthusiasm for this medicine because he had once seen someone who had taken such a pill, and that person had resolved to reason and didn't stop until he had used up absolutely all of his internal energy. Therefore, he didn't understand why everyone was making a pill like this, after all. It was just an unusual potion. However, judging from the expression on Osmanthus's face, he was unaware of such an effect besides increasing the attack power. With the new facts, it appeared that the goal was not to increase one's internal energy level, but to create an army of soldiers who were not afraid of death. It is good to use as a last resort those who are already infamous, especially in Merim, where favor and disfavor walk side by side, and there are surely many who only live to defeat their enemies. Where the fake Gui Myeondok appeared for the first time, a potion that rapidly increased strength appeared. Suddenly hearing something outside the window, Osmanthus ordered his little servant to open the window. The man took a small note off the leg of a bird that flew into the window and read it, saying that maybe they would find out who the fake Gui Myeondok was even sooner than they thought. After all, the spiritual potion of rapidly increasing strength had reappeared in one of the districts. Meanwhile, while the former members of the Black Flower faction were dealing with issues concerning the safety of the world, the disciples were doing their direct work and training. Nam Gong-il, who came to check on his future disciple for the next month, praised him for his diligence because he had already started practicing since dawn. Deciding to start with the most interesting and burning question, he asked the boy what was the reason why Mo Youngbo wanted to become stronger. The boy immediately recalled the words of his father and the rest of the Mo Young family. After all, whoever belonged to their family must necessarily dominate others. Seeing Mo Youngbo's inner strength, Nam Gong-il realized that his talent was comparable to that of his younger siblings, and it would be wonderful if he was the one to become their younger brother, instead of Nam Gong-mei. And having a predisposition towards this boy, he began to lecture him that in order to rise above others, one must become stronger and more talented than them. So the next reasonable question is at what level Mo Young-bo now considers himself, and whether he will be able to rise above everyone. The boy replied that, at least at the Baek Military Academy, he was now in first place among all the others. In order to provoke the child, Nam Gun-il remembered that his younger brother had fought Tang Wei-ju and asked if Mo Young-bo could defeat his younger brother. Mo Young-bo quite honestly and fairly replied that although he knows very well that Nam Gong-mei's abilities are growing every day, but one victory is not enough to become a worthy opponent for him. Nam Gong-il agreed with him only partially because if it was a simple duel, then Tang Wei-ju could be considered just a capable kid. But if it was Tang Wei-ju who used his family's secret knowledge and forbidden poisons, he doubted that Mo Young-bo could win and remain unharmed. The real horror of the family Tang Wei-ju was born into was not in how strong fighters they were, but in their poisons and techniques that they were not ashamed to use. So the Tang family is very closed and full of secrets. Nam Gong-il correctly judged Mo Young-bo's silence, because it was difficult to answer this question with certainty, because if one of the 8 strongest poisons were to spread throughout his body, it would already be considered a defeat and not a single mistake could be made. Narrating that he named Gong-il had become the master of the small fearlessness competition, the man explained that it meant that he was the best of the young talents of his generation. And such a person said Mo Young-bo, who pursued the goal of rising above everyone else, said that he would help, and the boy would stand above everyone else in Baek Academy, and even beyond, however, asked for one favor in return. The snake class students' training continued, and this time they had to stand on bamboo sticks on one leg and catch their balance. Wandering below them, Nam Gong-il lectured them about spreading out their senses of energy, and that it was impossible for their concentration to dissipate at any given moment. To make their concentration lesson more difficult, the man picked up rocks from the ground and threw them at the students, causing Jagami to jump up on her stick to kick those rocks away. However, she even landed on the same foot as if it was absolutely no problem for her, and the eldest son of the Nam Gong family realized that the girl could sense energy perfectly. Wonpyo was a bit unprepared for the attack, so he bounced awkwardly on his stick, but he also dodged all the stones. Mo Young-bo crumbled his portion of stones with his fists and didn't even move. This gave Nam Gong-il the realization that the other guys had a well-prepared base as well. However, it was time for the one he disliked so much. Stones were sent in his direction with special fondness and special force. However, to the surprise of everyone, especially Mo Young-bo, he also dealt with these stones without much difficulty, in the same manner as Nam Gong-mei. Everyone who was watching him at that moment realized that since that fight, they could sense a huge progress from Nam Gong-mei. Thinking about how to hurt his little brother, Nam Gong-il threw stones at Yoon Rieng as well, and it was the first person who failed his test today. And as she fell to the ground, she trembled from the height she landed from. Considering that they had become good friends in all the time that had passed, Jagami and Wonpyo immediately got excited on her account and shifted in their seats, eager to help her. However, Nam Gong-il had a terrible temper, and therefore ordered everyone to stay in their seats and continue the trial. Not realizing that each and every one of the snake class students had come here under the special order and plan of Gui Myeondok, the man approached Yuan Riang with a gloomy look and asked what family she was from, since she didn't even have a base laid down. When the girl answered simply that it was a family of healers and without details of its prominence, it was clear to the man that it was nothing great. Confirming his title of chief asshole, he didn't listen to her story. Instead, he angrily inquired as to which family didn't even give her basic skills and raised such useless fools. Finally calmed down a bit, he said that he knew that Yoon Rieng had the sharpest sense of energy of anyone here right now. But if her body didn't obey her, it could be considered a lack of such talent. And confirming his earlier words that this was just the calm before the storm, he yelled at her, using his internal energy to intimidate her even more, saying that even more hopelessly he considered her attitude. With such pressure, the poor girl of course couldn't cope, and it brought her to tears. However, this is where Nam Gong Mei finally couldn't stand the bullying of his classmate, and left his position on the bamboo stick, standing in front of Yuan Rienge, in a protective stance and asking his brother to stop. He also said some amazing things about how this is not the home of the Namgun family, and therefore it is not appropriate to behave in such a way with the local students. Surprisingly, Nam Gong Il backed off, and said he would stop since Nam Gong Mei was asking, and he added an interesting line about how out of all the guys, only Nam Gong Mei stood up for them, making everyone wonder what exactly their training today was, standing on bamboo or a similar provocation. The way he was looking at Mo Yongbo, it felt like he was giving a secret sign to his disciple. Returning that day, when Nam Gong Il informed Mo Yongbo that he was offering them a temporary alliance to each achieve their goal, Mo Yongbo was stunned that the only condition in the help from the expert was to fight a battle about defeating Nam Gong Mei. The boy, however, thought that it was illogical. After all, the fact that Nam Gong Mei had defeated Tang Weiju using secret techniques and poisons deserved respect. However, he had been watching Nam Gong Mei all this time, and the fact that he was not affected by the poison was just a testament to his successful physique. Nam Gong Gil, as if it wasn't a family secret, confirmed that it was that unknown energy that leaked out from the dungeon, and they had made it so that the younger son couldn't control his energy, and his victory over the deadly poison was surely due to the fact that this energy had destroyed him. However, in the mind of the eldest son of the Nam Gong family, the picture of how their mother had died because of this unfortunate energy was still fresh in his mind, meaning that he needed to make sure that his brother could no longer use it and develop it. Nam Gong Mei has only been at the Baek Military Academy for 3 months, which means that in that time, his progress is so great that he can even expect to have a fair fight with Mo Yongbo given his current achievements. And their training began when Nam Gong Il, along with Mo Yongbo, were discussing the Mo Yang family's strength, the destructive spiritual sword technique that made the sword have incredible speed and destructive power. The foundation of the destructive spiritual sword technique is an all-destructive hurricane that cannot be seen, but can be felt, that is, a force capable of bringing down even a huge tree. The foundation of the Mo Yang family's technique is wind, all-pervading and all-destroying. Of course, in open confrontation, Nam Gong Il and Mo Yongbo were incomparable in their skills, so the boy had to constantly dodge and learn by doing, as they say. While Mo Yongbo was realizing what Nam Gong Il was teaching him, the man was already behind him and preparing to attack him from the side, stealthily giving him another lesson. He had to combine his strength and speed to master the harmony and unleash an unrelenting wind that burned everything in its path. From a training session of this magnitude, Mo Yongbo found himself injured and burned by his teacher's fire. However, the man wasn't going to wish him away and ordered the boy to get up immediately. Mo Yongbo felt that the title of the first young talent of a generation was not given for nothing, and mimicking the foundation of his family's destructive spiritual sword technique could not be given to anyone easily. There is much to be learned from a duel with a master, and even more so with training tailored specifically for him, made the boy smile and promise to absorb everything the master would give him and rise above all others. Meanwhile, elsewhere in one of the training halls, one of the masters went insane after taking a mysterious drug. All this happened when a small family was looking for a master who could represent the family to increase their authority, and through rumors and connections, they managed to obtain a potion that increased the properties of internal energy. Even the smell alone was enough to fill his chest with energy vibrations, and it was definitely a high-level potion. And they smiled, thankful that God had given them a lucky chance, and the head of the family advised his disciple to take this potion as soon as possible. However, the guy who had been given such trust to use this potion in advance suddenly decided to offer it first to be used by the head of the family, saying that it was the head who should be stronger to elevate the family's name even higher. And now the guy is bleeding and dying, could not believe that his own hands ruined the head of the family. And Gui Myondok, who was a little late for this meeting, suggested that the guy who was still conscious should rest for a while he takes care of all the problems going on here. In the past, Osmanthus had told Gui Myondok that wherever a potion that rapidly increases spiritual power appears, a fake Gui Myondok also appears. The snake class teacher said that he thought he would find him quickly thanks to this advice. But who knew that this spiritual potion had spread so much, and now it wasn't so easy. When Gui Myondok left after properly paying Osmanthus with gold coins, the man was contentedly counting his earnings. The little boy servant, taking advantage of the fact that their guest had already left, questioned his master as to why he had lied to this sickly-looking man. After all, the person Gui Myondok was looking for had already come to them last time. And Osmanthus wasn't as simple as it might seem at first glance, because instead of letting them meet easily, he wanted to make as much money as possible by making their meeting difficult, not even thinking that innocent human lives might be in danger, until the real and fake Gui Myondok met. The next problem was that Gui Myondok left an acting assistant, Nam Gong Ma's older brother, in his place, and all the students suffered from such a decision, saying that if it were a real fight, they would have all been eliminated by now. Nam Gong Il reminded them that the qualifying stage of the competition was done in a group. But even so, the children did not tighten up among themselves. Jagami tried to justify herself by saying that Gui Myondok had said that compared to group fighting, it was more appropriate to pull the enemies out one by one and destroy them, because teamwork tends to break down because of any little thing. With a snort, Nam Gunil said that it was only possible when everyone had enough of their own inner spiritual energy, and perhaps Gui Myondok had a lot of faith in them. But he didn't, especially Yoon Rieng. Hinting at the girl, the man gave the children time to rest, and suggested they think about whether they were useful to their class in any way. When the heavy atmosphere along with his departure, Yoon Rieng treated the wound on Nam Gong Mei's arm, and bandaged it while everyone else was breathing heavily and resting, having already received her help. Nam Gong Mei tried to calm the girl down by saying that his brother always spoke too harshly and directly. But she herself realized that she did not reach their level when it came to attacking. Last in line was Mo Yongbo, and Yoon Rieng approached him to heal him. However, the boy did not give himself into her hands, and instead said he didn't need such a thing. He walked away, leaving the others perplexed as to what had happened to him. Wonpyo also spoke out about his departure, and in such a way that Jagalmi again demanded that he take a vow of Ma equals silence, instead of swearing with such language. Nam Gong Mei looked after his classmate, and realized that Mo Yongbo now looked the same as he had looked during their first meeting, completely unsociable, and the boy must have thought for nothing that they had managed to become friends, and Mo Yongbo had thawed out. To distract himself from his bad thoughts, Nam Gong Mei asked Yoon Rieng what her healer clan was like. The healer clan started from a village where most practiced the art of medicine and medicine making, and in fact, this clan is closer to medics than warriors. During the war, healers were on the battlefield to heal the wounded, but unfortunately healing skills alone were not enough to survive on the battlefield. So in addition to healing, healers also learned martial arts for their own defense and used them to create a clan. When Nam Gong Mei was surprised that they had developed so quickly in just 20 years, Yoon Riang shook her head, because even the reason why she was at Bake Academy was because martial arts were not yet rooted enough in their healer clan, so she was sent here to learn the base. Jigalmi, contrary to how she felt about Nam Gong Mei, didn't bitch to her only girlfriend in the class, so she promised that they would do everything to help the girl on their part. Nam Gong Mei realized that everyone had their own reason for coming to Bake Military Academy, and he was very interested in getting to know everyone better. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mountains, Erin was carrying a rock with her powerful arms with pumped biceps. More specifically, she was walking ahead to lead her rabbit classmates. The girl was so tired that she couldn't take it anymore. And when her classmates asked how she could show weakness in such an easy assignment, she declared that the problem wasn't the hardness, but the fact that she wasn't allowed to see the love of her life. A dragon class master was sitting in a tree and unexpectedly overheard this conversation, paying attention to the name that was spoken in the dialogue. He stopped sleeping and began to watch the huge boulder coming down the road, for the girls underneath it were almost invisible. And unfortunately, Erin could only complain about her love longing to her friends, asking them to keep it a secret from their teacher, because she knew that the teacher would scold her. And unable to hold back any longer, the girl abandoned her friends and ran towards her love. The dragon class teacher wondered where this oddball warrior was going, and he felt it was about time, for he was just about to get bored. Leaving the tree branches unnoticed, he jumped up and ran after Erin. Nam Gong Mei, meanwhile, practiced connecting the two streams. At first, he looked confident enough, he had done it many times. But soon the two streams exploded, and the boy was thrown back. And the reason for this was that he had previously been able to connect the energy on strong emotions. But in a calm state, it was not so easy. Right now, Nam Gong Mei was greatly worried about whether he could handle it himself, considering Mo Yongbo was going somewhere every night, and it was more like training with his brother than anything else. Taking a seat to rest a bit from his failed attempts, he pulled out a letter from his teacher. The fact that he was reading the second letter meant that the boy had already mastered the control of the direct and opposite energy flows inside, so the next step after that was to merge the two energies outside. Realizing what was at stake, Nam Gong Mei was not going to give up and stood up again to get even more serious about practicing using the instructions Guai Myeondok had left him. The first stage, the gathering of energy in two hands of two different opposing energies, was successful, but the power of resistance was too great. At the same moment, he was distracted from the side by Erin, and the guy was slightly distracted, but still stood his ground. The girl smiled as she watched Nam Gong Mei practicing since morning, dousing herself in sweat, and declared that this was what her beautiful husband should do. However, she felt that the balance of energy was in Nam Gong Mei's hands and wanted to approach to help the boy. But she was stopped by Chu Da Hua, advising her not to approach right now. And the opposing energy around Nam Gong Mei went crazy and ceased to be controlled by him, causing Erin to become very agitated. So nervous for her future husband, the girl took a quick step to approach Nam Gong Mei using Qigong and picked him up under her arms to soften the landing for his frail body. She rammed herself into a rock, but at least her husband was safe and sound, and that made her happy. The girl stated that she didn't feel bad after landing so hard, instead inquiring about Nam Gong Mei's health, admitting that she missed him a lot and came to see him as quickly as she could. The boy did not believe that she was all right because her own head was covered in blood, but she did not want to appear weak in the eyes of the boy, so she smiled and said that everything was all right. In the end, she did pass out and had to have her head bandaged in that condition. Stormblade informed him that she had a legendary celestial battle body that could withstand more than that, so she should be fine after a little rest. but he was very interested in what kind of training the boy had set up here. When Nam Gong-mei refused to tell the details, Stormblade was neither surprised nor angry in the slightest. Instead, he even smiled. After all, one shouldn't reveal secret martial techniques to outsiders. After pausing the problems, Nam Gong-mei told Chu Da-kwei what he could tell, because he knew that he was a teacher, and he would understand and be able to give him some advice, especially about the fight with Mo Yangbo. While Gui Myondok was busy with world affairs, his student was being taught by the dragon class teacher, telling him that his training looked as if the balance was off. That is, there was too much extreme yang energy inside, which was destroying the basic balance. To curb this energy would require an equally strong yin energy, so he wondered how to awaken this energy within Nam Gong-mei. At this moment, Erin abruptly got up from the ground, completely forgetting that she was actually sick here. The bottom line is that strong yin energy was considered a feminine energy, and therefore she was perfectly familiar with it due to her origins. At other times, the whole company was walking through Bake Military Academy, and Wumpio didn't understand what had happened here, that the students had made such a fuss. Shigalmi, as always, ordered him not to grumble, for it made him stop looking like a monk. They were on their way to check the group table for the Peck Military Academy's preliminaries. As soon as this table was posted, everyone immediately rushed towards it as if free gifts were being given out there. All the kids were worried about what their opponent would be like, and prayed that they would have an easy class to win. The snake class was basically ready for any opponent, and when they found out that they would be fighting the bull class, they realized that they hadn't crossed paths with it much until now. However, they weren't going to be left alone, and instead of separating peacefully, the bull class wanted to laugh at the snake class, because they hadn't seen them training before. After all, the snake class training was individual training in an enclosed area, and therefore thought they were weaklings and thought that this competition had already been won. Of course, to hear such a thing, Shigalmi was not ready. So she slowly, like in horror movies, turned around and gloomily looked at those guys who dared to say such a thing. However, Young On didn't take her words as a threat seriously, calling her a cutie with a temper. So after a lot of comments about her origins, Shigalmi got all hot and bothered, telling her who she was in a harsh way, so that at least the name of her clan would explain to the guys that she wasn't worth messing with. However, they didn't realize the trouble they were in, and Young On even said that he thought everyone in the Jigal family was just sitting around reading books all day long. After hearing the unpleasant words towards her clan, and the fact that not only her, but also Yoon Rian was now being harassed, the girl realized that such people needed to be taught a lesson by methods they would understand. So she slapped the boy with a swinging slap, even if she had to jump up because of the height difference. Young, he was terribly displeased, because it hurt his fragile male ego, and he decided to punch from his fist in retaliation. Meanwhile, Nam Gongmao was completely in his thoughts, because he remembered that the previous conversation between him and the dragon class teacher and Erin ended in a good place for him. The girl suggested ice energy as a symbol representing yin energy, and the teacher suddenly said it wasn't a bad idea. It was all about the fact that after learning the introductory techniques, the followers of the Mi clan would begin to officially learn the ruthless battle technique of that clan, and the beginning of it was to absorb ice energy into the abdomen. There were quite a few who couldn't handle it and stopped learning, and the essence of yin energy, if one didn't take control of oneself in time, would definitely make one succumb to the temptation of this icy beauty. Chu Da-kwa nodded, saying that the ice energy would surely be able to control the ultimate yang energy that Nam Gong-mei had too much of. However, this kind of energy had to be stored in the Mi clan's treasure, and that was a problem. After explaining that she wouldn't have suggested such an option if it wasn't a possibility at all, Erin remembered that during the founding of the Murim Alliance, One of those energies had been sacrificed, and now the alliance had its own source of ice energies as well. Seeing the chance to train a strong enough disciple, Chu Da-kwa promised that he could find out about it then, and quizzed Aaron and Nam Gongmei to come to this very place this night in order to continue training. Since it was this morning, Nam Gongmei was still focused on this news, wondering if it was possible to use ice energy to curb his uncontrollable energy, and if he was allowed to do so without Gwai Myeondok's permission. Meanwhile, around him, events were unfolding very rapidly, and Jigalmi was quickly out from under the fist of a bull-class student. Therefore young, his fist flew towards the unsuspecting Nam Gongmei by inertia. It was a terrifying sound, as fist and cheek collided. Everyone was terribly frightened, realizing that the boy's face must turn into a solid bruise after this. However, Nam Gongmei only now came out of his thoughts and realized that something was wrong. His head only tilted slightly under the impact of the blow. Moreover, the boy seemed so uninvolved in the events that he was the one who bowed and apologized, saying that he bumped into the guy because he was thinking about his own for a moment. Of course, young, he thought that this boy was bullying him and wanted to continue the battle. However, at the last moment, Su Guo put her hand on his shoulder, saying that any other fights other than official fights were forbidden in Baek Academy, and she was tired of repeating that for everyone to understand. They immediately made an isolation circle around the mad dog of Baek Academy, not wanting to fall under its hot hand. All the other students from the other classes who were still checking the competition table immediately ran away from such a situation. Recalling the past fight with Tang Weizhu, Su Guo again suspected that it was the snake class that started this fight. Jigalmi snorted, saying they were the first ones to start bullying the snake class, and didn't admit her guilt about slapping the guy on the cheek. When the dog class teacher left them alone, Jigalmi approached Nam Gongmei and asked if he was okay after being hit like that. But the guy didn't feel like he was in any pain. Mo Yongbo watched all of this carefully, realizing that the boy had not received any shock or injury. And the students of the bull class walking back to their practice field were not happy with the way they had been treated. And the main problem was with Yang An, for he had punched that boy. However, his hand had broken against his chin himself, and now he felt threatened, not realizing who that boy was. Aaron and Nam Gongmei were already waiting for the Stormblade at the specified location, but it was delayed for some reason. In fairness, Aaron was very even pleased with the delay, and even hoped he wouldn't come at all. However, the man soon appeared and said that he had found out where the ice energy was. After all, he was a Stormblade himself, which meant he had a lot of information available to him. Nam Gongmei smiled because this was what he had expected from one of the three heavenly masters, and now he could move on to the next stage of his training. As they walked, the boy decided to ask about how ice energy should be used, because he knew next to nothing before Aaron told him about such a phenomenon. Taking the position of the elder, Chu Da-kwa spoke of how the ice energy with its mere presence would freeze everything nearby, and even basic energy management skills would be enough to gain strength from it. Nodding steadily, Aaron confirmed the master's words, for it was roughly the same when she had to take the test in the HME clan. Ice energy is called the treasure of the Northern Sea, and the essence of Amai's ruthless martial technique is to transform one's own internal energy into yin energy. The teacher asked if they were not violating the balance of yin-yang, but the girl objected, saying that the AME clan's martial techniques had nothing to do with this balance. The clan was established on the basis of Buddhism, so that all its members follow the teachings of Buddha, and due to the fact that they go beyond the mundane and create the natural order, a new balance emerges. And following this, in order to reach the pinnacle of ruthless martial technique, AME, it is necessary to break the shackles of the modern world, and only then it is possible to achieve true completeness. That is, Internal energy draws strength from yin energy, which means that if you don't reach apogee, insufficient yang energy bursts outward. That's why the appearance of the young female disciples is so different from the adults, and all the adult and battle-trained members of the AMI clan look like completely ethereal, beautiful women. But the female disciples look more like men. Although he was very curious, Nam Gongmei briefly interrupted the lecture because he was primarily interested in where they were going now. The entire trio, wearing special masks so they wouldn't be so recognizable, infiltrated the building that housed the head of the Murim Union. Nam Gongmei once again questioned the teacher if he had received permission to use ice energy so as not to break the law. However, the man snorted, answering quite logically that no one would allow this treasure to be used by any commoner. So they would secretly borrow this crystal, use the energy, and bring it back. The master must have been very eager to play secret agents, because his words and movements clearly showed a desire to just play, and the apprentices and the stone were just an excuse. Since the children had no choice, they followed Chu Da Kwa and finally came to the place he was pointing to. There was a secret hatch in the floor, it turns out, to go down into the dungeon, and that's where the ice energy is. Stormblade did look a little crazy, insanely excited about the adventure they were on, and the man even boasted about how who would have thought he had a talent for scoping out places like this. His smile was suddenly gone, however, for he heard a man coming toward them somewhere, and so he ordered the children to go alone, while he himself was to go around the neighborhood. When Nam Gongmei was worried that the teacher would be in danger, he received a slap on the wrist because no one dared to underestimate the strength of one of the three heavenly masters. Even before Stormblade managed to flee the scene, however, it was after he had shoved the children into the underground passage and closed the door down behind them that the head of the Murim Alliance himself came upon him, trying somehow not to give the appearance that he was here on purpose. The man offered his teacher a bottle of alcohol and suggested a drink to a good evening. Kwag Yun happily agreed, but he could not be escorted out and noticed that the door to the dungeon was open. Meanwhile, the kids were going downstairs, and while Nam Gongmei's descent wasn't a problem, Aaron's descent was much slower, sticking to the wall because of the pitch darkness. Then Nam Gongmei went back up a few floors to approach Aaron and realized that it was just the darkness. So he reached out to help her. It seemed to Aaron that the boy was suggesting that they hold hands, as if they were lovers, and she shook with the excitement of the upcoming contact with the man who cared about her. Kwa Gion and Chu Da Kwa chose a spot on the terrace and settled down at a table for a drink. It all started when his master started approaching from afar, asking if Chu Da Kwa had found a candidate boy to be his disciple. Not yet sensing a catch, Chu Da Kwa said that he really liked a few boys. That was when Kwa Gyeon caught him, asking if this list included the guys that the man had brought here and hidden away. Of course, the experienced leader of the Murim Union was not to be fooled by Chu Da Kwa's inept acting. Suddenly, the man stopped, apologized to his teacher, and said that he didn't intend anything wrong. Kwa Gyeon was surprised to receive an apology from the Stormblade himself. He hadn't expected to hear such a thing for the rest of his life. Realizing that he had already been exposed, Chu Da Kwa did not refuse any further, and briefly told the whole story, summarizing that they had come to take the ice energy for a while, because there was a kid who needed it. Kwa Gyeon agreed that this energy was quite willful, but if the kids had someone like Chu Da Kwa by their side to help them control it, there shouldn't be any problems, and the man was already glad that his teacher was giving his consent to use the ice energy. However, it was so easy when he would keep up with him, and he smiled slyly, saying that he couldn't just lend it to even his student. Chu Da Kwa was trying to figure out where he got the wrong answer, and if he was hearing correctly. And in the dungeon, in the darkness, Erin's face was so red that it was visible even through the darkness, and there was no way their hands could meet because she was very shy to hold hands with the love of her life. Misinterpreting her expression, Nam Gongmei said that if it was awkward for a girl to hold his hand since they were different genders, boy-girl, then she could hold on to the edge of his clothes instead. In order not to reveal the secrets of such strange behavior, there was nothing left for Erin to do but obediently do just that. She cried in the shower and lost the opportunity to hold hands with Nam Gongmei. However, nothing could be changed anymore. The girl was surprised that Nam Gongmei's eyesight was sharp enough that he could see even in such darkness. But the boy said that his teacher also praised him for his sharp eyes. Ever since the boy was a child, he had been thinking about what more could be done if there wasn't enough internal energy, and that was how his eyesight had developed. Remembering that her mentor had said that his eyes were the most important in real combat, Erin marveled once again at how brilliant Nam Gongmei was, and she was glad she had fallen in love with just such a man. They finally descended to the lowest point and found themselves in front of a strange gate that had a blue glow coming out of it, and the temperature below was much colder than above. Nam Gongmei opened the gate, and they were met with a huge barrage of icy energy. The boy was practically blown away, yet he continued to stand firmly on his feet, refusing to take even a step back, and tried to figure out how he would properly utilize it. However, just when he thought that everything was fine, now all that was left was to find a method of use. He realized that Erin wasn't answering his questions, and it appeared that Erin's irises had completely brightened, and her eyes lit up with an unearthly icy light. She was walking towards the icy energy as if mesmerized. When Nam Gongmei tried to stop the girl with his words and hands, she swung her fist at him and sent him crashing into the wall. After all, her strength was quite great for a boy who had only recently realized his power. Making a mayhem inside the room, breaking the crystals, Nam Gongmei awkwardly pushed back, meaning he was knocked to the ground, feeling that even though he had closed in, the force of the blow was still too great. And the girl continued to approach the single source, and remembering her story about how she had passed her trials in the past, the boy realized that once she touched the icy energy, she would freeze to death and forever. Nam Gongmei had to quickly summon his strength and control the two streams to at least somewhat withstand the confrontation with Erin. However, the moment he was about to hit her with his powers to push her away from the source, he was unable to do so at the last moment. He remembered the smiling girl, and his hand simply did not rise. Because of his lack of emotion, and because of his insecurity, the strength in his arms went out, and Erin finally paid attention to him, but not quite in the way he wanted. For if he couldn't hit the girl, under the control of the energy, easily pushed him away from her and pinned him to the ground. And herself returned to the ice spring, to which there were only a few steps away. Nam Gongmei was ready to stop her by any means necessary, but nothing helped. The eruption of energy of such power was heard and felt even by Chu Da-Hua, who was just waiting for his children, and he realized that something had gone wrong. Naturally, the small compared to the current Erin, Nam Gongmei didn't have the slightest opportunity to stop the girl, and he realized that she was about to touch the ice spring after all. Knowing that there was no way she could not touch that ice spring with her bare hands, and Erin's life could not be allowed to be in danger because of him, he would be eaten up by a sense of conscience. So Nam Gongmei makes the decision to put his own life in danger and rushes towards the crystal to grab it in front of Erin and prevent her from being able to touch it. The boy succeeds in doing so because he wasn't exposed to the hypnotic ice energy and was therefore a bit faster. However, his hand and entire body are consumed by the monstrous cold, and they plunge him into his own subconscious. There he sees a picture of a woman sitting on a bed in a terrible state, with a little boy crying beside her. He blames himself for his mother's condition, and it is not yet clear why it is so bad and why he looks at the woman with such frightened eyes. However, seeing her appearance, then comes the realization that although the woman said that it was not the boy's fault, yet he is indirectly involved. Nam Gong Maid suddenly realized that this boy was himself, and the woman was his mother, and these were his memories, that he was deprived of the moment his meridian crossing source was blocked by his father. The next memory is the powerful slap of his older brother, and the accusations that it was because of Nam Gong Mei that their mother died, and the fact that the Nam Gung family was weakened, all because of the child. Once again, the same purple fire that seemed to mock the child, hinting that he was once again powerless against his past. There was no longer any doubt, and the boy felt that there was something else he couldn't remember, and because of that he wondered how he could unlock his remaining memories. But this time, the fire did not mock him, but only told him that he would soon be able to remember everything. And this almost mesmerized the child. Meanwhile, in the dark space, the ice crystal grew bigger and bigger, filling up the empty space. In reality, it was very difficult to withstand this kind of power from Nam Gong Mate, as it was simply a monstrous energy. However, at least one was rendered unconscious and no longer sought to approach the crystal, depriving at least one of the boy's problems. Chu Da-kwa finally rushed over and began to sort out what had happened here. However, to his great regret, the very thing he feared had happened. The boy had touched the icy energy. He snapped out of his seat and tried to get the kid to let go of the crystal. However, it was all to no avail. The power of the energy was enormous, and even the slightest application of it could cause Nam Gong Mate to die. Therefore, the teacher had no choice but to destroy the crystal before the boy absorbed it. As the crystal began to disintegrate into smaller pieces, the man tried to gather them all in his hands. However, he suddenly realized that the amount seemed rather small compared to before. Then he decided to look back, feeling that his troubles would not end there, and he was quite right. For some of the shards had drawn the boy to him, and now the energy and power of the ice crystal was being absorbed into his stomach. The man tried to collect these shards and use his flame to gather them together in one place, and he succeeded. Now all that remained was to extract the ice energy. However, the trouble did not end there, for the ice shards had already taken up residence in his abdomen, and although Chu Da-kwa was surprised that they had already managed to ingratiate themselves so quickly, something had to be done. If he simply took out the ice energy, then the boy would die, and leaving things as they were too dangerous. So he had to come up with a third option, which of course, the teacher was not very eager to use. However, since he had no other choice, he decided to help the boy withstand the ice energy with the help of his pure energy of the strongest dragon and a special technique that helped bring all the shards together. Thanks to this, the boy now had his own solid shard of ice inside him, surrounded by flames. The energy had finally stabilized at least a little, and Chu Da-kwa felt that he had done a wonderful job, and the boy should now survive, at least at first. The worst was already over, but there was still the possibility that he wouldn't be able to handle the ice energy, and his energy streams would be closed by the opposing energy. If Nam Gong Mei managed it, then he would then become an energy control master, so Chu Da-kwa felt a great desire to see such a person. He even promised the unconscious Nam Gong Mate that if the boy made this energy his own, he would definitely add him to his list of student candidates, as if that was a valid argument, considering Nam Gong Mace already had a teacher. Gui Myeondok. Now the man needed to clean up after his non-students and get out of this place quickly before anyone noticed them. And after a while, Kwa Gyun came down to the basement and looked at the crystal doubtfully, because he felt that it had shrunk a little, and wondered if it seemed to him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, on a dark night, a carriage arrived at the estate. The gatekeepers standing guard at the gate pushed aside the old man who had brought the carriage, in order to go to her and inquire as to the condition of the goods he had brought. And the goods were children trembling with fear. And looking at them, one of the gatekeepers said that the goods were too thin and could hardly last even a few days. The slave traders pulled the children out and sent them somewhere indoors, and the old man was given a new task. When he had to leave for the next shipment, he had to take the remaining corpses with him. However, this man was not just a random old man, but a fake agent. At one point, the man transformed from an old man who had previously brought them the goods to a dark-haired man in black clothes, but a young man. He was the information officer of the Black Flower faction, the one they called Osmanthus, but in the faction he had the nickname Black Cinnamon Flower. This place had recently bought spiritual potions that rapidly increased strength, and to begin with, he needed to find the guys and check out what these people were going to do. That was what he had come here for, and inside, researchers gave the magic potion to people chained to the walls and tested how it worked on different people with different conditions. For example, they found that there is an effect even in those who do not have internal ki energy. Graying, with swollen veins, lost sight and sanity. One of the captives tried to lash out at the male researcher, but he didn't even twitch an eyebrow. The chains with which the subjects were chained were made of the finest iron, so he wasn't at all afraid, for this wasn't the first month they'd been dealing with something like this. Osmanthus, undercover, discovered that these people have a huge number of pills, thanks to which they are in the basement, and follow the effects of this spiritual potion. As if someone wanted to help him find out more information about it, a servant arrived at the head researcher's place and informed him that the goods that had just been delivered, meaning children, had arrived, and in addition, someone who was bringing a spiritual potion that rapidly increased. Strength had come. The mad scientist temporarily stopped his attempt to put a pill in one of the children's mouths, realizing that since the most important person had come to see them, he wanted to go see the man himself. After leaving, the explorer ordered his servants to feed the pills to the children. Osmanthus planned to follow in the man's footsteps to find out exactly who was distributing this potion and how. However, his confidence was returned by the servants, who planned to beat the children into obediently drinking the pills and spoke many bad words. Though at first Osmanthus did go after the chief explorer, he did return later so that his conscience would at least be a little clearer in this situation, and stopped the man who was beating the child. In his defense, Osmanthus only said that he was not constrained by duty now, and he was no longer part of the Black Flower faction, nor did he need to prioritize his goal of extracting information above all else. The servant tried to find out what such a person was doing here, but not before seeing a fist catching up with him, much sooner than the answers to his questions. The chief investigator came out and saw a huge cart full of boxes of potions, and was glad, because it was enough for several hundred people. He didn't think that the man who had sold it to him would be so young, but he didn't dwell on it. The man thought about the fact that now he would need more people for experiments, but he didn't have time to finish his thought, because an explosion was heard from the building, and the doors were blown off by the shockwave. Naturally, the cart with the pills was also blown away by this gust of wind, and the rather fragile wooden caskets were opened, and the contents scattered, leaving the man, who had paid a lot of money for these caskets, in a state of terror. And from the building where the experiments were being conducted, the Black Cinnamon Flower, who wore the mask of a full-fledged former faction member and the red cinnamon flower of the Black Flower faction, slowly walked out. He didn't care much about his own life right now, for it had flashed before his eyes the moment the pills that had been paid for with fabulous money were affected, and the chief researcher shouted at Osmanthus. The masked man didn't pay attention to the mercenaries who came out at the noise, because he still had the spiritual technique of explosive coin and a lot of money. So, These points he scattered all over the courtyard, distracting anyone who would try to approach him. Since the middle-class mercenaries weren't a serious obstacle for Osmanthus, he quickly dealt with them, and seeing at his speed of movement, the chief investigator realized that he was most likely finished, just as he was finished with those magic potion warehouses he had ordered. With the fight over in just a few minutes, it wasn't enough for the chief investigator to run away, especially since he was also trying to have some hope that his men would be able to deal with this unknown masked man. And Osmanthus began to slowly approach the investigator. Even the fact that he was much shorter than the researcher and looked up at him from below did not cancel out the researcher's wild fear. According to Osmanthus, he didn't care what these people did. But raising a hand to children was beyond his understanding of right and wrong. So on one night of his life, he lost his center for conducting human research on the effects of a magical potion that gives strength. Kui Myung-dok saw a similar mess when he came to say that the information Osmanthus had given him was wrong, but realized that it looked like he would have to wait a bit longer because his former partner was making too much noise right now. When the blue explosions were over, the snake class teacher landed behind Osmanthus and once again asked him why he didn't throw something else instead of coins so he wouldn't have to collect them like that every time. Osmanthus brushed it off without saying that the technique is specifically called the exploding coin technique, so you have to live up to the name. There, Kui Myung-deok found the children huddled together and afraid of absolutely everything, and after examining them, he said that they looked a lot like themselves as children, because the Black Flower faction was made up entirely of orphans. Kui Myung-deok smiled for a second, because his former partner had also changed a lot, and he wanted to take these children away for a while, until he could find a place for them. Osmanthus was reminded of what he had told Osmanthus before, that wherever there was a potion that increased strength, there would be fake Kui Myung-doks, and he assumed that Osmanthus was also the one who had said that. Naturally, he didn't suspect his friend, but threatened that if he continued to lie, he wouldn't get any money, but would only get hit with the most valuable thing. Returning to a more serious topic, potions used to be distributed with great care, but now they were being distributed all over the center in huge quantities. Thus, the connection to the fake Kui Myung-dok is weakening as the murder committed by the fake Kui Myung-dok has caused Red Flower to become the prime suspect specifically and pursue him with full confidence. But the main thing in these incidents is the potion. Given that he sensed the movement of something invisible and much bigger, he promised to gather information and contact Kui Myung-deok. Therefore, now was the time for Kui Myung-deok to pause and return back to the Alliance, for he had been gone for half a month from Bake Military Academy, so it was worth it to return to his children. But lastly, Kui Myung-dok went back to his former partner and threatened him again that if he tried to lie and mislead him one more time, he would be in trouble. Although Osmanthus promised not to lie anymore, but right now, he couldn't let the fake and the real Kui Myung-deok meet, because he had something to assign him. Meanwhile, on the mountain, those people who had recently sold the magic potion to the research center were watching everything collapse there. However, the one who was in charge of transferring the goods ordered the rest of the servants to ignore it. After all, they had a long journey ahead of them, and about their duties ending at the transfer of goods, which meant that what would happen to him didn't happen to her. It was none of their business, and the main problem was that this person turned out to be the Academy's expelled Tang Wiz-hu. In the past, Tang Wei-ju went back to his father and knelt before him to tell him everything that had happened to him at the academy. The man interjected, if it was true that he was kicked out of the academy by Bake, it was the head of the Tang clan. The boy tried to justify himself and say that because of Nam Gong-mei's technique, he had to use poison, and that was why everything was resolved this way. However, this only caused his father to get angry again. After all, Even using one of the 8 strongest poisons, he had managed to lose to the one in whose veins the family corner river flowed. And this was one of the worst sins of the Tang clan. The man used his own power as the head of the clan, and because of the poisonous structure of that power, his own son began to spit blood, unable to endure such pain. And the man made the whole situation worse by saying that he was very worried about what people would think of their family. He also thought his son was a weakling because he had crawled back to the clan without even taking revenge on Nam Gong Mei. Tang Weiju was a real disgrace to the Tang family, so the man angrily said that he was depriving his son of his place as heir to the head of the family. The boy had no choice but to bow his head and leave the hall, for his father didn't even want to listen to him. In addition to the problems with the heir, he also had concerns about the preparation of the goods. But the servant reported that the preparation was going on in the fortress there without any problems. According to him, their main customer wants to increase production due to the fact that that person has someone sitting on his tail and is about to catch his hand, so he asked for help in distributing the potion. The head of the Tang family realized that it was all to spread out, to avert the eyes of the person who was after his client, and that person clearly definitely knows how to use his head. The servant then suggested that the heir be given the responsibility of distributing the goods. They would need someone they could trust in any case, and if Tang Weiju came running in with the Tang family's hidden squad, he would be safe and still have something to do. The man agreed, and they didn't suspect that Tang Weiju was eavesdropping on them at the open door. He feels that this is his last chance, and this job entrusted by his father. He will definitely do it, no matter how much effort it costs him. And in the morning, without even realizing what tragedies had been going on all last night while he was unconscious, Nam Gun Mei woke up on the bed at the bedside, lying next to him. He was inquired about the health of a remarkable, beautiful girl, and the guy even called her a goddess in his sleep. However, it was Erin, and upon hearing such a thing from Nam Gun Mei's lips, she was unable to contain her emotions and blushed terribly. For the same reason, when she decided to playfully slap the boy's chest, she did not calculate her strength and slammed her fist into his chest with all her might, making the boy feel sick. When Chu Dak-hwa entered the medical room, who thought Nam Gun Mei had regained consciousness, he saw a horrible picture of Erin, shyly turning away from the boy and Nam Gun Mei spitting blood. After all the problems with the healer were resolved, Chu Dak-hwa sat behind Nam Gun Mei and began to analyze him to understand his state of health from the inside and the state of his internal energy. As he thought, the operation was successful, and the pure energy of the strongest dragon enveloped the ice energy, so that the ice energy did not spread out. However, the guy still had to be always careful, because right now, in the state was dangerous, in that it was unknown when the ice energy would break. The already recovered Erin apologized, for it was she who had reached for the ice energy, and it was because of her that Nam Gong Mei had almost lost his life. And here she found a silver lining, because in that case, she had to be responsible for Nam Gun Mei for the rest of her life. Not understanding what exactly she wanted to say, and thinking that the girl was just blaming herself for everything, Chu Dak-hwa said that there was no need to, because she didn't do it all on purpose, and everything had been resolved safely anyway. However, such words gave Erin the feeling that the teacher had once again gotten in the way between her and her love for Nam Gung Mei. Although the boy heard the teacher's words and realized that he had a time bomb in his chest right now, however, he only felt lightness in his body. After letting his partners from the last night know that he quickly wanted to check something out, he came to the training clearing and stood in the pose that Kui Myung Dok had told him about. Indeed, just as he thought, the Yang ultimate energy was no longer beating, so now he was able to have a series of changes, because the Yin energy from the ice crystal was complementing the Yang ultimate energy. Chu Da Kwa looked excitedly at the person he wanted to take as his disciple in the future, because absorbing the ice energy was a source of new possibilities for him. Ku Mayang Diok, who had just now returned and wanted to see his disciple, looked at it all with sad eyes, not understanding what the hell was even going on here. Nam Gunmei felt that everywhere following him, his teacher's gaze was strongly judging him, as if he was guilty of some terrible atrocity. Kui Mayang Dok circled over the boy for a long time, clarifying some details of his story, because he was still trying to realize what exactly he had missed. He saw that at the meridian crossing point, his disciple had the treasure of the north, that is, ice energy, and in addition to it, the pure energy of the strongest dragon was ice-bound. This is what allows stabilization of the ultimate yang energy. Kui Mayang Dok was happy for his student. However, at some point he felt like a character in some Murim novel, and he didn't like it. The boy happily said that he had managed to achieve the rose of change. And that was another reason for Kui Mayang Diok to be shocked, because he hadn't expected the boy to master the technique so quickly. He demanded a demonstration of what Nam Gunmei had already learned. When he saw what the boy had activated on his hands, he didn't understand what had even happened, for the size was too huge. For the rose of change was the stage of creating a small circle of controlling forward and reverse energies and controlling it from the outside using the eyes and body, reaching understanding and art. And what was in Nam Gunmei's hands was more like some kind of game ball rather than a small sphere. The surprise for the teacher, who had only been away from the military academy for a short while, didn't end there, and the boy asked if he could release that energy. However, Kui Mayang Dok noticed a fact that was disappointing because wounds began to form on Nam Gunmei's fingers, as if they had just been cut or burned by someone. Unable to hold back any longer, the boy pointed his hands towards the sky and released a huge wave of fire on purple energy. Even though this energy was released into the air, however, quite a few trees and the mountains themselves were affected, and Nam Gunmei's hands were in a terrible state, as if someone had chewed on them. Kui Mayang Diok was surprised to see that the boy was still not at the stage to release energy, and to release energy from such power, his internal energy had to be used up to the drop. In response to his thoughts, the boy collapsed to the ground unconscious. A short while later, Nam Gunmei woke up as Kui Mayang Dok had just finished tying his hands and was explaining to his disciple exactly what had happened. The amount of internal energy, thanks to the ice energy and pure energy of the strongest dragon, had greatly increased, but it seems that Nam Gunmei was still not ready to deal with it. Yes, of course, the random energy had stabilized. However, the boy's body was still not ready to accept the huge amount of internal energy. So if he continued to use it, his body would start to collapse, just like how his hands were starting to collapse now. Nam Gunmei humbly apologized, because destroying his own body was not his ultimate goal. Sunset changed tonight as Nam Gunmei talked about everything that had happened at the academy, including his pact with his older brother about the upcoming trials. Kui Mayang Dok pretended that he knew nothing and expected nothing from his student, but threatened him that the rose of change technique he had practiced earlier would be forbidden by the teacher until he allowed it himself. So now the plan was to focus on the body, on paper. And so Kui Mayang Dok told him to start by running to the top of that mountain he was pointing to, and then return to the academy and rest. And the boy obediently ran without questioning his teacher, and when he was alone in the clearing, Kui Mayang Dok thanked Chu Da Kwa for helping his student. Stormblade said that there was no need to thank him, for he was still eyeing the boy as his future disciple, and those words made Kui Mayang Dok frown. For Nam Gunmei was already his disciple. With a sly smile, Stormblade said that anything was possible in this world, especially if this boy's mentor were to disappear one day. Of course, he immediately began to say that he was only saying this out of concern for Kui Myung Deok's condition, and didn't want to be misunderstood. However, this gave a clue to the former head of the Black Flower faction that the man was one of the 3 heavenly masters for a reason, and it seemed like he had guessed the state of Kui Myung Deok's source. In order to lighten the mood, the dragon class teacher said that there was no need to be so tense, because Nam Gong Make was only a candidate anyway. But the disciple he had mentioned only appeared once every 1,000 years, and he was sure that it would be his disciple who would win the Bake Academy duel this time. Kui Myung Deok didn't understand why. If he had already found a good student for himself, then why look up to strangers? A few days later, the martial arts arena was filled with people and vendors who were selling various items to make money. There were also rooster class representatives walking around, organizing bets on the winners of the fights and hinting that this was the last chance. Considering that only the best were selected for this military academy, the bouts were going to be phenomenal. At least because only the worthy descendants of worthy families were selected for this academy, and only got in based on their own strength. The snake class finally came to the arena in full force, eager to finally test their own abilities and see if they had accomplished much in all this time. Nam Gun Mate was greatly surprised at how many people had gathered. Jagami had explained to him that the Marima competition was something like a festival for ordinary people, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime event. Wonpyo realized that some of the Shaolin monks might come to this competition, in which case, if anyone found out that he had broken his vow of silence, something terrible would happen. So from now on, Wonpyo once again locked his mouth shut and pretended that he hadn't broken anything. Nam Gong Mei thought about the fact that from Shaolin, only the monks of the main path could do something as punishment to his friend. However, their company was still incomplete. They were missing Mo Yongbo, who had gone somewhere else since the morning, and next to him, he hoped that the boy would show up by the time the competition started. Nam Gong Mei had doubts about whether or not his classmate was undergoing special training, as he returned late every night to meet his older brother. However, conflicts are also easily created in the hype. Up ahead, the bull class bullied a beggar who dropped his food right in the path of this class. Young, he glared angrily at the small child, not understanding how, for such an incomprehensible reason, he decided to get in the way of someone who was rushing to the Murim competition, fully feeling his superiority. The poor man turned out to be brazen as for his status, shouting that one of the students was going to kill the poor man, drawing attention to himself and asking for help. That's how the snake class got in their way, and Wonpyo stopped the bull-headed class leader's charging arm. Young One's friend told him that there were too many extra eyes here, so as they would meet the snake class in the preliminaries, they had better go and stretch now and not draw so much attention to themselves. Seeing that the boys had left, Wonpyo made a face. Considering that he couldn't fully speak right now, Nam Gunmei rushed to the poor man's aid. The poor man was astonishingly insolent, and this was the second such situation, for he thanked the boy for his help, but said that since he had helped, he was obligated to help all the way. So Nam Gunmei lost all his money, but the poor man got enough food to fill himself up, and thanked very warmly the young hero who had saved him. The group finally reached the competition arena and approached Kwai Myung Dok, who was already waiting for them at the designated seats for the snake class. Although it was only a preliminary competition, there were a lot of people gathered here. The boy was curious about how well the other classes had prepared, and how their techniques and training principles differed from Kwai Myung Dok's. The bull class was even in their seats, and they were glaring viciously at Nam Gong Make. Each of the members of this class looked like they had been a jock since they were 3 years old. The boy didn't understand why they looked so vicious. It was about time for the competition to begin, so Kumho, as the host of this competition, thanked everyone for coming to the Martial Arts Military Academy, even though this was only a preliminary competition. According to the rules, these competitions will be for 2 days, and from then on, the preliminary trials will begin with the duel of the horse class and the sheep class. Kui Myung Dok wondered, because he hadn't seen Mo Young Bo around the guys. So he wondered from them where he was. Jae Galmi, as the most knowledgeable one, replied that her classmate often disappeared somewhere with the guidance counselor's assistant lately. After that answer, Kwai Myung Deok was curious to know what exactly Nam Gun May's older brother and his loyal temporary mentee had in mind. While the other classes were fighting, Kwai Myung Dok stood in front of his students and began to give them a precept lecture, reminding them of what he had taught them. Whatever the situation was, they were to make changes to it, and after that, they were to break the united circle of the enemy. By then, the sheep class had lost to the horse class, and the next competition was to be between the bull class and the snake class. Nam Gong Mei inhaled and exhaled, bringing his senses in order, and now needed to focus on the preliminary competitions coming up right now. Yoon Riang became worried, because up until now, Mo Young Bo still hadn't come. They couldn't start the trials with a team of 5. However, as if in response to her words, the boy came up to their side, apologized for being late, and looked slightly strange, not like his usual self. Mo Young Bo had iron shackles on his hands and feet, indicating that the child had practiced with his brother Nam Gong Mei before the competition. Now that everyone was assembled, the head of the class who had been appointed as captain, Yoon Riang, had to give a detailed battle plan. The girl still couldn't believe that she was the one chosen to be the class head and seemed a bit lost in the role. The class captain was chosen just before the training trial competition began, and the selection had to be done through an internal vote of all the class members. Jagalmi and Mo Young Bo were surprised to hear a name other than their own from the teacher, because they had expected that they would be the ones to take the spot. For her part, Yoon Riang was also unhappy with the decision because she didn't feel worthy of such a role. Nam Gong Mei did not share her concerns and congratulated the girl for taking such a position. Wonpyo also joined Nam Gun Mech and said that he cast his vote specifically for Yoon Riang and believes that the girl will make a great head of the class because she always has their backs. Jagami also congratulated the girl, however, of course not from the bottom of her heart. The girl kept sweating over how important a role she had gotten and tried to refuse it because there were many more deserving candidates compared to her. But Mo Young Bo objected. He said that this choice was made by the majority, and if the class leader was so insecure, the members would not be able to unite. These words awakened some new feelings in Yuan Riang, and she promised that she would pull herself together and change for the good of the class. So Kwai Myung Dok advised everyone to follow Yuan Riang's instructions, considering that they had chosen the head of the class on their own, and could not appeal against such a decision. So now the girl was telling the entire clan that their first goal was to destroy the united circle of the bull class and move on to individual fights. Jaegami pointed out that the bull class would surely rely on the power of the earth for their martial arts, which meant that when they destroyed the earth under the feet of the bull class, it would prevent them from uniting. Kwai Myung Deok was pleased with the girl's dignified answer and expected her to make just such a decision. Whispering, as if he had forgotten again, that he had promised to temporarily keep his vow of silence, Wonpyo stepped into that role of Earth Destroyer. As the bull class looked at those in front of them, their commander said that still Mo Young Bo was their strongest, and the rest were just weaklings, and there was nothing to worry about. The strongest member of the Snake Clan and the Snake class in general was promised to be dealt with by the head of the bull class, Yang San. Yang He, who had already faced Nam Gong Mate, thought he was also a strong opponent, but he did not voice his doubts out loud. Next, Three things happened simultaneously. Q Ho announced that the competition was starting. The head of the bull class shouted to his subordinate partners to command them to go forward and maintain the battle circle, and Jigalmi shouted for everyone from their team to jump. As the four men soared into the air, the monk used his wave of destruction technique to shake the ground beneath the opponent's feet. Nam Gong Mei was incredibly pleased, because, as they had planned, they did not allow the bull class disciples to take advantage of the ground. However, it turned out that this class had perfectly formed teamwork, and they lined up behind each other to apply the circle of unliftable chains technique, which allowed them to stay on the ground even from the Wumpio earthquake. Then the bull class very quickly, under the guidance of their captain, surrounded by the snake class by lining up a special battle circle. Now the guys' plan was completely ruined because they had to defend themselves from the fists, and there was very little time to think and find a solution to this situation. Yu and Riang realized that they were trapped in their united circle and decided to try to pierce the guys with their daggers. But the bull class students' inner energy skin was too strong for the daggers to pierce them, so the iron arrows just flew off two of the students from that class. Another solution occurred to Jigalmi, and she suggested that they needed to achieve in one place, and then they could get out by asking Wumpio to pierce that circle in one of the places. The boy did manage to do that, and Jigalmi shouted for Yuan Riang and the others to follow Wumpio and come out. Wumpio looked very smug when he succeeded in breaking the merged circle, and he felt that he had a lot of credit for it. However, it turned out that this was all the bull class's plan, and only the strongest were left in the united circle, which could be a problem when fighting. The first thing the bull class captain ordered his members to deal with was Mo Yongbo, and everyone rushed towards him. What was their surprise when the guy appeared to be standing on the ground as an indestructible rock, while all the other defeated disciples were lying around him in a state of incapacitation. Nam Gong Il was insanely pleased with the way he had trained his temporary disciple. That Mo Yongbo had tried hard, and the man himself had trained him quite well. Even Kui Mai Young Diok recognized. Of course, Nam Gong Il said that, as expected, the Mo Young family was not like others. This guy had great talent. However, the teacher didn't agree with him until the last, because not only Mo Young, but all these guys have talents, just need to see them a little bit, because his narrow perception limits his development and needed to look at the situation wisely. If he encapsulates the world in his eyes, it is the whole world that he will own. Nam Gun Il, who is also called the Sword of the Invincible Dragon, reached the peak faster than anyone else. But after that, his growth stopped at the beginning of the next stage, so such words from Kui Myung Dok were taken too personally. The eldest son of the Nam Gun family felt that he was the one who knew what he was even talking about, and took it seriously, as he should to someone his father recognized. The bull class teacher was displeased with what was happening and shouted at his students to get up immediately and continue the fight. Otherwise, why was he teaching them so diligently? After listening to such cries, as if they had 9 spare lives in their pockets, the disciples began to slowly rise up one by one, holding themselves up with their hands so as not to fall, however inevitably. Nam Gong Mei was amazed at how strong their will to win was, and realized that this opponent definitely could not be underestimated. The bull class captain ordered his subordinates to form a circle, and Mo Yongbo's first thought was that she should try to prevent them from lining up in a united circle again, so that the situation wouldn't happen again. She hinted with her short daggers at the precise energy flows of the bull class disciples, causing their movement to slow down. Jigalmi told Wumpio about taking one of the students each, and the boy nodded in agreement. Their plan was very simple. They should take advantage of their opponent's confusion and the speed they had with the special needles. Before the competition, Yuan Riang had used her medicinal skills to stick a needle in each of their necks exactly in the right meridians, so now they felt as if the energy was spreading more actively and thought that the healer's acupuncture technique was working perfectly. The head of the bull class disagreed with this kind of arrangement, and using his strength, he simply pushed out Yuan Riang's daggers, regaining control of his own energy. The guy rushed forward at a furious speed, and Jigami was even a little scared because he was too fast, and she wasn't sure if she would be able to get out from under the attack in time. However, the man flew past her and Wampio because his target was Yuan Riang, and she definitely couldn't dodge something like that. It was 100% likely since she was slower in combat. Therefore, the two of Mo Yongbo and Nam Gong Ma stood on her defense, simultaneously using their fist and their own internal ki energy to smite the enemy to smithereens. The bull class disciple slumped to the ground, and it didn't look like he was going to get up yet. So Q Mac Ho, who was the judge of these competitions, announced that it was the snake class that won the 2N final competition. The fact that Yuan Riang had such a feature all along as a replica of blocking the enemy's energy flows and slowing down his movement means that Nam Gong Il was wrong, and in that the other guys also surpassed imagination. However, one of the bull class still thought that they couldn't lose the achievement of the competition and wasn't willing to accept it, so he took out a small pill from his pocket that gave extra energy power. Nam Gong Mage was the first to notice it and remembered that he had seen something like this before, when he fought a mercenary. He would never forget that horrible sight and the feeling he experienced, considering that he didn't have enough strength back then. His first reflex was to warn everyone else of the danger, so he turned away from the danger for a while and shouted for everyone else to run. So he didn't notice how this student, energized by evil and demonic energy and the magic pill, started attacking the boy himself. But before he needed to defend himself, this student's hand was intercepted by Kui Mayung Diok with a calm expression on his face, saying that from the looks of it, this pill had also entered the walls of the academy. With one light finger movement, he knocked this guy out, absorbing all the power from him. The teacher in charge of his students asked what was even going on, but Kwai Myung Dok put the guy on his shoulder and said that he would take him with him for a while, and disappeared without having to explain himself to anyone else or waste precious time. Kwai Myung Dok reported what happened at the competition directly to Kwa Gyan and said that he was already investigating on his own. However, he felt that their alliance should know about it, so that's why he came here. One of the members of the Red Flower faction was surprised that even at Bake Academy, the guy had taken the power-enhancing potion they were so after. Now the problem was that if it appeared in someone's possession at Bake Academy, that meant it had already spread throughout the central region. Teacher had heard that the Scarlet Flower faction was chasing after the fake Kui Myung Dok, but what they really needed to do was to follow the flow of the potion that rapidly increased strength. Hearing his disciple's words, Kwa Gyan asked one of the members of the Red Flower faction how many members of the Red Flower faction were currently chasing the fake Kwai Myung Dok. He replied that all the members except those who were now protecting the Marim Alliance had come out. So Kwa Gyuan said that from now on, the target should be changed from fake Kui Myung Dok to a potion that rapidly increased strength because that was their immediate target, and that child right now should be sent to the Bake Academy's healer, and, after treatment, investig. When the bull class disciple was carried away on his shoulder by a member of the Red Flower faction, they were left alone, just as he was inquired about how Kwai Myung Diok was feeling right now. The old man had wanted him, the longtime teacher at Bake Military Academy, to stay out of Marim's affairs. For all this time, he had been doing the dirty work for the Alliance, and so he wanted to embody the man's goodness. But that had become impossible now. Given the state that Kwai Myung Dok was in now, all that was left for Kwa Gyuan was to ask him to live for himself for the rest of his time. The man was greatly worried about the man who had become practically his own man. The winners of the competition were the horse, change, and tiger classes, and it was they who would compete in the main competition. And in the next day's preliminary competition, the rabbit, goat, and dragon classes won, meaning that the Bake Academy's main martial competition was only 3 weeks away. Nam Gong Mei walked up the mountain together with a huge stone in his hands, which he held above his head because he thought that he had also become stronger. However, what good was it if only the amount of energy had increased? The boy was still a long way away from Mo Youngbo, and he needed to become even stronger as soon as possible. While watching his younger brother, it was Kwai Myung Dok who caught Nam Gunil, and the latter tried to dismiss the teacher's words of worry, and said that he just happened to see, delayed. Kwai Myung Dok asked how Nam Gunil felt about having taught the kids in the snake class all this time, and the man admitted that he had determined the limits of each of the kids' abilities. Of Jagalmi, he thought that she always stood above the others and believed only in her own head, and would not team up with anyone. Wonpyo, inappropriately boisterous for a Shaolin monk, in his opinion, could easily be pulled down during the preliminaries. Oh, quite especially Yu Riying. He considered her completely incapable, and concluded that she would endanger the entire class, because she didn't even have basic martial skills. Such words from Nam Gun-il led Kwai Myung Diok to think that he now believed that he had made a mistake, and the man admitted that he had indeed made a wrong judgment and had been too hasty. Jagalmi was indeed a proud woman, according to Kwai Myung Dok, but she understood the importance of unification, and with her restraint and ability to quickly assess a situation, she plays the role of the head of the snake class. Wonpyo is certainly talkative, but as a Shaolin monk should be, he cares about the other guys, so he became the core of the snake class. And Yuen Ring, although seemingly weak, has genuine sincerity, so it can be said that she is soft in appearance, but in reality, she is the tail of the snake class. And thanks to these guys, Mo Youngbo and Nam Gung Maek can play their part of poisonous snake teeth, and Kwai Myung Dok believed that this experience will broaden Nam Gung-il's own horizons. After all, everything around is infinitely intertwined, and everyone has a role to play. This extends not only to the snake class, but also to clans and factions, and everyone in nature and the world has their own value and role. And the fact that Kwai Myung Dok made Nam Gun-il's deputy to teach the snake class was to teach him this. Kwai Myung Dok asked Nam Gun-il to look at Nam Gun-mate, not as his misbehaving little brother, but simply as Nam Gun-mei of the snake class. He really thought and saw that the boy was making great efforts to gain his older brother's approval. As if in mockery of such a high opinion from the teacher, Nam Gong-mai lost his balance and rolled down with the stone. Meanwhile, just recovering from his wounds, Yang Jun-hyuk went on a combat mission again and encountered the fake Kwai Myung Diok. However, when the white-masked man said that he had warned him not to pursue him, and he has replied that the red flower checks were no longer pursuing the fake Kwai Myung Diok anymore, and their objective had changed to tracking the spread of a potion that rapidly increased strength. The masked man snorted disdainfully, saying that the Alliance had finally realized what was really important. Yang Jun-hyuk said for some reason that Bake Academy, which was under the patronage of the Muriam Union, had discovered the potion, and that Kwai Myung Diok had personally informed the head of the union about it. Such words drove the fake Kwai Myung Diok to madness, because this person thought that it was impossible to believe that the legendary head of the Black Flower faction would teach children at Bake Academy after the faction's disintegration. After all, he is the strongest, the fairest. He sincerely says little, but always cares for his companions like a father. His one move makes the seas open. Mountains collapse, and miracles happen. His one glance at his mask makes his enemies shiver. Even after staining his hands in blood, he will never stop on the path of destroying evil. So it is impossible for such a man to teach children and enjoy a quiet life. However, for some reason, absolutely everyone is calling this fake, the real Kui Mayong Dok, and the man in the white mask with red patterns finally reached the conclusion that he had fallen apart too much on rumors and decided to go personally check whether Kui Mayong Dok at Bake Academy is real or not. So in the next second, that person evaporated from Yang Junhyuk's gaze, and only then did he suddenly realize that he may have brought trouble on his teacher, because now that person knows where Kui Mayong Diok is and will come after him. The day of the long-awaited fight between Mo Yongbo and Nam Gunma has finally arrived. Kui Mayong Dok, in his usual eccentric manner, took the best vantage point by climbing onto a huge rock while everyone else looked on in a stupor. He sprawled out on the rock, telling them not to pay any attention to him, for he had come just to watch. Nam Gong-il, being the judge of this duel, ordered it to begin. Reading out the rules, the duel would end with the defeat of one of the contestants, and the use of weapons was forbidden. The boys spoke their words before the fight began, stating that Mo Yongbo of the Mo Yong family would challenge, and Nam Gung Mei of the Nam Gung family would accept. The referee gave the command for the fight to begin. Nam Gong Mei assumed that Mo Yongbo had not shown all of his abilities in the preliminaries, and would take off the steel rings one by one, getting faster to exhaust his opponent. However, Mo Yongbo immediately discounted all the rings, becoming incredibly fast. Nam Gunmei closed in from the strike, but the pressure was so powerful that it was difficult for him to avoid injury. When Nam Gong Mei activated his inner strength, Mo Yongbo instantly landed on top of him, knocking all the air out of his chest. The problem was that there was a huge difference between the two. Mo Yongbo was a true young dragon of the Mo Yong family, while Nam Gong Mei had long been considered a scum in the Nam Gong family. Despite the one-sided beating, Nam Gun Mei continued to get up, eager to fight. Nam Gung-il, seeing this, realized who was likely to win, but he couldn't just stop the fight. He offered to let Kui Mayong Dok watch for a little longer if he felt like it. However, Kui Mayong Dok smiled as he looked at his assistant and asked Nam Gun-il if he could see that his younger brother's gaze continued to speak of his lust for battle. After saying that, Nam Gong-il remembered how Nam Gong-ma trained hard from morning to dusk, despite his weaknesses and scum status. He had always seen him on the training field since he arrived at the academy. Meanwhile, Mo Yongbo had also noticed Nam Gunmei's constant tendency to get up during a fight, and was surprised by it. Nam Gong Mei would get up constantly, no matter how strong his punches were, and no matter how hard he landed on the ground, as if he had hundreds of lives in reserve that he didn't hesitate to use. And this unexpectedly awakened the Mo Yong family heir's memories of someone very close to him. The fact was that Mo Yongbo, known as the Mo Yong family's young dragon, was praised for his talent, completely passed down to him by the head of the family, and there were great expectations for him. However, this family also had a second son, Mo Yongbi, who, unlike his older brother, did not possess any special talent. Because of this, he was always compared to his brother, and Mo Yongbi strived to catch up with the genius, making great efforts to do so, practicing day and night. Everyone knew that the brothers had a good relationship, but the real problem in this family was the father. He used to beat up his eldest son, telling him that he was the heir to the Mo Yong family and could not stop at the level he had reached, considering the talent the boy had been given. The father was never satisfied and wished for the family to gain even more strength, shifting all his expectations to his eldest son, that is, Mo Yongbo. His brother tried to help as much as he could, healing Mo Yongbo's wounds and supporting him, at least morally. But because the relationship with his brother was strong, Mo Yongbo did not feel that he was being punished unfairly, and was glad that his brother was not being beaten. However, in one of his conversations with his brother, Mo Yongbi decided to divide his father's expectations into two to ease his brother's burden. And this was the beginning of a serious tragedy. During a friendly training session, the brothers fought, but the difference in ability was immediately noticeable, as Mo Yongbai could not keep up with his brother. Mo Yongbo had perfectly mastered the image cloning technique, which allowed him to create a light copy of his image with a quick move. So naturally, Mo Yongbo lost to his brother. However, neither of them boasted about it or were disappointed for losing or winning. Neither of them were sad about their skills. And when they were resting, the conversation turned to if the brothers had a dream. Mo Yongbo confessed that he would love to roam the world freely, and his brother said that he was very jealous of such a dream, because he too wanted it madly. However, since the brothers had a great relationship, Mo Yongbo promised to take his brother with him as soon as he traveled, as they were twins and very close to each other. Mo Yongbo had an idea in his head to trick their father to let his younger brother get at least some approval. At a time when they had a mandatory competition in which their father had to evaluate the abilities of both children, the boys came up with a special plan. The blows were struck from different angles, making it seem like the battle was not only in Mo Yongbo's favor, but also in Mo Yongbai's favor. However, their father noticed the foul play and decided to interrupt this pathetic performance by approaching the boys during the fight. He gave Mo Yongbo a serious slap, using his inner strength, not understanding how he dared to put on such a show in front of the head of his clan. The father warned his son that if he saw him pitying his brother even once, he would punish Mo Yongbo instead. Wanting to stand up for his brother, Mo Yongbi admitted that it was all because of him, and that he just really wanted approval. So Mo Yongbo decided to take care of him. He said that if the head of the family wants to hit someone, let him hit him. However, such speeches made his father even more angry, and he started beating Mo Yongbi, wanting to teach him a lesson and provoke his eldest son. Mo Yongbo, while treating his younger brother with care, could not tolerate and watch his own man being beaten. So he rushed to attack his own father. However, instead of indignation, his father shouted that this was exactly what he wanted from Mo Yongbo, more anger. One must not hesitate for even a moment, and definitely destroy the enemy in front of him. After all, this is the Mo Yong family's way. And on that day, Mo Yongbi saw the evil essence of his father and his brother. Since that day, a whole gulf had appeared between the two brothers who were previously known to everyone for their good relationship, and it was only getting bigger every day. So now Namgung Il felt that Namgung Mach reminded him of his younger brother with his steadfastness and good-naturedness, and these memories were by no means cheerful, for he felt terribly homesick. Namgung Maid summoned his inner energy again and again, not wanting to be left behind. And Mo Yongbo used the image cloning technique, which was greatly surprised by Namgung Il, although as expected, the Mo Yong family's spiritual technique was simply amazing. However, he couldn't help but admit that his younger brother's vision technique was working very well since he managed to track Mo Yongbo at such a wild speed. Namgung Mei could actually track his classmate with his gaze, but his body was still unable to keep up. So he had to follow the moment Mo Yongbo's feet touched the ground. Finally seeing a pattern, Namgung Mei finally decided to use a new technique. To be more precise, this technique had already been used by one PO during the training competition. But in this case, it came in handy because it confused Mo Yongbo. Thanks to this second hiccup, Namgung Mei managed to grab his opponent's hands and activated his power. Kui Mayang Dok felt the energy in the air and realized that it was a perfect balance of yin and yang energies, meaning that the boy could now use the ice crystal energy, and his body had finally formed. Mo Yongbo realized that it would be hard for him to get out of the grip. However, he had to necessarily, considering how extraordinary the energy is now surrounded him. However, he didn't have time to do anything, as the boy took advantage of his increased strength thanks to the ice crystal in his chest and simply froze his opponent to hold him back. Of course, the ice was not a lasting obstacle for a warrior of such a level as Mo Yongbo, but it did give the boy some time to exhale. He was gradually going crazy, feeling that the picture of Nam Gong Make and his younger twin brother were layered on top of each other, for he saw too many similarities, and it was really driving him crazy. Feeling the icy energy spreading through his body and starting to surrender his balance, the boy realized that he could keep fighting and even felt a little renewed. The blows were of equal strength, and both Mo Yongbo and Nam Gong Ma suffered. Using another cloning technique, Mo Yongbo created as many as 2 additional versions of himself, and already 3 fists were flying at Nam Gong Mei's face. The punches were unsuccessful. However, Mo Yongbo felt something when he hit right into his opponent's solar plexus. Looking at his hand, he realized that it was covered in ice. And while Nam Gong Gai wondered how this was possible when the basis of the Nam Gong family's spiritual techniques is yang energy, that is, fire energy, which is completely opposite to ice, Kwai Mayang Diok was smiling contentedly. After all, ice energy shows an effect that improves defense and protects its own owner. Nam Gong Mei himself realized this as well, seeing the frost frozen to his shirt at the place where the ice crystal was, and realizing that he now had an advantage. He began to gather energy in his hands, while Mo Yongbo was still trying to realize what exactly the boy was going to do. Nam Gong Mei, meanwhile, decided to create the Rose of Change, feeling that the last time he had tried to use it, it had sucked all the power out of him, but now he was confident that he could control it. This process required time to concentrate and combine the energy properly, and Mo Yongbo was not going to give his opponent such an advantage, so he immediately rushed to attack without waiting for Nam Gong Mei to finish his technique. At this point, Kui Mayang Diok had already taken out his glasses so that it wouldn't be so blinding to his eyes, and popcorn, because the performance was indeed grand. After all, despite Mo Yongbo's attack, the boy stood his ground, and moreover, he didn't even let go of his energy, because he had previously had to practice concentration, even when he had no defense in the form of an ice crystal, so even now, it wasn't something special for him, even during the battle. Nam Gong Mei was finally ready to release the Change Rose technique, and released all the energy stored in his hands, but still there were no wounds on them, showing that he had finally reached a good body condition that would not be destroyed by such techniques. Mo Yongbo and Nam Gong Mei's strength at this stage differed in their stability, but were roughly on par, so a huge crater was formed between them after the explosion, and the boys themselves were seriously maimed and scattered both sides of this crater. Mo Yongbo once again fell into his memories of his brother. And at this moment, it turned out that all this time, behind Mo Yongbo's mask, was Mo Yongbi's younger brother, who didn't have the same strength as his older brother. Unfortunately, the real Mo Yongbo couldn't control his strength in the heat of his hard training, so he died. And the younger Mo Yongbi couldn't stop crying, because he was very attached to his brother. After sobbing for a long time, the boy found his brother's personal diary and decided to look into it, learning details about his life that he would hardly ever know about. It turns out that he thought that if he became close to his younger brother, Mo Yongbi would be in danger, and as the eldest son of the Mo Yong family, he was obligated to fully satisfy his father's will, so he gave himself completely to training. Although everything went smoothly at first, however, his progress gradually hit a wall. However, Mo Young-bo knew that if he stopped, he would cause his younger brother to suffer again, because he constantly blamed himself for beating his father. So he decided to conduct an experiment to break the wall he had hit. Every night he would sneak out of the house to find an opponent, and the more experience he gained, the sharper his senses became, and if things continued to go the same way, he might be able to satisfy his father and protect his younger brother. Considering the principle of his training and battles, it was only a matter of time before a tragedy would occur. After all, this was the first time he had killed a human this way. After all, their skills were about the same level, so he had to make this choice. The trembling in his hands did not stop, and such an action was a huge shock to him. However, after this experiment in which his life was at stake, he was able to break through the wall, and his father was also quite satisfied. This, however, was a terrible injury to the boy's morale, for from that time on, he always saw the man he had killed standing near him, and there was an expression on his face that was not clear to the boy, yet he knew that he was being judged. So gradually getting more and more caught up in a nervous breakdown, the boy could not concentrate. And the more energy he gained, the more distinct the very person he had killed became. And inside Mo Young-bo himself settled a hindrance that was not as easy to break as that stone wall he was so worried about. And when he realized that he couldn't cope with his strength, he only begged for forgiveness, not to become stronger or anything like that, because he knew he was guilty, but he also knew that he didn't do it on purpose. He only wished that at least a hint of that horrifying guilt would leave him in the form of the ghost of the man he had killed. One last time, the boy wrote in his journal that he wanted madly to see his brother one last time, but he didn't have the time. And it was the last phrase that was the catalyst for Mo Young-be's inner strength. Because only now he realized that being the eldest son of the Mo Young family, he had to bear a heavy burden, and he felt that he was not capable of it. After all, his brother had died precisely because he was weak, and because he had left his brother alone. At least that was how Mo Young-be felt now. The boy came to his father, and something in his voice reminded the clan head of his eldest son. However, he quickly corrected himself when he realized that, unfortunately, it was Mo Young-be. The boy came for a reason, however, and informed his father that his brother was not actually dead, and suggested that they tell everyone that Mo Young-be had died, and Mo Young-bu was still alive. From that moment on, Mo Young-be would give up his name and live on behalf of Mo Young-bo. And since then, Mo Young-bo, in order to live up to his brother's name, tried his best to endure the pain of breaking bones and endless times when he bumped into the wall. Repeated to himself that he and his brother were twins, and if his brother was able to do it, then he would be able to do it one day. The boy subjected himself to unimaginable torture. Even though his father no longer held a baton, guiding him only with words, it was probably because his brother appeared in front of his eyes, and Mo Young-be himself also felt that his brother was constantly by his side, pushing him to new achievements. Just like that, the weak younger twin brother became the eldest son of the Mei family, nicknamed the Young Dragon, and no one could even suspect such a turn of events. Even now, Mo Young-bo, who no longer called himself by any other name, even to himself, was looking up at the sky with his faded eyes, and he thought that if it was his brother, there was no way he would lose. That was what made him, even after such a blow, stand up again. When he stood up, he immediately saw Gongmak, and the boy himself also had a good reason to keep fighting, because if he lost in this fight, he would no longer be able to stay at the Bake Academy, and he really wanted to stay here. They stood across from each other, not talking about the exact reasons that made them think of permanent struggles, but each one was pretty weighty for each child with a heavy history. However, there had to be a winner, Although they were both in a terrible condition, it was Namgung Mei who fell first. It was Namgung Mei who lost consciousness, which meant victory for the eldest son of the Mayang Moibo family. Meanwhile, on the other corner of the city, a battle was taking place between two small factions, and so far, it was ending in a draw. However, suddenly, one of the factions had slightly pulled ahead and gained an advantage, so the servants of the other faction and feared that their men would suffer a complete defeat. The head of this faction, tired, was disappointed. Sighed, however. He had to quickly make a decision. In order to win the victory, he ordered all his soldiers to apply the magic potion they had received. And the people, when they heard that they had been given permissions, quickly applied what they had been given. This has turned them into real monsters that they will be able to stop until they use up all of their powers. The soldiers of the other faction tried to stop from ingesting the strange potions, especially considering what rumors were spreading across the country. But he didn't have time, for soon his head separated from his body. And in the Tang family clan, a servant was reporting to his master and telling him that the distribution of the potion that rapidly increased strength was going according to plan, and now it was even being used in skirmishes between small factions. Tanjiak smirked contentedly. After all, at this rate, they would soon reach all places, except of course the strongest families of Murim. Sending the servant to continue doing his job, even though he didn't want to get involved, the head of the Tang clan arrived at the secret location where he had arranged to meet his main client. He was now reporting that the potions were being distributed as ordered. And lastly, he asked, what about the people who had been harassing their family? The unknown client said that you don't have to worry about that, because he takes out any stalkers immediately. And for a while, the Tan family won't have to do anything, because it will be time for Magyo to act. The man was surprised to hear that it could have revived, but it was quickly explained to him that of course revival had not happened yet, but breath had already been breathed in. The biggest surprise was when it turned out that the customer of Tang Jiak, who had ordered all those potions that quickly increased strength and killed members of the Red Flower group, was someone who wore the appearance of Gwai Miandok. Nam Gunile was surprised that he saw it all with his own eyes, for his younger brother managed his energy perfectly, and he was amazed that mutually exclusive energies could create such a striking balance. Gui Miandok again reminded him of what he had said before about the importance of harmony in everything. A shadow can only appear where there is light, and there is a logic to yours that corrects the world when it tries to tilt to one side. From such words, Nam Gong Il, who had been stuck in one place for a long time, unable to break through the wall in his enlightenment, suddenly felt that he had finally felt a breakthrough point. Gui Myondok smiled, saying that genius is genius, because the guy just saw the guys dueling, heard a couple of words, and immediately gained insight. However, Gui Myondok suggested that we leave the congratulations for later, because first we had to take the two fighting boys to the healer. Namgong Il at first didn't understand why two. If only Namgong Mei had fallen down, however, he soon saw that Mo Yongbo had also fainted, only standing up. Later, that same beggar boy ran through the corridors of that building as if someone was chasing him. By chance he went into the office where the wounded after the battle guys were lying, and he immediately recognized that young hero who bought him food and did not leave him to die a hungry death. He saw that the boy was badly hurt, so he immediately thought that he should get well as soon as possible so that he could buy the beggar more sweets. And since he had been kind to this boy, he wanted to give Nam Gong Mei something since he had decided to check up on him. He rummaged through his clothes and found some leftover food after all. In order to try and get better sooner, one must eat plenty of food. The only problem was that this food had long been inedible, and it wouldn't be surprising if Nam Gong Mei had an intestinal disorder after such a meal. However, when he brought the food to Nam Gong Mei's lips, It was intercepted by the hand of Nam Gun Il, who had just come to his brother's room, and caught a strange person trying to feed his brother something strange. He assumed it was poison and tried to grab the boy, but he was not successful, for the boy was much faster and managed to avoid both the hands and even the gaze of Nam Gong Il. He tried to justify that he was only worried about Nam Gong Mate, but when he was never heard, he just took off as if he was not a martial arts expert, but an ordinary simpleton beside him. Nam Gong, I couldn't believe that he had missed this little boy and hadn't even laid a finger on him. A hurrying Chu Dio Hua looked in the door of the ward and asked the only one in Nam Gunil's mind if he had seen the little beggar somewhere, and the guy told him that he had just escaped. Apparently, this was the disciple that Stormblade had chosen as his heir. And being unconscious, Mo Young Bai, in his appearance that he had been in as a child before he was reincarnated as his older brother, was lying in a green clearing and resting. When his older brother joined him, exactly what he expected him to be after growing up. His brother smiled warmly at him and told him he was doing a tremendous job. When Mo Young-bi saw that it was indeed his brother, he immediately rushed over to hug him and cried as he missed the closest person to him. Of course, Mo Young-bo laughed off the fact that even as an adult, his brother is such a crybaby. However, he said that the boy is doing just fine without him. He was reminded that Mo Young-bai always had a habit of underestimating himself, because he had already surpassed his older brother and had done an amazing job in becoming the real Mo Young-bo. Unfortunately, the time of sleep was quickly over, and so his older brother dissolved. But the moments that were there were also enough for the little boy. He woke up in a cold sweat and with tears in his eyes, realizing that it was all just a dream. Nam Gong Mei, who was sitting next to him, thought it was his movement that woke up his classmate, because he reached up to wipe his tears, thinking that Mo Young-bo was having a nightmare. For the first time in a long time, Mo Young-bo smiled sincerely and admitted that it was a dream of someone he missed, and even marveled at Nam Gong Mei's strength, as he had never been so seriously injured after fighting with his older brother. The boy noticed that before, Nam Gong Mei didn't even have internal energy, but now, after only a few months, he had grown so much that he could even compete with him. So no one would be able to call Nam Gong Mei the disgrace of the Nam Gong family anymore. The youngest son of the Nam Gun family also nodded and thanked his opponent for a great fight. Because of course he was sad because he was the loser. But now at least he could return to his family with his head held high. He felt he was doing the best he could, but there was still a deal hanging over him with his brother that he would go back to the family if he lost, and from that, the boy couldn't help but feel saddened. Before he knew it, Namgun I came up behind them and asked to speak to him outside in private. Climbing up the mountain, Nam Gong Il asked Nam Gong Mate if he carefully remembered the agreement they had about returning to the family. In case of defeat, Nam Gong Mei would return to the family with his brother. The boy nodded disappointedly. However, he didn't plan on breaking his words, and since he had lost, it was time to get ready to part ways with his friends. However, unexpectedly, Namgun, I said that, unfortunately, he somehow can't remember this arrangement, so he will return to the family alone. It was finally time for a heart-to-heart talk, and Nam Gong Mate asked if his brother knew why he was being so hard on him. When he heard the speculation from Nam Gong Mei that it was because of the father, the man nodded. However, he said that it was only partly if it wasn't for the fact that his father blocked the boy's energy flows. Then father could have reached the fiery limit and took the family to a whole new level. However, for the sake of suppressing the energy fused with Nam Gong Mei's body, he lost a lot of his internal energy and was unable to break through this wall, and heaven only knows when else he will have such a chance. And for this reason, the overall strength of the family has noticeably decreased. and it has become more difficult to control it. Nam Gong Mei surprisingly did not blame his brother for this kind of thinking. After all, he was the future head of the Nam Gun family naturally. He was very sensitive to any danger she might be in. However, it turns out that wasn't the whole truth, for most of all, Nam Gunil also felt angry for his mother, who had been unwell and weak from the beginning, and when she found out that her youngest son had been poisoned, she was on duty by her side day and night. And one day something happened, and in the little child then stirred up an energy that was devouring him from within. And so the woman took it into her body to help the suffering child. His father used his internal energy to lock this power in Nam Gong Mei's stomach. But the ultimate yang energy was too difficult to control, so he had to make it so that the boy could not use it. And the father, even though there was a risk that his child would be called a disgrace to the Nam Gun family, wished that he would survive. According to Nam Gun, elder mother died sometime later because she couldn't withstand that poison, and of course, not everything was the little kid's fault. However, Nam Gong Mei, who had caused pain from his mother, had always annoyed his older brother. Besides, he was also too young and probably just wanted to blame someone. Nam Gong Mei confessed that all this time he thought that his siblings and the whole family didn't like him out of lack of talent, and blamed his family and his fate. However, the man said that after arriving at Baek Academy, he watched his younger brother and saw how not fallen to his predetermined fate. Nam Gong Mei tried his best, and was finally able to show that he had perfect control over his energy. So now he wanted Nam Gong Mei to know that he would recognize him, and now Nam Gong Mei is part of Nam Gung's family, and deserving of pride, the younger brother of Nam Gung Il himself. However, suddenly their idyll was interrupted by a sharp sound, and Nam Gun Il managed to push his brother away at the last moment, realizing that he was in danger, and in the same second, he didn't have time to react when a strange force cut off his arm. In the meantime, the obedient servant of his master had climbed up the steep cliff to the mountain and announced that the time had come and that there was now a competition called the Martial Arts Competition at Baek Academy in the Murim Union, and this was the perfect opportunity to announce that Magyo was being reborn. The unknown person in the darkness of the cave laughed contentedly, saying that they would definitely destroy the peaceful existence of the ordinary residents. In addition, the servant reported that the military academy Baek are also Kui Mayung Diok Yu is now teaching children, and such information made not known to fall asleep. However, he wasn't the least bit afraid, Kui Mayon Dok, because in the fight with their leader, a member of the Black Branch faction also received a mortal wound and was eliminated from the ranks of the strongest, so everything would turn out to be even simpler. They were already planning to announce to the world that the Magyo cult was being revived. And Nam Gong Mei couldn't believe looking at his brother. For a few seconds ago, everything was fine, but now he was already bleeding. Nam Gong Il wasn't going to slow down, although he was in terrible pain. However, he needed to protect his junior, and he still didn't understand where the threat came from. So he ordered the child to hurry back to Baek Academy. However, he didn't have time. A voice from the darkness mocked the lost hand of Nam Gunil. He shouted at him that stop pouncing from the darkness. Better come out and show himself for who he really is. The strange-looking old man with the demonic internal energy surrounding him, Su continued to mock. Besides the old man with the red power surrounding him, there was also an old man with the blue power surrounding him, and that was the only difference in their appearance. At least in the difference in character they did not, because although they had the same goal, yet they clashed and started discussing who should attack and how, and even started getting personal in their insults. Nam Gong Il was still an excellent warrior, even with one arm, so he sent a destructive force towards these two. However, They easily repelled this attack, and this was a huge problem for the man because it was one of his strongest attacks, and after that, he was even afraid to imagine the level of these elders. They were the blood demons, the twins, No Kyung and Yin Kyung. Nam Gong Il realized that this encounter would not end well, so he ordered his younger brother to run to the Alliance right now and report the situation to them. Since they were just now getting things right, and Nam Gong Mate had a special sense of justice, he refused and said that he too would fight, because he couldn't leave his wounded older brother and run away. Still holding the place where the hand used to be, the eldest son of the Nam Gong family explained that these two masters were of the highest level, far surpassing him in skill. So as soon as Nam Gong Il got ready and gave his brother a sign, then the boy should have immediately run away. The sign was given, and when the two old men started to approach them, Nam Gong Make immediately rushed to arrive at Miriam and find Gui Mai on dock. But he had the same problem since there were two of them. It was much easier for them to split up, so a chase immediately formed behind the boy. While Nam Gong Il was fighting one old man, struggling to fend off those blows with one hand, he was still trying to keep an eye on his younger brother. His hands began to smoke from the fact that his opponents were using malevolent energy, and he assumed it was the Maggio cult, which had long been unmentioned after defeating them. And one of the old men replied that they were not demons, but warriors of the spiritual cult of Shingo, which in principle was the same thing, because they used demonic magic and planned to revive the cult of Maggio. And Nam Gong Mei was caught by the second old man and was even brought to his knees as he was knocked down. His brother tried to get the attention of the second old man to give the boy time to escape, but the old man was not so easy to hit. Nam Gong Il was very badly injured when he was slammed to the ground using demonic internal energy, and it would be difficult for him to get up. Such a picture made Nam Gong Mei run up to his brother in horror. After all, they had just solved all their problems, and he only felt that he had an older brother and was loved. And the old men suddenly began to bicker and quarrel among themselves, as if they didn't notice that they were right in the middle of a battle. Nam Gong Il got to his feet with the help of his younger brother, but he realized that they would not get out of this fight alive, because these two old men were not lower in level than his father, which meant that they were masters of one of the highest levels. Therefore, as the elder who had to protect the younger, Nam Gong Il realized that they no longer had any other option and led his brother to the cliff. He pushed him away with his hand so that he would fall down, because there was water below, and thus the boy had a chance to escape, because Nam Gong Il realized that the two of them would not be able to escape. He looked at his little brother, realizing with his eyes that they wouldn't see each other again, and simply asked Nam Gong Mei to survive. From the beginning, the old men were aiming at Nam Gong Ma, so they were angry at such an act by Nam Gong Il. Meanwhile, you of the Marine Alliance were also not having a peaceful life as everyone was fighting off countless mercenaries with strange powers. Trouble does not come alone, and all the teachers at Peck Military Academy had to stand up for the academy. However, they still did not understand what these mercenaries were all about, as they were behaving very strangely. When the Tiger class teacher was fighting one of the biggest warriors, she realized that her blow had affected something inside him, and the man suddenly began to swell as he was a living bomb. It was only at the last moment that On Young Wee, with the help of her ribbons that she could control, tossed the man upwards in order to prevent the bomb from exploding on the ground and hitting anyone. These were very dirty methods, and now the woman was very curious to know who the people were who had instigated such an attack. It wasn't easy for the students of the snake class, the only class that the teacher of the sheep class came after, and ordered them not to resist, but to follow him because his goal was to kidnap these kids. Jagalmi, as the eternal analyst, tried to analyze his actions and understand why they planned to kidnap them specifically. And when the man applied his energy, it turned out to be a concentrated death energy that couldn't be studied by an ordinary alliance master, for it was too vicious. Gui Myondok appeared and dispelled their doubts by intercepting the man's hand, saying that he hadn't realized that the sheep class teacher was from the Magyo cult. The males hummed because he still thought he could handle Gui Myondok himself, whom he recognized immediately. However, it was useless. For in the next instant, his head flew off his body. When asked if they were okay, the kids said they were fine, because even though Jagalmi was a little frazzled due to the fact that she was the only one to enter the battle, everyone else was fine. However, Gui Myondok became worried because he hadn't noticed Namgong Ma among his students, and now he was wondering where that boy was now. The students of the snake class told the teacher that Nam Gong Mei went out for a while with Nam Gong Il, the teacher's assistant, and the man thought that if he was together with Nam Gong Il, everything must be all right because Nam Gong Il is a very strong warrior. However, still, somehow he felt overcome with doubt, with anxiety, and was not at ease. There was something to be alarmed about, because Nam Gong Ma, who had passed out in the river, had fallen into the hands of the man that Yang Jun Hyuk was after, and was angry that Gui Myondok was called the real head of the Black Flower faction in the academy. In the meantime, the teachers had gathered in the meeting room, and they learned that the sheep class teacher had turned out to be a spy of the Magyo cult, which meant that there was a huge possibility that Magyo had been resurrected, and it turned out that they had been hiding all this time waiting for the right chance. The problem was that it was unknown how many other cult spies were lurking within the alliance, and they all needed to be caught. There was a conflict between the teachers, because if you think about it, the guys from the Bulls class were in a strange state during the fight, and some of the teachers started to talk to each other about who was to blame. An uproar began, for the teacher of the Bulls class was not happy about being talked down to. The others also began to take the side of either the person who suggested that the Bull class was also involved, or the Bull class teacher himself, and confusion began. Therefore, Kwag Yun had to intervene, who used his power to pacify everyone around him. Now it was important not to look for someone to blame. The most important thing was to make sure that Magyo had really revived, and looking at the old man, all the teachers quickly remembered who he was and realized that this was what the true appearance of the Master of the Boundless Sword looked like. After handing out everyone's assignments, the head of the union, Nurim, dismissed all the teachers to their places, making sure to tell them to prepare to defend their students. The only one left was Gui Myondok, who reported to the leader that one student from the snake class was missing, and he must have been the one who was their target because most of those who attacked the alliance were only a weak distraction. However, the one who appeared to the snake class was one of the high-level mashers who entered the academy under the guise of a sheep class teacher, so he definitely came here hunting for the snake class guys. After thinking for a moment, Kwag Yun replied, meaning the one who attacked the child from the Namgong family must be one of the strongest masters who had been assigned the task. Gui Myondok continued to worry, because although his older brother, who was considered a master, was with Namgong Mei, however, they were both missing, so it seems like a master level above Namgun had kidnapped both of them or something bigger. For the first time in a long time, Gui Myondok bowed his head and humbly asked permission to leave the alliance because he wanted to find his disciple. However, Kwag Yun unfortunately refused him because they didn't know when Magyo would show up again, so he demanded that Gui Myondok stay here and protect the other students, and the Red Flower Group would go in search of the sons of the Name Gung family. Gui Myondok had no other options, so he had to silently accept it. And when he walked out of the office of the head of the Mirim Union, he saw that Stormblade had been eavesdropping under the office door all this time. However, he didn't come to make fun of the team, but to offer his own help, because he promised that as one of the 3 celestial masters, he would swear on his name that he would find them, because he really liked this boy too, and Gwai Myeondok should stay in the alliance and watch out for his health. Large and small attacks occurred throughout the Union, and the Mirim Union sent units of the Red Flower faction to each area to support the smaller families. The competition at Bake Academy was halted, and the Marima Union announced the revival of the Magyo cult in full voice. Under the leadership of the Mirim Union, the great families joined with the smaller ones and began to fight back. But gradually chaos began to rise here and there. In the Namgung family, the head of the family got all the information about Namgong Mei and Namgung Isle missing. And of course, the alliance said that they had already started searching. However, Namgung Chu also decided that they couldn't sit idly by. He decided to give his middle children the Blue Sky Squad. They were the Namgong family guards of the elite unit and go in search of his brothers. Unfortunately, Namgong Cho needed to remain cold and reserved, and he couldn't make the mistake of going on a search on his own right now. Stormblade decided to go in search of Namgong Mei with his apprentice, but he refused because he didn't recognize Stormblade as his master, and his soul belonged entirely to the Kebon clan. And he was generally unhappy about being dragged somewhere. Even in such a situation, Chu Da-kwa remained a joker and behaved quite brightly and emotionally. So he did not forget to teach his student, because everyone around is eager to learn his techniques. But only this boy is stubborn. They had just had time to step outside the gate, before the gate creaked open and the snake-class disciples came out, asking to be taken along to find Namgong Mei. All 4 of them came out. While the teacher was interjecting whether they were really going to go with him if all this was not entertainment, he mentioned Namgong Mei in his story, and his student, hearing that it was the name of that savior who had given him food, suddenly changed his mind. With strange words that were incomprehensible to many, the boy said that the Boer clan never forgot the food they received, and so he tied up his hair and prepared to set out on his quest. Alas, even after a long time, the search did not succeed quickly, because only 6 months later, Namgong Mei stood all smeared in blood, in a state of frenzy.